Chapter 2100 Opposing Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 2100 Opposing Heavenly Emperor. Xen Luo leads everyone to pay respects to Lord Gongyang. Below the hall, a crimson-haired middle-aged man led a group of powerhouses wearing priest-divine robes and prostrated on the ground, the appearance extremely devout. Each and every one of these powerhouses had powerful auras. They were all the same, being Empyrean powerhouses. But in front of Gongyang Lai, this heavenly emperor powerhouse, they did not even have the qualification to raise their heads. Of course, what they were more awestruck by was the high priest red plume behind Gongyang Lai. Sacred ancestor high priest's 11 disciples. Each one was a leviathan of a region, an existence in charge of a region. But they were all very puzzled in their hearts. Who was this true G? Oh, D Realm Jr. standing beside Lord Gongyang? Which true G? Oh, D Realm Jr. had the qualifications to stand beside Lord Gongyang? Could it be a disciple that High Priest Red Plume recently took in? Gongyang Lai waved his sleeves grandly and said coolly, "All come and pay respects to Lord Second Sage." Everyone trembled all over, looking at Yi Yuan with disbelieving faces. He's the second sage that sacred ancestor, high priest chose? So young. A mere true G. Oh, D-Realm can actually overpower 11 great disciples. What capability does this kid have? Based on what? A punk like this. Based on what can he overpower High Priest Red Plume? I'm not convinced. Below, a commotion immediately came from the group of Empyreans. Clearly, they were stunned by Gongyang Lai's introduction. But after the shock, each and every one of these Empyreans' faces revealed indignant looks. Those present were all the West Spirit Region's elite 7-star priests. They were all supporters of High Priest Red Plume. If High Priest Red Plume's eldest senior brother, High Priest Cloud Cave, was conferred second sage, they naturally would not say anything. However, Yi Yuan was too young, and his realm was too low. Such a young man who suddenly appeared wanted to ride on top of High Priest Red Plume's head. How could they be convinced? The red-haired powerhouse, Xen Luo, bowed and said, "Lord Gongyang, please pardon us for being impolite. This junior in front of us is merely 1,000 over years old. His realm is merely late stage rank 6. Letting him become second sage, we truly can't accept it. Yeah, Lord Gongyang, letting us bow to a junior like this, we're seriously unconvinced." Lord Gongyang, saying something unpleasant first. If we bow to him, can he afford to accept it? There was a hubbub below. Clearly, they were extremely averse to this second sage who suddenly appeared. High Priest Red Plume, they all, fellow apprentice brothers, those were all top powerhouses among heavenly emperors. Among 8-star priests, they were all apex existences. Even such a top character was unable to become second sage, but a junior became second sage. These people did not say certain words out. That was whether or not sacred ancestor high priest was muddle-headed with age. A few years ago, sacred ancestor high priest announced to the demon race that he was conferring Yi Yuan as sacred ancestor high priest. No one knew who Yi Yuan was, where he popped out from. This announcement was vague, only saying that Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was immensely formidable, and he had once resolved the eternal chess game, Ask Not. There was nothing else. In the beginning, everyone was extremely stunned. But later, everyone was speculating one after another that second sage might be some reclusive powerhouse, an existence on the same level as sacred ancestor high priest, suddenly coming out and debating on Tao with sacred ancestor high priest, and was just a bit inferior, so that was how he was conferred as second sage. But now, a group of Empyreans suddenly saw a true G. Oh, D-Realm. Furthermore, it was even a human becoming second sage and being above them. They were unable to accept this kind of thing. Seeing everyone's fierce reaction, Gongyang Lai did not get angry but was delighted instead. Of course, he, an old monster who had lived for no idea how many years, naturally would not show it on his face. It was only to hear him snorting coldly. He said, "Insolence! How can it be up to you all to be? Ew. In about the second sage that sacred ancestor, high priest, personally conferred. Forget about true G. Oh, D realm. Even if a heaven glimpse realm is here, you all have to prostrate in wars. I plus P2. The moment a heavenly emperor raged, it was as if the entire hall was quaking. All of the Empyreans' faces turned fearful and immediately became silent. But each and every one of these Empyreans was also an old monster. They caught some unusual meaning from Gongyang Lai's words. Lord Gongyang had an implicit meaning. Sure enough, Gongyang Lai turned to Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Lord Second Sage, your status is N. Oh, Blee. Please don't stoop to the level of a bunch of boorish fellows." Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. How could he not understand Gongyang Lai's thoughts? Wasn't acting this out today to take him down a notch? If it was really some welcoming ceremony, he should have long given these people a heads up, and not like this right now. Everyone having vacant faces, then completely exploding. With his status of high priest, red plume spokesman, and a heavenly emperor powerhouse, if he were to really forcefully suppress, how could these Empyreans dare to speak? It would also not be their turn to talk. The second sage that sacred ancestor high priest personally conferred, even high priest red plume, did not dare to be and two. But his face had never joy nor sorrow as he said with a faint smile, "Hoo-hoo, I'm going to stoop to their level today." As Yi Yuan smiled, the aura on his body suddenly flared, immediately having a feeling of looking down upon the world. Gongyang Lai's expression changed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's reaction would actually be so intense. He thought that with so many Empyrean powerhouses, plus him, this heavenly emperor powerhouse who lorded over all life, wouldn't toying with a measly little Yi Yuan still be easily done? But Yi Yuan did not play games with him at all. Was this Yi Yuan in front of him, who looked down upon the world, really that true G? Oh, D-Realm kid? Gongyang Lai's eyes could not help going into a trance. Gongyang Lai, you don't need to play this kind of outwardly compliant, but inwardly opposing game with me. The demon race has always been lofty and straightforward. If you're unconvinced by me, just say it right out. Don't need to incite them to come and squeeze me. You've taken human form for too long and are about to lose even your ancestors' guts too, right? Yi Yuan questioned. Gongyang Lai's face turned black, nearly spewing out a mouthful of old blood. Yi Yuan really did not save him any face when opposing him, this heavenly emperor. If any junior dared to talk to him like this, they would have long been beaten to death by him with a sneeze. Yet this in front of him was the second sage that sacred ancestor high priest personally conferred, who dared to touch him. Him playing a bit of petty tricks in secret was still okay, but to really take action, that was a big no-no for him. This emperor is unconvinced. Can you, a measly little true G, oh D-Realm, shoulder the name of second sage? Gongyang Lai was angered until his face reddened to the ears as he said, "Below, those Empyrean powerhouses were long already staring dumbfoundedly. A true G, oh, D-Realm who dared to oppose a heavenly emperor powerhouse. They had lived for several million years. It was still really their first time seeing. These two realms were people of two completely different worlds. Forget about true G, oh, D-Realm, even Empyrean realm, a heavenly emperor could also smack him to death with one slap. With Gongyang Lai's realm, if he really wanted to kill Yi Yuan, he would not even need a finger. Yi Yuan, this second sage, was really extraordinary. Ha ha ha! Hearing Gongyang Lai's words, Yi Yuan suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Gongyang Lai, do you feel that sacred ancestor high priest is muddle-headed with age?" Gongyang Lai's face changed, and he said in alarm and anger, You're spurting nonsense. Why would this emperor have this kind of thought? Yi Yuan smiled indifferently and said, "Don't need to hide it. I know that not only you think so, but they also think so. But let me tell you this. I'm indeed not High Priest Red Plume's match right now. But before long I'll SS him." Chapter 2101. I'm his opponent. Chapter 2101. I'm his opponent. Ha ha. S Lord Red Plume? Just based on you? Gongyang Lai seemed to have heard an extremely hilarious joke, with his expression full of disdain. What kind of powerhouse was High Priest Red Plume? Gongyang Lai served by his side for so many years and was all too aware. 8 million years ago, High Priest Red Plume rose up from insignificance, sweeping across the entire demon divine region with his Astonies. Plussing apartment itude. Later, he no longer had a match among peers. Hence, he challenged the eternal chess game. Ask not, making a name for himself in one battle. In these 8 million years, High Priest Red Plume, followed by Sacred Ancestor, High Priest side. His alchemy strength had long already reached an unfathomable step. This young man in front of him wanted to S High Priest Red Plume? Simply a joke. Perhaps his talent was really greater than High Priest Red Plume. But even if he were to really S High Priest Red Plume, that would also be no idea how many years later. Either way, someone would also believe if I said that I would S Sacred Ancestor, High Priest 10 million years later. Who knew about the matters after 10 million years? Xan Luo and the rest of the Empyreans also had scornful faces, clearly not believing what Yi Yuan said. Hoo-hoo! Yeah, give him 8 million years, he might really be able to catch up to High Priest Red Plume. Lord Second Sage is really incredible. Just don't know if he can live for 8 million years or not. After 8 million years, I can S Medicine Ancestor. Either way, bragging won't need to be sentenced to death too. The group of Empyreans had scorn all over their faces, with their words full of ridicule. Yi Yuan kept a straight face and answered with a question. Then have you thought before why Sacred Ancestor High Priest would confer body like me as Second Sage? Does he value my talent highly, or is he really muddle-headed with age? This, Gongyang Lai was taken aback. Clearly, he had not considered this question before. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's thoughts were not what he could surmise at all. Hence, he was totally unable to understand this conferment. Currently, Yi Yuan asking this question, all of the Empyreans ceased the mockery, listening attentively with curiosity. Clearly, this was also the question that they were most concerned about. Yi Yuan said, coolly, reaching Sacred Ancestor High Priest's realm, "What is there that he still pursues?" That's naturally the sublime summit of alchemy Tao. He asked Medicine Ancestor, "What is Tao?" But Medicine Ancestor dodged it with ask not 2 words. Hence, he asked the world what was Tao. He searched for tens of millions of years and finally found an opponent. That person is me. Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching, sweeping across all of the Empyreans' faces as he said in a solemn voice, "The Tli is Second Sage is hoping that I can become an opponent who is able to sit and debate on Tao with him. Do you all understand?" Inside the hall was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by Yi Yuan's arrogant to the extreme speech. They were not convinced by Yi Yuan's speech, but utterly stunned by Yi Yuan's wild arrogance. What kind of existence was Sacred Ancestor, High Priest? In the demon race, he was OD. He created numerous demon race, heavenly emperors with his power alone. Presently, the demon race's top major powers, virtually all revered Sacred Ancestor, High Priest as supreme. Even though these disciples, were presently all leading figures of a region, facing Sacred Ancestor High Priest, they still carried out the etiquette of a disciple. No one dared to talk about becoming his opponent. Now a true D-Realm brat actually said that he was going to become Sacred Ancestor High Priest's opponent. This was simply laughable to the extreme. Ignorant. Arrogance. Sacred Ancestor High Priest is the heaven-span world's universally acknowledged number 2 alchemy Tao person. For several tens of millions of years, no one had dared to challenge him. You actually said that you're going to become his opponent? Gongyang Lai berated, but Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, "What does a swallow know of the aims of a swan? No matter how strong a powerhouse is, they also walked over step by step from a weakling. You all don't even dare to think about it, so you naturally can't become a powerhouse like Sacred Ancestor High Priest. The logic of experts is lonesome. You all naturally won't understand too." Yi Yuan was just elaborating on a fact, but this way of saying things was simply ignorant and conceited in the eyes of everyone. In their eyes, he was a madman. The group of Empyreans was thoroughly stunned. Originally, when Yi Yuan said that he wanted to Serpa S High Priest Red Plume, they felt extremely shocked. Now, Yi Yuan directly brought Sacred Ancestor High Priest out, saying that he wanted to become his opponent. Hoo-hoo! A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, chatting about these with you all. You guys also won't understand. Gongyang Lai, don't you want to take me down a notch? Then I'll give you this opportunity. Today, I'll have a Tao debate with the 7-star priests present. As long as there's someone among you who can defeat me, I'll leave immediately and never enter the demon divine region for life. Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment these words came out, Gongyang Lai's eyes lit up. He was long dissatisfied with this arrogant to the extreme fellow, since he was looking for abuse himself, and even said never to enter the demon divine region. This sort of word, then it could not be blamed on others. Xan Luo's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a cold smile, "Lord Second Sage, this is what you said." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I said it. If even you these people can beat me, then I don't want this tea. Tea of Second Sage too." Xan Luo laughed in spite of himself and said, "Lord 7-star really talks wildly. The strength of a 7-star priest isn't what you can imagine." Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "My strength isn't what you all can imagine too." Xan Luo's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, turned to an Empyrean, and said, "Since that's the case, Priest Wood Gem, you come and seek guidance from Lord Second Sage then." Empyrean Wood Gem chuckled and said, "I obey your command. However, what we're competing in is demon divine pills. Lord Second Sage mustn't compete in human divine pills with this Empyrean. This Empyrean can't refine it." The moment these words came out, it immediately incurred a wave of hooting laughter. Yi Yuan slowly nodded his head and said, "Relax, we'll be competing in demon divine pills." Demon divine pills, or divine pills, already did not have much difference to the current Yi Yuan. In the end, all roads lead to Rome. Regardless of whether demon divine pills or divine pills, they were merely 2 branches of alchemy Tao. Just like how the poison path and medical path were the same, the priest temple naturally did not lack a place to refine medicine. Xan Luo ordered people to prepare the place to compete in alchemy very soon. Yi Yuan 2 people were currently making preparations when Gongyang Lai asked, "How is Wu Jim's strength? He mustn't lower the prestige of our red plume lineage." Xan Luo smiled and said, "Your Excellency, rest assured. Younger brother Wood Gem is of the wood spirit physique to begin with. He has extremely high talent in alchemy. Furthermore, his realm already reached peak, late-stage Tao realm. Among these people, he's also an existence that can rank into the top 10. Wouldn't dealing with a mere 6-star priest still be easily accomplished?" Gongyang Lai nodded slightly, immediately setting his mind at ease. Although he was not a priest, following by High Priest Red Plume's side for so many years, he naturally knew the strength difference between the priests. Someone who was a peak late-stage Tao realm powerhouse was already an extremely powerful expert in alchemy. Judging from Yi Yuan's age, even if he had heaven-defying talent and reached late-stage Tao realm, it was also impossible to be Wu Jim's match. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan 2 people started the alchemy battle. Bang! Empyrean wood gem was a wood spirit that attained Tao in the first place. His advantage in refining pills was tremendous. The moment his aura was released, those spirit medicines were as obedient as his children. His demonic attraction art was already at a high degree of proficiency. But when everyone's eyes landed on Yi Yuan, they could not help exclaiming in admiration, "What sharp and fierce demonic attraction art! How can a human cultivate the demonic attraction art to such a boundary?" Xian Luo marveled in admiration. Chapter 2102. That sentence before. Chapter 2102. That sentence before. This demonic attraction art has probably already reached the realm of divine connection, right? Ashamed. This Empyrean cultivated the demonic attraction art for no less than 1,000,000 years. And I'm still actually unable to reach the realm of divine connection. To be able to be called second sage, this boy is indeed incredible. The group of Empyreans broke out with marvels. Clearly, they had their breaths taken away by Yi Yuan's demonic attraction art. Xian Luo's gaze carried some shock and carried some puzzlement. The strength of demonic attraction art determined the quality of the medicinal pill to a very large extent. Hence, the demon race viewed the demonic attraction art with utmost importance when refining pills. However, being able to cultivate the demonic attraction art to Yi Yuan's level, Xian Luo had never seen before. The demonic attraction art was divided into 4 levels: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and grand completion. But there were still 3 levels above these 4 levels. They were respectively profound intent, divine connection, as well as Tao Descend one. The demonic attraction art was the foundational skill of demon divine pills. Its importance went without saying. The first 4 levels, as long as one practiced diligently, they would be able to reach it. But the latter 3 levels already reached the level of Tao and was not what bitter cultivation could attain. It depended on one's comprehension ability. The priests present were all major powers of the demon race, being 7-star priests. The majority of these people could cultivate to the profound intent realm. It was just that there was not one that reached the divine connection realm. But now a human cultivated the demonic attraction art to the divine connection realm. How could they not be ashamed? Actually, to Yi Yuan, the demonic attraction art was not complicated. Actually, it was just control over demonic divine essence. And with regards to precise control of divine essence, how many people in this world could compare to him? Coupled with his profound understanding of alchemy Tao, reaching the divine connection realm was not surprising. It was just that this scene to the group of Empyreans was sufficiently shocking. Gongyang Lai furrowed his brows and said in a solemn voice, "What? His demonic attraction art is very impressive?" Xian Luo smiled bitterly and said, "More than impressive. Even if ordinary 8-star priests were here, they also won't dare to say that their demonic attraction art is stronger than his. As for me, I'm ashamed of my inferiority." A hint of surprise flashed across Gongyang Lai's eyes. He was a layman in refining pills. He just ran errands for High Priest Red Plume. It was High Priest Red Plume who forcefully pushed him to Heavenly Emperor realm with the power of medicinal pills. Xian Luo's strength, he roughly knew about it. Xian Luo was an apex existence among those in the Empyrean realm. Now, even he actually said that he was ashamed of his inferiority. So it could be seen how strong Yi Yuan's demonic attraction art was. Then this battle, would Gem will lose? Gongyang Lai said rather hesitantly. Now, he was already not quite confident. Xian Luo shook his head and said, "The process of refining demon divine pills is extremely complex. Demonic attraction art is just one aspect. Lord Gongyang rest assured. Wujim's realm and foundation are absolutely not what 1,000 years old junior can compare to. This battle still doesn't have any suspense." Only after hearing this did Gongyang Lai set his mind at ease. However, things did not develop in the direction that they imagined. The two people did not carry out the compet. 1. Tie-in of alchemy Dao aura in their alchemy battle. However, seeing the actual scene of refining pills, Yi Yuan's pill refinement was like an ensemble of nature itself, as if developing a world. In comparison, although Wu Jim's pill refinement was impressive, it was lacking that hint of flavor. Those present were all experts among experts, so they could tell the quality at a glance. Just this trace of flavor, it would likely be hard for Wu Jim to go past it in this lifetime. Xan Luo's expression became more and more serious. The puzzled look on his face was becoming thicker and thicker. He was unable to imagine that such a young priest, why would he not produce any mistake when refining pills? No weakness to exploit. This was the impression that Yi Yuan's pill refinement gave Xan Luo. Condense. Haha. Refining the 9-palace demon divine pill this time. This Empyrean state is an unprecedented good. Whatever second sage, a mere 6-star alchemy G. Oh, D. How does he know what is pill refinement? The moment Wu Jim condensed the pill because his state was too good, he could not resist laughing out loud. It was just that when he came back to his senses, he discovered that something was not quite right. There was actually no one answering. Looking again, everyone was using strange eyes to look at him. What's wrong with everyone? Why are you using this kind of eyes to look at me? Wu Jim said with a baffled look. Xan Luo threw a small bottle to him and said with a sigh, "You take a look for yourself." Wu Jim probed with his divine sense and immediately turned stiff on the spot. Wu Jim was completely defeated. Following that, several more people challenged Yi Yuan, all taking out the medicinal pill that they were more adept in. But in front of Yi Yuan, they were still utterly defeated. Gongyang Lai was long already dumbstruck with amazement. A 6-star priest swept across the West Spirit regions, 7-star major powers? This kind of thing was simply like a fantasy tale. Finally, West Spirit region's #1 alchemy Dao person, Xan Luo, also stepped forward to challenge Yi Yuan, and was still completely defeated. Yi Yuan looked at Xan Luo and shook his head and said, "A vast West Spirit region actually can't find a single ancestor realm. No wonder the demon race's alchemy Dao has always been suppressed by the human race." This place gathered the entire West Spirit region's strongest batch of 7-star priests. However, not one person reached Ancestor Realm. Yi Yuan originally even thought that Xan Luo could reach Ancestor Realm and give him some threat. It was just that sadly Xan Luo only reached half-step Ancestor Realm too. There was still a step away from Ancestor Realm. When everyone heard Yi Yuan's words, they could not help having ashamed looks on their faces. However, there was more shock in their hearts still. Ancestor Realm Powerhouse. Second Sage was actually an Ancestor Realm Powerhouse. 1,000 over years old Ancestor Realm Powerhouse. This was simply a mythical existence. Xan Luo heaved a sigh and bowed in salute as he said, "Second Sage is mighty. Xan Luo is wholeheartedly convinced." Right at this time, a cold snort transmitted over. A figure stepped into the hall. "Humph! What dog fart, Second Sage? Pretending to be mysterious. You all are really a bunch of traws. H. Plus the West Spirit region's face is utterly lost by you guys." Following the voice and looking over, the faces of the group of Empyreans turned fearful. "We pay respects to Priest Crimson Sky." Seeing the arrival, the group of Empyreans bowed in unison. A young man dressed in cotton clothing slowly came up to the high platform. He bowed slightly toward Gongyang Lai, and he said, "I pay respects to Uncle Gongyang." When Gongyang Lai saw the arrival, his eyes could not help lighting up. He said with great joy, "Good, good. Crimson Sky is here. This emperor can rest assured." Crimson Sky sized Yi Yuan up and said with a contemptuous look, "Don't think that entering Ancestor Realm you're remarkable. Want to be mentioned in the same breath as Master. You're still a million years too early. Yi Yuan's face turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "What did you say just now?" Crimson Sky gave a cold snort and said, "I said that you're still a million years too early. Are you deaf?" Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a cold snort, "The previous sentence." Crimson Sky was taken aback and immediately smiled coldly and said, "I said that you're some dog fart second sage, pretending to be mysterious. What could it be that I said wrongly?" Gongyang Lai's face changed, noticing that things were not good. "Sure enough," Yi Yuan shouted in a great rage. "Where did this impudent person come from, to dare be so insolent? Gongyang Lai, does High Priest Red Plume discipline apprentices like this? To look down on even their own Grandmaster?" Crimson Ski's face changed wildly, immediately knowing that he misspoke. The Tli Second Sage was personally conferred by Sacred Ancestor High Priest, but he actually said Dogfart Second Sage. Wasn't this slapping Grandmaster's face? He only saw Yi Yuan sweeping across the West Spirit region just now and let slip his mouth due to a moment of indignance. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would use his words as evidence. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2103. Kneel down. Chapter 2103. Kneel down this. Crimson Ski's face reddened to the ears, stammering heavily, not knowing how to explain. Yi Yuan's gaze was sharp and fierce as he said with a cold cry, "Kneel down!" Crimson Sky trembled all over, raising his head high as he said with refusal to give in, "Based on what to make me kneel down?" Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "I'm the second sage that Sacred Ancestor High Priest personally conferred. In terms of status, I'm even above your master, High Priest Red Plume. Even if he saw me here, he also won't dare to be as impudent as you. Why? I'm not allowed to make you kneel? Or is that to have me go and reason it out in front of High Priest Red Plume?" All of the Empyreans were silent like cicadas in winter. No one expected that once Yi Yuan exploded, the commotion would actually be so shocking. Just now, Crimson Sky was still ordering people here and thereby pointing with a finger when he came in. But at this time, he did not even dare to breathe loudly anymore. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan said was also very reasonable. Even if High Priest Red Plume was here, he also would not dare to rebut Yi Yuan to his face. Otherwise, why would Gongyang Lai play this kind of small trick where he was agreeable in public while opposing in private? Crimson Ski's expression flickered incessantly and looked toward Gongyang Lai pleadingly. Gongyang Lai let out a slight sigh, but he had yet to open his mouth when he heard Yi Yuan say with a cold laugh, "You want to plead on his behalf? Then your meaning is that he blasphemed Sacred Ancestor High Priest's face and doesn't need to be punished?" Gongyang Lai choked when he heard that and could only say to Crimson Sky, "Sai, get on your knees." This matter, he really could not help Crimson Sky anymore. If it reached the ears of Sacred Ancestor High Priest, this issue could not be settled no matter what. Unless he killed Yi Yuan, but there were so many people present. So who dared to kill the second sage that Sacred Ancestor High Priest personally conferred? Crimson Sky stood there with a face of struggle as High Priest Red Plume's proud disciple. Crimson Sky gathered myriad glory on him and always had his eyes at the top of his head. When had he suffered such humiliation before? It was just that the prestige of the Sacred Ancestor did not allow provocation. This point, he could still weigh the relative importance. "Kneel down!" Suddenly, Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. Crimson Sky trembled and knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a thud. The group of Empyreans was completely stunned. Crimson Sky was actually punished by someone. He was to kneel toward that person. They should not look at how each and every one of them was a 7-star priest, comprising of middle and late-stage Empyrean mighty experts. In front of Crimson Sky, they were still a head lower. Crimson Sky was arrogant, but he also had the capital to be arrogant. He only used 8,000 years and reached Ancestor Realm in Alchemy Dao. He was the fastest to reach Ancestor Realm among all of High Priest Red Plume's disciples. This kind of talent, coupled with his Iden, 1. Tai as High Priest Red Plume's disciple, was sufficient for him to do as he pleased in the West Spirit region. Hence, when these Empyreans saw Crimson Sky, they all had to bow respectfully. But now he was punished with kneeling toward someone else. Yi Yuan looked down from a height and denounced sharply with a scowl, "Crimson Sky, do you know your crime?" How proud and arrogant was Crimson Sky! He was about to explode on the spot, but he saw Gong Yang lie winking at him nonstop, and he could not help being startled. Crimson Sky knows his crime. Crimson Sky gritted his teeth and said, how sly and cunning was Gong Yang Lai! He was far from what Crimson Sky, this guy who grew up soaking in a honey jar, could compare to. At this time, the more Crimson Sky retorted, the more miserable the outcome. In fact, if it really went out of control in the end and Yuan ordered people to kill Crimson Sky, no one would dare to say a word of no either. Offending the second sage was equivalent to offending Sacred Ancestor, High Priest. Killing you as you getting off lightly. Fortunately, Crimson Sky was not stupid and understood Gong Yang Lai's meaning very quickly. He could only swallow his pride and endure in silence. Good that you know your crime. Now, this sage punishes you to kneel and repent in front of the Sacred Ancestors' statue for half a month. Do you accept the punishment? Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Crimson Sky suddenly lifted his head, his gaze full of rage. The Demon Divine Pill Convention was about to happen right away. How numerous were the demons coming and going in front of the Sacred Ancestor Plaza. But he had to kneel for as long as half a month in front of the statue. Wouldn't he become a laughingstock for everyone? This guy definitely did it on purpose. Amen? Do you feel that you weren't wrong? Yi Yuan's voice gradually became cold. Crimson Sky glared at Yi Yuan, his eyes spewing fire as he gnashed his teeth in hatred, and said, Crimson Sky received the punishment. Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly and said, Coolly, go on. Crimson Sky's chest was practically about to explode. Carrying limitless grievances, he came in front of the Sacred Ancestor's status and knelt down. All of the Empyreans were dumbfounded. Crimson Sky came in a threatening manner, clearly to find Yi Yuan to fight for supremacy. In the end, he barely said a few words and was punished to kneel before the Sacred Ancestor's statue. This really made everyone's jaws drop, but many people felt that Yi Yuan was overwhelming others with his influence, and he was actually scared of Crimson Sky. Crimson Sky was different from them. Even though he was just first Firmament Empyrean, he was a genuine Ancestor Realm powerhouse. Who was stronger among the two was really hard to say. Yi Yuan was afraid of losing the face of Second Sage. That was why he did not dare to take action. Yet, Crimson Sky himself even slammed onto the spearhead, selling himself with the first sentence he said when he ran in. Yi Yuan would not care about what these people thought, directly leaving with his hands behind his back. Looking at what? Never seen before others repenting in front of the Sacred Ancestor? Scram! In the plaza, Crimson Sky's roars transmitted over from time to time. Yi Yuan ignored what Crimson Sky was thinking. He still had an objective of coming to this West Spirit region, which was to search for some spirit medicines to refine pills to break through the bottleneck of late Origin Pill Realm. Reaching Origin Pill Realm, Yi Yuan finally realized how horrifying the cultivation method he cultivated was. Now, with each minor realm that he broke through, the spiritual energy required was virtually several times of the same rank. One had to know true D realm cultivation was easily calculated with tens of thousands of years. Several times of this was several tens of thousands of years of spiritual energy. This massive amount of spiritual energy, even if Yi Yuan had the help of medicinal pills, The advancement speed was also extremely slow. In the past, he could break through a minor realm in 10 years to 20 years. Now, he needed at least several decades, or even 100 years before he could do it. This was still after Yi Yuan swallowed no idea how many top-grade medicinal pills before he had this speed. Otherwise, with the spiritual energy quant. 1. Tai of origin pill realm, ordinary martial artists might not be able to break through a minor realm in 100,000 years too. Yi Yuan reached peak 6th firmament origin pill a few years back. It was just that the medicinal pills in his hands were all consumed entirely during his way to the land of extreme north. It was still a step away before he could break through the bottleneck. The demon divine pill convention this time, it naturally could not do without all kinds of spirit medicines. Yi Yuan naturally could not make this trip in vain. Young master, you're really too incredible to actually even become the demon race's second sage. You don't know, the northernmost steppes demons are ferocious, but they are so docile in front of you. Luer, followed by Yi Yuan, sighed with an idolizing look. Lone Swan and Yang Fei followed behind the two people, with their expressions and emotions being complicated. Yang Fei followed Yi Yuan this half a year. Under the assistance of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, she already broke through to be a 9th firmament true G.O.D. This kind of cultivation speed, she did not even dare to think about it in the past. While Luer, having obtained Yi Yuan's help, her cultivation speed was even more terrifying. Yang Fei practically saw Luer every day and discovered that her aura was growing nonstop. It was simply too monstrous. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Silly La S, do you think that second sage is so easy to be? Right now, no idea how many people staring at me in this demon divine region." Luer smiled and said, "I don't care. Either way, young master is the most impressive." The few people were currently chatting when they brushed past a group of men and women. Suddenly, a red-haired and bare-backed youth in the front furrowed his brows, and he turned around to look at Yi Yuan. Chapter 2104, Domineering. Chapter 2104. Domineering, the red-haired youth's eyes lit up as he said with some surprise, "What thick Qilin bloodline power! That young man definitely has my Qilin clan's precious treasure on him." By the side, a beautiful girl nodded and said, "I also felt it, Big Brother Yin. That person seems to be a human." The red-haired youth frowned and said, "How can my Qilin clan's precious treasure land in the hands of a human? Come with me." Done talking, the red-haired youth brought the few people and stepped forward, blocking Yi Yuan 4 people. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his face revealing a doubtful look. He did not seem to have offended these few people before. The red-haired youth had an interrogating look on his face as he said in a solemn voice, "Human, do you have my Qilin clan's precious treasure on you?" Yi Yuan was taken aback and immediately thought of the Qilin emperor bone. Could it be that these few people were of the Qilin clan? The Qilin clan's bloodline was blee and not inferior to the dragon race. They rarely walked around outside. He did not expect that he actually ran into them here today. Looks like this Qilin clan might have some secret art that was able to feel bloodline power. That was how they would sense the Qilin emperor bone on him. But even if he was of the Qilin clan, being stopped by this bunch of brainless people, and even had an appearance of "you owe me money," why would Yi Yuan go along with it? Yi Yuan had long thought it over in his heart, but did not show the slightest bit on his face as he said coolly, "So what if I do? So what if I don't?" The red-haired youth said in an overbearing manner, "Humph, then it means you do. How can my Qilin clan's precious treasure fall in the hands of a human? Hurry up and hand it over." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he did not get angry but laughed instead. This person's logic, ordinary people really could not understand it. If I don't hand it over?" Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said. The red-haired youth smiled coldly and said, "Human, you probably don't know about my Qilin clan's awe-inspiring reputation, right? Even sacred ancestor high priest also has to give in to our Qilin clan a little. You dare to forcibly occupy my Qilin clan's precious treasure. Have you thought about the consequences properly? I'll give you a chance now. Hand over the precious treasure, then kowtow and admit your fault to us. This matter will be considered dropped. Otherwise, humph humph. The red-haired youth did not finish speaking, but the meaning was already very clear. It was just that these words sounded all the more ridiculous to Yi Yuan. Could it be that these guys did not come into being for a long time and their brains were rotted? There was no lack of people purchasing natural treasures in the marketplace. Seeing that there was a show to watch, a large group naturally crowded around. But when they heard that these youngsters were of the Qilin clan, everyone's faces revealed surprised expressions. They are actually of the Qilin clan. Weren't they normally in the Qilin pseudo-world? Why did they come into being? I heard that the Qilin clan's talent is extremely strong, and, body is a match in the same rank at all. Jumping realms and challenging is also commonplace. That human kid actually provoked the Qilin clan. He'll probably suffer a big loss. In the demon race, some races were natural kings, with their strength far surpa. Sing those in the same rank, such as Yi Yuan. It was as easy as eating and drinking for him to jump realms and battle with the dragon race's cultivation method and martial technique. Later, he attained the perfect 6th transformation golden body, his strength even one-shotting those in the same rank. The Qilin clan's talent was virtually equivalent to the dragon race. Their strength could be seen at a glance. This red-haired youth's strength was late-stage rank 6, being roughly equivalent to the human race's 8th firmament true G. His strength closing in on peak rank 6. In everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan was naturally far from a match. It was just that even a clay bodhisattva had some anger too. This red-haired youth repeatedly made trouble out of nothing, and even wanted him to kneel down and beg for mercy. It finally aroused Yi Yuan's anger. Is that so? Also not afraid of telling you, I really have a Qilin clan's treasure on me. It's just, come and get it yourself if you have the capability, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The red-haired youth did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all. Looking at Lone Swan behind Yi Yuan, he said with a cold smile, Your reliance is this Empyrean, right? Hoo, Uncle Yu is also an Empyrean. I believe he won't be weaker than that Empyrean behind you. Behind the red-haired youth, there was a middle-aged man glaring, his aura restrained. People did not expect that he was actually an Empyrean. Yi Yuan said coolly, really so much our AP. Would dealing with a trash like you still need to rely on others? The red-haired youth laughed loudly when he heard that and said, haha. It's still my first time hearing that someone dares to say that my Qilin clan is trash. Brat, if I don't tear you apart today, who will still respect my Qilin clan in the future? Done talking. The red-haired youth surged with blood vitality. A powerful bloodline power suddenly erupted. The shock of a commotion was even somewhat stronger than a 9th firmament true G. OD. When everyone saw this power, their faces suddenly changed. Everyone said that the Qilin clan was powerful, but that was all just legends. There were barely any who had really seen before. But the strength that this red-haired youth exhibited currently actually made him have an impulse of submitting. At this time, they finally knew how powerful the Qilin clan was. The red-haired youth's long hair fluttered, both hands seizing 2 CLUs. Tears of fire, as if he was stepping on fire wind wheels. 1. He looked at Yi Yuan coldly and said in a solemn voice, Kid, I give you one last chance. Hand over the Qilin precious treasure. Kneel down and admit your fault. I'll spare you from death. Otherwise, when my fist lands, it will be hard for you to want to live. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said, Looks like your family's elders didn't teach you how to behave before coming out. Today, I'll take action on behalf of your family's elders and teach you properly. The red-haired youth's face turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, Punk, it's you who is courting death. You can't blame me. Fire Qilin blessing. The red-haired youth struck a fist out. The entire street seemed to be set on fire. Qilin was a fire tribute divine beast, its power boundless. It was indeed not fake. Boundless power of law thoroughly wrapped Yuan up and did not give him the chance to escape at all. The Qilin clan is indeed powerful. This punch, probably even a peak rank 6, will also be blown up, right? This kind of inheritance martial technique, when cultivated to the peak, it has the power to obliterate heaven and earth. It really makes people envious. Sigh, that kid is also asking for it. People want the Qilin clan's treasure. Just give it to him. Why seek death himself? There was a series of exclamations coming from all around. They were all shocked by the red-haired youth's punch. At the same time, they also secretly shook their heads, feeling that Yi Yuan was too insensible. He did not have strength, yet guarded the treasure to the death. Was there a need? Do you think that only you have bloodline power? Then I'll let you take a look at what's called a true Qilin bloodline. Bang! All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's body erupted with an extremely powerful blood vitality. The might of the momentum was actually even above the red-haired youth. When people from the Qilin clan saw this, each and every one of their faces suddenly changed. Yi Yuan's perfect 6th transformation golden body was extremely restrained, not taking the initiative to release it. Outsiders could not tell at all. Hence, in everyone's view, Yi Yuan was merely a peak 6th firmament true G, OD human martial artist. How could he withstand the red-haired youth's punch? Completely erupted at this time. How outrageous was the commotion, only to see him throw an ordinary punch out, not using any martial technique at all. Qilin bloodline power surged to the sky. Bang! With 2 fists meeting, the red-haired youth fell back more than 10 steps in a row before barely managing to stabilize his figure. While Yi Yuan did not budge an inch, the red-haired youth's eyes went wide, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief as he said, "How is that possible? Your Qilin bloodline power is actually even stronger than mine." 1. Annotation, text missing. Chapter 2105. Heavenly Qilin Devouring SBAC. Chapter 2105. Heavenly Qilin Devouring SPAC. It was not just the red-haired youth. Everyone present looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. The demon race's bloodline power could be grafted. Humans frequently extracted the demon race's bloodline power, but no matter how it was graded, it was unable to surpass the original race's bloodline power. But now Yi Yuan, a human's bloodline power, was actually thick to such an extent. How could they not be shocked? Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Is it very strange to be stronger than you?" By the side, Uncle Yu said with a cold snort, "Humph! Stealing Qilin bloodline. Deserve to die 10,000 times over. Qi Yin, don't hold back, kill him." Qi Yin's face turned cold, and he said with a nod, "I didn't expect that taking this trip out, I actually really ran into someone who isn't afraid to die, to even dare to steal my Qilin clan's bloodline power too. Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll send you off then." Finished talking, Qi Ying's 2 hands came together, 2 CLUs, tears of fire combining into one. A surge of mysterious power instantly reverberated between heaven and earth. Behind Qi Yin, the figure of a giant beast slowly emerged. The enormous beast opened its gaping maws. That appearance was like it was going to swallow the sky and devour the earth. This enormous beast was naturally the Qilin divine beast. This is the Qilin clan's innate divine ability, Heavenly Qilin Devouring SPAC. It said that once this move is unleashed, even the void can be devoured. Its power is tremendous. To be able to execute Heavenly Qilin Devouring SPAC, this red-haired youth status in the Qilin clan definitely isn't low. Feeling Heavenly Qilin Devouring SPAC's horrifying power, there were cries of exclamations from all around. Although demons like the Qilin clan were reclusive and did not emerge, there were legends about them in this world. The heavenly Qilin devouring SPAC was precisely the Qilin clan's powerful hallmark. After the demon race cultivated to a certain realm, they would awaken their innate divine abilities. It was just that to legendary divine beasts like the Qilin, their innate divine abilities were especially terrifying. In terms of strength, this Qi-yin was inferior to Feng Tianyang. But by relying on an innate divine ability like heavenly Qilin devouring SPAC, Feng Tianyang might not be Qi-yin's match too. The awakening of this kind of innate divine abilities had nothing to do with the power of laws. It was only related to the source of great Tao. In other words, it was heaven bestowing a gift. And this was the powerful reliance for the demon race to be able to exist side by side with the human race. Witnessing heavenly Qilin devouring SPAC, everyone looked at Yi Yuan very pitifully. They could tell that Yi Yuan touched the Qilin clan's reverse scale. Qi-yin looked down from a height, looking at Yi Yuan with cold eyes as he said with disdain, "So what if stole Qilin bloodline? How can my Qilin clan's true strength be what you can imagine? Once heavenly Qilin devouring SPAC is unleashed, even the void can be devoured. You can go with peace of mind." Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "Heavenly Qilin devouring SPAC, is it? As luck would have it, I also awakened it." "You awakened the heavenly Qilin devouring SPAC? Ha ha ha, man." When Qi-yin heard Yi Yuan's words, he could not refrain from laughing wildly. But laughing halfway, it suddenly ceased, like a duck which had its throat stuck, because Yi Yuan's body suddenly erupted with a powerful undulation. This undulation was actually exactly the same as his. Heavenly Qilin devouring SPAC. Behind Yi Yuan, a behemoth Qilin similarly appeared. Two Qilins faced each other, not giving an inch. The entire place was dead silent. The Qilin clan looked at that figure in the void, shook to the core. Uncle Yu said in shock, "How is this possible?" This human's Qilin bloodline is actually powerful until it can awaken innate divine abilities? Yi Yuan pointed at the void and shouted coldly, "Heavenly Qilin devouring SPAC, devour for me!" Qi Yun's pupils constricted and he gritted his teeth and said, "So what even if you know heavenly Qilin devouring SPAC? Kill for me." Bang! Two Qilins were baring their fangs and brandis, plussing their claws, tearing crazily in the void. The city's sky immediately turned dim. Endless spiritual energy was being devoured. Yi Yuan two people's figures were immediately swallowed up by the darkness. In an instant, berserk energy undulation swept throughout the entire city, alarming countless powerhouses. Is this the innate divine ability of the Qilin clan? Indeed, ridiculously strong. Even if a peak rank 6 clashes with them, they would probably be directly swallowed up too, right? This power is too frightening. Just which of the two of them won? Completely can't tell. When the martial artists in the city were discussing animatedly, a figure dropped down from above the void. Uncle Yu's face changed, leaping up. The one who fell was precisely Qi-yin. The current Qi-yin was already unconscious, injuries all over his body. It was as if he was torn apart by something. Clearly, he already sustained extremely severe injuries. Following that, another figure stepped out of the void, his figure elegant. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Seeing this scene, the powerhouses below became wide-eyed. What kind of situation was this? The counterfeit heavenly Qilin devouring SPAC defeated the authentic heavenly Qilin devouring SPAC? How could this human be so monstrous? Uncle Yu shouted fiercely and reproached. "Punk, to dare hurt Qi-yin, you're courting death." Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "I already said to teach him how to behave on behalf of his elders. Natural treasures are obtained by those fated for it. This is the heaven-span world's norm. I went through all kinds of hards. I plus PS and perils, obtaining the Chelan treasure at death's door. But you want it back with a word, and even want me to kneel and admit my fault? What kind of logic is this? Uncle Yu's face turned frosty, and he said in a solemn voice, My Chelan clan's words is the logic. Kid, this Empyrean will send you on your way right now. Done talking, Uncle Yu raised his hand, and it was a fist, except Lone Swan was long prepared, directly class. I, plussing a fist with Uncle Yu. Lone Swan's realm was a level higher than Uncle Yu, but Uncle Yu's bloodline power was powerful. The two people barely managed to be evenly matched. Uncle Yu's expression was extremely ugly as he said with a cold snort, Kid, if you don't give an explanation today, forget about leaving here. Yi Yuan said coolly, with the likes of you? At this time, a figure stepped out of the void. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said in a cold voice, He can't. Then what about me? The one who came out was an old man, his aura extremely powerful. Looking at him, he was a late-stage Empyrean, peerless powerhouse too. When Uncle Yu saw the arrival, he was immediately overjoyed. Bowing in salute, he said, Chi Yu pays respect to Lord Qin. This boy, Chi Chen interrupted Chi Yu's words with a hand gesture and said coolly, This Empyrean knows. He looked at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, Brat, hand over the Chelan precious treasure. Then end your life yourself to atone for your crime, saving this old man from having to take action. Yi Yuan could not help laughing and shaking his head when he heard that, and said, Looks like your Chelan clan has its leaders setting a bad example, and its subordinates following suit. Indeed, all shameful. Still that sentence, the treasure is on me. Come take it if you have the capability. Chi Chen's gaze turned cold, and he said with a cold smile, Kid, you're very courageous. Since that's the case, then this Empyrean will come and take it. Lone Swan's face changed and was about to block in front of Yi Yuan, but heard Yi Yuan say coolly, It's fine, let him come over. Lone Swan was taken aback and could only retreat to the side. A powerful aura completely locked onto Yi Yuan. This Chi Chen was indeed a late-stage Empyrean mighty expert. The powerhouses in the city looked at Yi Yuan with doubtful faces, like looking at a fool. They did not understand just where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Could it be that he thought that he was invincible under the heavens by grasping heavenly Chelan devouring S.P.A.C.? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and did not have the intention of making a move. He wanted to see when those old things planned on taking action. Chapter 2106, Unrelenting. Chapter 2106, Unrelenting, a palm attacked, carrying the power to crush heaven and earth. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, unperturbed and fearless. Just as everyone thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure, a figure manifested itself. Xan Luo took a step out of the void and caught Chi Chen's palm, saying with a smile, Hoo-hoo, Brother Chi Chen, please calm your anger. The powerhouses in the city were suddenly enlightened. No wonder Yi Yuan dared to be so arrogant. It turned out that his backer was this strong. With Chi Chun being blocked, his brows could not help furrowing. He said in a solemn voice, Xan Luo, what's the meaning of this? Xan Luo gave Yi Yuan a meaningful glance, thinking to himself that this boy was too cunning. He had probably long known that they were watching the show, so he simply did not move, forcing them to come out. They all were dissatisfied with Yi Yuan, and all wanted to watch Yi Yuan suffer a loss. But Yi Yuan was cool as a CUC. Yu Burr under Chi Chen's pressure and did not have any appearance of being in a tight corner. Brother Chi Chen, he can't be touched, Xan Luo said in a grave manner. Humph, merely a human brat who stole a demon bloodline. Why can't he be touched? Chi Chen said with a cold snort. Brother Chi Chen has just come into being and might be unaware, But this is the second sage that sacred ancestor, high priest, personally conferred. Xan Luo said helplessly. Qi Chen's face changed, looking at Yi Yuan with a stupefied look. When the martial artists in the city heard this, each and every one of them was incredibly shocked. What? He's the legendary second sage? He is also too young, right? Really blinded my dog eyes. Why would second sage be a human? Furthermore, he is only at the true G, D realm? What capability does this boy have to dare be called second sage? Is sacred ancestor, high priest, cracking a joke with us? Qi Chen naturally understood what second sage meant. It was just that his face was full of disbelief as he said, Who is Brother Xen Luo joking around with this Empyrean? What kind of existence is sacred ancestor, high priest? Why would he confer a human true G, D realm as second sage? Xen Luo smiled bitterly and said, When this Empyrean first met second sage, I had the same idea as you. But how can Xan Luo dare to joke around with the name of the sacred ancestor, high priest? This is indeed our demon race's newly established second sage. Furthermore, Lord Second Sage's alchemy strength, we have also witnessed it before and are wholeheartedly convinced. Qi Chen naturally understood in his heart that Xan Luo would not joke about this kind of thing. But this matter was a little too inconceivable. If he was really second sage, he really could not do anything to Yi Yuan. Although he was powerful, he was still far too lacking from the sacred ancestor high priest level. Although the Qilin clan did not fear sacred ancestor high priest, it was still not worthwhile to lose all decorum with sacred ancestor high priest for a treasure. Humph! Even if this is the case, he stole my Qilin clan's bloodline and took possession of my Qilin clan's treasure. He even injured a member of my Qilin clan. Could it be that it's dropped just like this? Qi Chen said in a solemn voice. This, Xen Luo could not help having an awkward look. This matter was originally you all making trouble out of nothing, all right? Now, you're even going from bad to worse. The Qilin clan had not come into being for a long time and really did not know about the ways of the world at all. The treasure that people obtained, that was naturally theirs. How was it your Qilin clan's? Sure enough, Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Do you still want face, old thing? Fine, since you want the treasure, I'll give it to you right now. But I want to see if your family's ancestor will acknowledge you, this unfilial grandson or not. Done talking. Yi Yuan flipped his hand over. A crystal-clear jade bone was already held in his hand. It was precisely the Qilin Emperor bone. The moment the Emperor emerged, an archaic power immediately filled the world. Inclusive of Xen Luo, everyone opened their eyes wide, staring fixedly at the Emperor bone in Yi Yuan's hand. The Qilin clan's people even trembled all over, as if all the bloodline power in his bodies were ignited. The powerhouses in the city all revealed heated gazes. They were clearly moved by the Qilin Emperor bone. If not for there being so many Empyrean powerhouses present holding the line, the city would probably have already become a deathmatch pit at this time. Qilin Emperor bone. Qi Chen practically squeezed these few words from the crevices between his teeth, his gaze full of intense heat. How could Yi Yuan not understand these people's gazes? But he did not pay any attention. The Emperor bone was spiritual. He only obtained the Emperor bone's recognition after going through all kinds of hards. HI plus PS and difficulties. Even if Qi Chan killed him right now, he also could not bring away the Qilin Emperor bone at all. Amidst everyone's stupefied gazes, Yi Yuan casually threw and tossed the Emperor bone to Qi Chen. Qi Chen's gaze turned sharp, stepped into the void, attempting to grab the Emperor bone in his hand. However, just as he was about to grab the Emperor bone, a blazing white light suddenly erupted from within the Emperor bone. Qi Chen was caught off guard, his entire person akin to being struck by a heavy blow, figure flying out backward. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out wildly, already suffering heavy wounds. Then the emperor bone flew one round in the air and returned to Yi Yuan's hand again. Even when Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was somewhat astounded too. Initially, when Jian Sutao attempted to seize the emperor bone, he was also merely burned by the emperor bone, that was all. Yi Yuan did not expect that the Qilin emperor bone was actually even more ruthless toward its own descendants. But he also understood that the Qilin emperor bone was standing up for him. Impossible. This is impossible. How can the Qilin emperor bone acknowledge an outsider as its master? You. Just what method did you use? Qi Chun ignored his injuries and pointed at Yi Yuan as he roared. Yi Yuan said coolly, I said long ago, the treasures of the world had their own regulations and laws and can't be compelled. If it's yours, others can't N-A-T-C, H it away. If not yours, you can't keep it. You only know that I obtained the treasure, but you don't know what I paid for the treasure. But you pledged in all solemnity here, saying that the treasure is owned by your Qilin clan? Truly ridiculous and laughable. Seeing this scene, those originally heated gazes gradually withdrew. Since the Qilin emperor bone already acknowledged a master, no matter how hard others worked, it was also useless. Even if they killed Yi Yuan, they also could not get the Qilin emperor bone's recognition. It was also impossible for them to bring it away. It was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan dared to take it out. Qi Yu smiled bitterly and said, no wonder his Qilin bloodline is so thick, and he even awakened an innate divine ability. It turns out that he actually obtained the Qilin emperor bone's recognition. By the side, Qi Yin already woke up and said in a solemn voice, even if there's the emperor bone's recognition, for him to be able to awaken an innate divine ability at this age, his talent already SES the vast majority of the clan members. Awakening innate divine abilities was an extremely difficult thing. It was not that it could definitely be accomplished by possessing the emperor bone. For Qilin clan, being able to awaken innate divine abilities at Qi Yan's age was already very remarkable. But Yi Yuan was clearly even more talented than them. No way, this Qilin emperor bone is extraordinary. We must bring it back to the clan. Qi Yan's gaze turned intent. Stepping onto the void, he pointed at Yi Yuan and said, since you're second sage, I believe that your alchemy strength must be extremely strong. Do you dare to wager? Yi Yuan looked at Qi Yin and said with a smile that was not a smile, oh, bet on what? Qi Yin said sternly, my big brother, Qi Zhen, is the Qilin pseudo-world's distinguished alchemy talent among the young generation. Do you dare to bet with him? If you lose, leave behind the emperor bone. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, and he said coolly, then what will you guys use to bet against me? Chapter 2107 Void Rush Grand Spirit Pill. Chapter 2107 Void Rush Grand Spirit Pill. Qi Yin could not help being stunned. He did not expect that not only did his suggestion not scare Yi Yuan, the other party seemed like a hungry wolf that saw a little lamb instead. That kind of eyes made him very uncomfortable. Being counterasked by Yi Yuan, he froze. After all, since it was a wager, they also had to take out an equivalent treasure. Treasures that could rival the Qilin emperor bone. He could not make the call. Hey, really gutsy. Do you really think that you're invincible under the heavens after being conferred second sage? This Empyrean can make the decision to take out the Qilin clan's peak Empyrean spirit treasure, Jade Cleanse True Fire Bottle. With this bottle, you can execute another innate divine ability of the Qilin clan, Jade Cleanse True Fire. Since you obtained the Emperor Bone's recognition, you should know the power of this innate divine ability. Using it to bet with the Emperor Bone should be sufficient. Qi Chen spoke up. The moment these words came out, Qi Yu and Qi Yun's faces changed drastically. Elder Qin, you mustn't. The Jade Cleanse True Fire Bottle is our clan's precious treasure. How can it be easily brought out to wager with him? Qi Yun's face changed as he said. Even Xen Luo turned pale with fright and cried out in surprise. Is Brother Qi Chen overly agitated? I heard that an Empyrean powerhouse of your esteemed clan had once wielded the Jade Cleanse True Fire bottle to execute the innate divine ability, being evenly matched in strength with a human Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. This kind of precious treasure, you're actually taking it out to bet? Qi Chen smiled coldly and said, "That's right. However, this Empyrean is very confident in Qi Zhen's alchemy skills. He'll let this second sage know what's called a frog at the bottom of a well." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said with a grin, "Okay, deal." He naturally knew about this innate divine ability. This was an innate divine ability that required Empyrean realm before it could be awakened. Its power immense. As soon as it was executed, it could virtually obliterate heaven and earth. This Jade Cleanse True Fire was different from Feng Tianyang's low-level martial technique. If it was executed, even if Yi Yuan was proficient in spatial law, it would also be insanely difficult to want to escape. As long as he got this Jade Cleanse True Fire bottle, Yi Yuan would have one more trump card. His strength would surely increase greatly. Being a peak Empyrean spirit treasure, this was already a pinnacle-most treasure in the Heavenspan world. In terms of value, it was not the slightest bit inferior compared to the Emperor Bone 2. Furthermore, now that Yi Yuan obtained the Qilin bloodline, using this Empyrean spirit treasure would be just right. As for that so-called Qi Zhen, he really did not take him seriously. In this Heavenspan world, if 8-star Alchemy DS did not emerge, there would really barely be anyone that could Serpa S him in Alchemy Dao. Humph. Just you laugh, you'll cry later. Seeing Yi Yuan's determined appearance of getting it, Qi Chen's anger flared out of the blue. "When the time comes, the one who cries will probably be you," Yi Yuan said smilingly. Returning to his residence, Yi Yuan started close seclusion to refine pills. "Master, what medicinal pills can these spirit medicines refine? I've never heard of it." Lone Swan looked at the pile of spirit medicines in front of him and asked with a frown. The pill formulas of rank 6 spirit medicines, with his status as a 7-star Alchemy he naturally knew a lot. But the spirit medicines that Yi Yuan sourced for this time, he could not find the appropriate pill formula even after digging deep within. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You naturally haven't heard before. This is the pill formula that I created. It's called Void Rush Grand Spirit Pill." Lone Swan opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, The pill formula that you created yourself? Then how is it compared to the Heavenly Mandate Secular Forgetting Pill?" Yi Yuan answered with a question. "What do you think?" Lone Swan swept a glance over these spirit medicines and said hesitantly, "If refining a medicinal pill with these spirit medicines, it will probably at least be 2 times and above of the Heavenly Mandate Secular Forgetting Pill, right?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If it's just 2 times, what am I refining it for?" "The same grade Void Rush Grand Spirit Pill. The medicinal effect is 5 times and above that of the Heavenly Mandate Secular Forgetting Pill." "F5 times? And Master, this," Lone Swan opened his eyes wide, stammering until he already could not speak. Yi Yuan naturally knew why Lone Swan was shocked. Once this pill formula was brought out, it would absolutely set the world on fire. Probably the entire Heavenspan world's alchemy world would have tumultuous waves stirred up. It might even startle the medicine ancestor. The improvement of ordinary medicinal pills, being able to increase 10% of the medicinal effect, was already very impressive. Compared to this Void Rush Grand Spirit Pill, those pill formulas that Yi Yuan brought out in the southern border were simply weak to the max. The shock in Lone Swan's heart simply could not use words to describe. Yi Yuan was able to create such a heaven-defying medicinal pill. Then would there still be other medicinal pills that he newly created in his hands? Once these medicinal pills surfaced in the world, a sanguinary slaughter was bound to be stirred up in the Heavenspan world. The allure of this kind of pill formula was too great. But what was even more appealing was still Yi Yuan, this person. Once this matter was exposed, Yi Yuan would surely fall into a dangerous situation. A person who was able to create a pill formula with 5 times the medicinal effect. That was simply an existence that was going to defy the heavens. It was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan kept a tight lip towards outsiders. Lone Swan already proved his loyalty. That was why Yi Yuan would let him come and observe the refinement of the Void Rush Grand Spirit Pill. Hoo-hoo, good that you know. Don't leak half a word about this to the outside, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Lone Swan's expression became somber, and he immediately raised his hand to the sky and swore a heavenly Tao oath. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction. The implications of this matter were too great. Lone Swan being so sensible, his painstaking efforts were not in vain. Swearing a heavenly Tao oath, Lone Swan did not have any dissatisfaction, but was very happy instead, because this represented that Master already trusted him immensely. Otherwise, how could he let him know about this kind of earth-shaking, important matter? It seemed like he was indeed not wrong in abandoning Ju Luoji's foundation and following Master. When the pill refinement started, Lone Swan became more and more shocked in his heart. The complexity of refining the Void Rush Grand Spirit Pill and the brilliance of the technique. He never saw these in his lifetime. Lone Swan knew that Yi Yuan's refining speed was extremely fast and the quality was extremely high. But this single mere rank 6 divine pill, Yi Yuan actually expended one entire day's time. Turned out that this is Master's true strength. When Yi Yuan finished refining, Emperor Lone Swan sighed with admiration. He had seen before Yi Yuan taking action, and he even fought with Yi Yuan before. But the alchemy strength that Yi Yuan displayed in front of outsiders was merely the tip of the iceberg. And this Void Rush Grand Spirit Pill was the major accomplishment of Yi Yuan's alchemy strength. Only at this moment did Lone Swan know how superficial his understanding of alchemy Tao was. He also had a never-before resolve to follow Yi Yuan. After Yi Yuan adjusting his breathing for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "How's the harvest?" Lone Swan said respectfully, akin to dispelling the clouds and seeing the bright moon. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're a 7-star alchemy G, OD, and you are already very close to the great Tao. When Master refines pills in the future, you follow by the side and experience it with all your heart." Lone Swan's face revealed great joy, and he said respectfully, "Many thanks, Master." This kind of pill refinement that was close to Tao, ordinary people did not even have the chance to experience it. This was Ma's civ lucky chance, so how could Lone Swan not be happy? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said "Withdraw. Master is going into closed seclusion." Lone Swan answered respectfully and withdrew. Experiencing the pill refinement by Yi Yuan's side this one day, with his rank 7 soul force, he actually could not quite bear it anymore too. He had to go back and rest, then digest the comprehension he had this time carefully. Half a month later, a powerful aura rose to the sky inside the secret chamber. Yi Yuan finally broke through to the 7th firmament origin pill. Chapter 2108, Aggrieved. Chapter 2108, Aggrieved, Master, that Crimson Sky has already been clamoring outside for many days, saying that he wanted to challenge you in front of the entire city. The moment Yi Yuan exited seclusion, Lone Swan came up to greet him. Yi Yuan's brows raised up and he said with a smile, "Oh, go out and take a look." The two people walked out of the front door and discovered that outside the door there was already a huge crowd of people, challenging the second sage, this sort of thing, and in addition to it being in front of everyone in the city, there was naturally tremendous appeal. Furthermore, the people present already knew that Crimson Sky was High Priest Redplume's disciple. His strength was bound to be extremely strong. These two people's alchemy battle would absolutely be unusually exciting and extremely worth seeing. Lord Second Sage, Crimson Sky is unworthy but wants to challenge you. Lord Second Sage, do you see it? Everyone is looking forward to you taking action. Lord, Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, huddling up like a turtle, wouldn't you lower Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's reputation? Outside the front door, Crimson Sky shouted at the top of his voice spreading all around. These people were probably mostly summoned by his loud voice, but he became wiser this time, calling Lord Second Sage time and again, not daring to have the slightest bit of arrogant action. Seeing Yi Yuan come out, Crimson Sky's eyes lit up. He then gave a bow toward Yi Yuan and said, Lord Second Sage, Crimson Sky has been waiting here for a long time. Yi Yuan said coolly, you want to challenge me? Crimson Sky nodded and said, right now, everyone in the city is saying that Lord Second Sage's name falls short of reality. A mere 6-star priest at the true D realm. How can he take on the name of Second Sage? Hence, Crimson Sky has come forward on my own accord and wants to request Lord Second Sage to give a pointer or two in front of the demons in the entire city, so as to rectify the name of Lord Second Sage. Yeah, Lord Second Sage, if you want to obtain our recognition, then take out a bit of strength. We really want to see on what basis you become the Second Sage. Not letting us see your strength, we absolutely won't acknowledge that you're Second Sage. The ones that came to crowd around, quite a number of people were all priests and thought very highly of Second Sage this tea. With Crimson Sky saying so, it immediately aroused many people's resonance. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly. His heart was like a clear mirror. Crimson Sky, this kind of person whose eyes were at the top of their heads, it was impossible to have this kind of cunningness. There was definitely someone plotting at the back. But since he dared to come to West Spirit Region, he naturally did not fear challenges. Yi Yuan revealed a look of amuse and tea on his face and said smilingly, can defeating you prove the tea of Second Sage? Crimson Sky, you're also thinking too highly of yourself, right? Crimson Sky could not help choking when he heard that. The others were also directly tongue-tied. Yeah, what kind of existence was Second Sage? That was an alchemy Tao powerhouse, second only to Sacred Ancestor, High Priest. How could a mere Crimson Sky be mentioned in the same breath? Crimson Sky discovered that in front of Yi Yuan, he was a complete and utter noob. He was like a ball of clay. Yi Yuan could knead him however he wanted. Really grieving. Lord Second Sage, are you avoiding my challenge? Crimson Sky gritted his teeth and said, Yi Yuan avoiding and not fighting with this as the reason right now. No one dared to say a word of no. You want to challenge me? You were totally not qualified enough. Hoo-hoo, why would this sage avoid the battle? Telling you all this is just to let you understand your statuses. I know that you think that by reaching Ancestor Realm, you are conceited and think that you can challenge this sage. Then this sage will let you understand how great the disparity between you and I is. Crimson Sky's brows raised up, and he said with a big laugh, That's what you said. I said it, Yi Yuan said coolly. Second Sage and High Priest Red Plume's disciple, Crimson Sky's battle swept throughout the entire city like the wind. In the plaza there were massive crowds of people. Not even a needle could be poked in. The demon race's priests all raked their heads, wanting to squeeze a little closer. On the stage, Crimson Sky looked at Yi Yuan with a smug look and said with a smile, Lord Second Sage, the humiliation that you gave me these few days, I'm going to claim it all back. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp and he said in a solemn voice, Humiliation? You're saying that you showed no respect to your superiors, and then I punished you to kneel and repent. It's humiliation? The moment Crimson Sky heard, he almost bit his tongue off. How aggrieving! A little carelessness, and he fell into the pit again, making him maintain a modest and polite mentality toward a person whose realm was even lower than his was seriously too hard. When talking, a moment of carelessness that he would reveal his true colors. And no, I didn't mean that. What I'm saying is, Lord Second Sage, please guide me well, Crimson Sky said stammeringly. In front of so many people, if he was punished with kneeling again by Yi Yuan, it would really be a huge loss of face. Today was making Yi Yuan lose face, not make himself lose face. Crimson Sky secretly hated in his heart, swearing that he would definitely make Yi Yuan lose very horribly. But Yi Yuan was secretly laughing in his heart, but was calm on the surface as he said, "Relax, this sage will guide you well." Humph, humph. When the time comes, who guides who is still not known? Just you be smug, you'll be crying later. Crimson Sky smiled coldly in his heart. He was extremely confident in his strength and that he absolutely would not lose to Yi Yuan. This fight also attracted the attention of many parties. On an inconspicuous watchtower, Gongyang Lai stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood Xan Luo. Crimson Sky's deflated appearance was naturally taken into his sights in its entirety. Gongyang Lai could not help shaking his head, and he sighed and said, "Crimson Sky's talent is indeed great, but his experiences are too little. He isn't Yi Yuan's match at all." Xan Luo smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo! I believe that this fight will also be of tremendous help to Lord Crimson Sky." He was eyed by Lord Red Plume at a very young age, and his road was smooth sailing. In terms of scheming, he naturally can't compare to Second Sage. Gongyang Lai's gaze was sharp as he said, "This Yi Yuan, I have no idea what background he has either. He's young, but he is like an old monster in the way he conducts himself. He is proud, but he doesn't look down on everyone and everything. He is domineering, but he also doesn't lose the sense of propriety. Even this emperor also has to be careful in front of him." Xan Luo also said in agreement, "Second Sage this T. Tli is virtually utilized by him to the extreme. He didn't consider everything and everyone beneath his notice because he is the Second Sage, but he also used the Tli of Second Sage to pressure us until we can't breathe. He truly is a troublesome character." Gongyang Lai's gaze landed on the Yi Yuan far away and asked, "How high do you think Crimson Sky's chances are for this fight?" Xan Luo smiled and said, "This battle Lord Crimson Sky will definitely win." Gongyang Lai said in surprise, "Oh, why is that?" Reaching Ancestor Realm was reaching another world. Whoever was stronger or weaker was really hard to say. Gongyang Lai also had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan's talent indeed said everyone, including Crimson Sky. Xan Luo seemed to know what Gongyang Lai was thinking and said with a smile, "Talent is one thing, but strength is another. If we don't reach Ancestor Realm, we don't have any strength to fight back at all in front of Yi Yuan." But Crimson Sky stepped into Ancestor Realm 1,000 years ago, while Yi Yuan had merely stepped into it for several hundred years at most, or even shorter. In addition, Lord Crimson Sky was taught by High Priest Red Plume. Letting him out this time, the goal is to probe Yi Yuan's strength. This indicates that High Priest Red Plume feels very optimistic about Crimson Sky. If I must choose one among the two of them, I'll naturally pick Crimson Sky. Chapter 2109, Textbook Example. Chapter 2109. Textbook example on a watchtower with an extremely good line of sight. The Qilin clan's powerhouses were all present. Qi Qin looked in the distance and slowly opened his mouth and said, "Qi Zhen, you have to watch this alchemy battle well. Although I don't think that he can beat you, the implications of this matter are too great, so you mustn't be careless." Beside Qi Qin, a young man with a cold face stood with his hands behind his back. He was precisely Qi Zhen. Qi Zhen was the Qilin clan's young generation's #1 alchemy genius. His strength formidable. Although he was of the young generation, Qi Zhen was actually more than 30,000 years old already. To talk about Emperor Bones, our Qilin clan also has quite a few left behind by ancestors. Could it be that this Emperor Bone is different in some way? Qi Zhen asked curiously. Qi Qin nodded and said, I sensed an extremely ancient aura from this emperor bone. Compared to the emperor bones in the clan, it seems to be more bleer and more mysterious. I feel that this emperor bone must be hiding our clan's big secret inside it. Hence, we must get it. Qi Zhen was slightly surprised, clearly not expecting that Qi Chen would actually be so serious. Uncle Chen, rest assured. I won't lose, Qi Zhen said coolly, revealing powerful confidence. This fight was antic, one, aided by all. On that day, when everyone knew that Second Sage was actually a true D realm, the entire city was shaken. There were criticizing voices everywhere in the city. There were questioning voices everywhere. And today, whether Second Sage was worthy of the Tli or failed to live up to the name, it was also time to examine it. High Priest Redplume's proud disciple, an Ancestor Realm powerhouse. This was clearly the most ideal testing stone to test Second Sage's strength. Lord Second Sage, you watch carefully. This is my Red Plume lineage's Nero Heavenwalk technique. I'll use it today to tell you that you're not worthy to be called Second Sage. Crimson Sky gave a cold cry. A profound aura suddenly erupted. It was as if there was only him alone left in this entire world. Waves of profound and inscrutable aura transmitted out of the medicinal cauldron, revolving around Crimson Sky. This was the aura of Tao. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help letting out waves of exclamations. The Demon Divine region was vast, the powerhouses numerous. But Ancestor Realm powerhouses were extremely hard to encounter. One had to know even a major power like Xen Luo was also merely a half-step Ancestor Realm. This is Ancestor Realm? Indeed, a celestial figure. Lord Crimson Sky is well deserving of being High Priest Redplume's proud disciple. This is the aura of Tao. Lord Crimson Sky completely drew out all of the power of law inside the spirit medicines. Too impressive. This is genuine pill refinement. Compared to Lord Crimson Sky, we're simply Traws. Plus, whatever dogfart Second Sage, he's weak to the max when compared to Lord Crimson Sky. In the plaza, fanatical voices could be heard all around. Many people were instantly turned into fans by Crimson Sky. When had these people seen before Ancestor Realm powerhouses take action? The moment Crimson Sky made his move, they naturally felt incomparably surprised. On the watchtower, Xen Luo also had a look of surprise as he said with a sigh, "This is Ancestor Realm? Lord Crimson Sky has probably already acquired High Priest Redplume's true legacy. Given time, he might be able to clear Ask not as well. This battle doesn't have any suspense." He, this half-step Ancestor Realm, longed for Ancestor Realm immensely. It was just that this step was far too difficult. Back then, Empyrean Flutterfeather was a half-step Ancestor Realm long ago, but kept failing to take the final step and truly step into Ancestor Realm, all the way until he encountered Yi Yuan. The so-called Ancestor Realm was actually tracing to the source, and one could already pry into the source of great Tao, getting to work from the most fundamental, refining medicinal pills. Hence, the moment Crimson Sky made his move, he drew out all of the power of law inside the spirit medicines, discarded the dregs and retempered them, forming better quality medicinal pills from there. Gong Yanglai also stroked his beard and laughed loudly when he heard that, and said, "Hoo-hoo, although Crimson Sky is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, his talent is indeed extremely high. Even Master is also full of praises toward him. After today, see how Yi Yuan, this brat, still has the cheek to be called Second Sage." Yi Yuan himself appeared very calm. He was not in a rush to take action, but observed Crimson Sky's pill refinement for a while, and unwittingly shook his head slightly. Hoo-hoo, pill refinement isn't competing in quarreling. Whoever's voice is louder wins. Today, this sage will teach you a good lesson and let you know how medicinal pills should be refined. It was only to see Yi Yuan put his hands together. The sky suddenly dimmed, motes of stars manifesting above the sky of the stage. Chaos heavenly star art. Demonic attraction art activating. Yi Yuan's entire person transformed into a mirage. The power of laws inside the spirit medicines transformed into fine flowing streams, flowing into the stars. This scene was unbelievably beautiful. Those who were still shouting, "Lord Crimson Sky is incredible," previously, already shut their mouths sensibly at this time. They were already thoroughly dumbstruck with amazement by Yi Yuan's pill refinement. When Xan Luo saw this scene, he could not help staring dumbfounded with his mouth agape, unable to say a word. Originally, Crimson Sky had an imposing momentum, attempting to directly crush Yi Yuan until he could not lift his head. But very soon he felt an unparalleled power burst forth, forcefully knocking aside his alchemy Dao aura, not allowing the least bit of resistance. In front of this power, he suddenly felt that he was extremely puny. Crimson Ski's heart shook wildly. He had yet to encounter such a situation before. Even when battling on alchemy with his senior apprentice brothers, he also never had this kind of feeling before. He felt that the Yi Yuan on the other side was akin to the sky, as though he was the earth, as though he was the entire world. This power was too terrifying. Is this Yi Yuan's true strength? Xan Luo looked at Yi Yuan blankly, finally blurting out this sentence. Gongyang Lai did not know pill refinement, but he also discerned something unusual from Xan Luo's expression. Furthermore, with his heavenly emperor strength, he also sensed the aura of the great Tao source distinctly. This aura, even he also felt waves of heart palpitations. It was not that this power was too strong, but it was a kind of awe and veneration that came from the bottom of the heart. Being born in this world, people would not really fear nothing. Mortals revered DS martial artists revered heaven and earth. The current Gongyang Lai seemed to be facing heaven and earth. Just what is going on? Could it be that Crimson Sky froze? Gongyang Lai said somewhat disbelievingly. Xan Luo turned to look at him and said with a bitter smile, "This alchemy battle doesn't have any suspense at all. Heavenly Melody Heartseal Pill is one of the most difficult to refine medicinal pills among rank 6 demon divine pills. The medicinal properties in the spirit medicines extremely complicated. How to extract the power of law heavily tests the standard of the priest. To ancestor realm powerhouses, drawing out the medicinal properties within isn't hard, but Yi Yuan did it too perfectly." On the other side, Qi Chen's expression was never before solemn until today. He was also explaining the impressive aspect of Yi Yuan to his fellow clan members. The complexity of medicinal properties is just like the stars in the sky, with people being unable to handle it at all. Even ancestor realm powerhouses also don't dare to say that they can master it fully. Even if sacred ancestor high priest or ancestor Sichin is here, it's probably also just Yi Yuan's standard. If we are to say that Crimson Ski's strength already attained a higher level, then Yi Yuan's skill can be said to be textbook example. Behind Qi Zhen, the faces of Qi Chen and the rest became more and more surprised and increasingly solemn. Qi Zhen's appraisal of Yi Yuan was too high. Chapter 2110, Rectifying Name. Chapter 2110, Rectifying Name. Qi Chen's face could practically squeeze water out. His heart already sunk to rock bottom along with Qi Zhen's words. What did Qi Zhen's words mean? Sacred ancestor high priest, ancestor Sichin. What level of existences were those people? Qi Zhen actually placed them in the same category with Yi Yuan. Wouldn't this mean that even if Qi Zhen went up, there was not the slightest chance of victory too? Qi Zhen was reputed as an existence that was the next ancestor Sichin in the Qilin clan. So how high was his status? If not for this, how could Qi Chen pledge in all solemnity to take the Jade Clan's true fire bottle out as a wager? Qi Zhen, then if you took the stage, how much assurance do you have? Qi Chen asked with a grim look. Qi Zhen shook his head and said, No confidence at all. Everyone trembled all over. What Qi Jin said was no confidence at all. With Qi Jin's strength, how formidable did the strength have to be before it could make him say this kind of words? Everyone present understood Qi Jin very well, his confidence in alchemy. No one could smash it. But now, Qi Jin actually did not even dare to say that he had a 10% chance. What kind of concept was this? How is this possible? Big brother, you're an existence that's going to inherit ancestor Si Chen's mantle. So how can you possibly fail to deal with even a 6-star priest? Qi Yin said with a look of disbelief. Qi Jin shook his head and said, prior to this, even if I knew that he's an ancestor realm powerhouse, I also wouldn't feel that he can pose any threat to me. But after witnessing his alchemy skills, I have no choice but to admit that this second sage, lives up to his name. This was Qi Jin's evaluation of Yi Yuan. Everyone was taken aback by shock. When they knew that Yi Yuan was second sage, there was more contempt and disdain. But now, Qi Jin gave him such a high appraisal. Following Yi Yuan's pill, refinement, going in depth, one stream of flowing light after another flew out of the medicinal cauldron and converged into the stars, shattering and assembling. One light band after another was akin to the aurora, too beautiful to be absorbed all at once. In the plaza, countless demons seemed to have been brought into the depths of the starry sky, roaming heaven and earth. That kind of feeling made people feel enraptured. No shocking and outrageous aura, and also did not raise a shocking commotion that caught people's eyes. Everyone happened so naturally. Under the atmosphere that Yi Yuan created, people already forgot about Crimson Sky and forgot that they were still battling on alchemy. They were only purely admiring, purely experiencing it. This alchemy battle became Yi Yuan's one-man performance. Crimson Sky's alchemy, Tao, aura became smaller and smaller. Finally, it became small until it could be overlooked. What Qi Jin said, he could feel it completely. Furthermore, he felt it even more vividly than Qi Jin. This was just a one-time textbook example. Yi Yuan was teaching him how to refine pills and not doing some alchemy battle. Alchemy battle? What alchemy battle was there still? Crimson Sky could not help smiling ruefully in his heart. It turned out that this was Second Sage's true strength. Crimson Sky could feel that Yi Yuan's realm was only a little higher than his. But pill refinement had never been about just the realm. Pill refinement was an extremely complicated process. Any minor detail could determine the quality of the medicinal pill in the end. Clearly, Yi Yuan performed the other aspects of pill refinement to the limits outside of one's realm. As long as his realm was there, even if Sacred Ancestor High Priest was here, there was no reason he could not have a battle. Only at this moment did Crimson Sky truly experience why Sacred Ancestor High Priest would confer Yi Yuan as Second Sage. This kind of strength simply had no weaknesses to exploit, unless one completely crushed him in Alchemy Tao realm. Otherwise, there wasn't the slightest chance of victory at all. What was even scarier was that Yi Yuan was only less than 2,000 years old. While he was called an alchemy genius, High Priest Red Plume's genius, the young generation's disciples. But compared to Yi Yuan, he was already an old man. Yi Yuan's potential was simply unimaginable. When everything settled down, that vast starry sea transformed into a formation diagram and gradually integrated into the medicinal cauldron. Pill formed. People finally woke up from the shock. All of the gazes were gathered on that young figure on the stage. Marvelous work of art. Truly a marvelous work of art. Turns out that this is Lord Second Sage's true strength. The Ti of Second Sage lives up to reality as well as in name. I finally understand why Sacred Ancestor High Priest conferred him as Second Sage. Although I couldn't understand Lord Second Sage's pill refinement at all. He's really very, very incredible. At this very moment, There was already no one who questioned sacred ancestor high priest's decision anymore. Yi Yuan defeated the same rank Crimson Sky in a close-to-cruce HI+ing manner. Within the same generation, he was almost invincible. If this kind of person was not fit to be called second sage, who was worthy? Although there were many demon race priests present, some were even 6-star priests who were more or less the same as Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan's pill refinement they could not understand at all. Yi Yuan's realm was far higher than theirs. However, this did not hinder them from feeling that Yi Yuan was remarkable, because this kind of thing could not be faked, and it was clear at a glance. Crimson Sky already gave up. There was no meaning at all to him continuing. Although these spirit medicines were very precious, he already lost the courage to carry on. He slowly came before Yi Yuan, bowed all the way down, and said respectfully, Crimson Sky overestimated his own ability and challenged Lord Second Sage. Lord Second Sage, please deal the punishment. No one felt that Crimson Sky's action had anything inappropriate. On the contrary, they felt that it was natural and right. Crimson Sky's strength going to challenge Yi Yuan could indeed be called overestimating his ability. Although similarly Ancestor Realm, their true pill refining strength was not on the same level at all. The current Crimson Sky already put away his arrogance long ago and was respectful like a little student in front of Yi Yuan. Toward Yi Yuan, he already prostrated on all fours in admiration. He had never thought that there was actually still such an existence among the young generation. Actually, many people were clear that Sacred Ancestor High Priest would not shoot at random. But Yi Yuan was seriously too young until it made people unable to believe that he could become Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Crimson Sky was likewise the same. Coupled with that, he was High Priest Red Plume's disciple. He was even more indignant about Yi Yuan riding on top of his master's head. That was why he would come and challenge Yi Yuan. But now he actually produced a trace of wavering towards his own master. Yi Yuan was just roughly 1,000 years old. 10,000 years later, would his master really be Yi Yuan's match? Crimson Sky did not know, but he knew that the Yi Yuan after 10,000 years would probably have flung him no idea how many streets behind. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Forget it, my realm is right here to see. So it's normal that you all have doubts. If there's someone who feels that this sage is unworthy of the tea, you can still come and challenge me." Everyone's faces turned slightly somber. Many people recalled making quite a number of malicious remarks about Yi Yuan previously, saying that Yi Yuan was unworthy of the tea of Second Sage. Some even scolded very nastily and could not help feeling ashamed at this time. Crimson Sky hurriedly said, "Dare not, dare not. Second Sage's strength. Even if my few senior apprentice brothers came, it's also merely thus. And they are only a little higher than Lord Second Sage's realm. That's all. After Lord Second Sage's realm is there, I'm afraid they won't be a match." Chapter 2111, Shameless. Chapter 2111. Shameless inside the priest temple. Yi Yuan sat high above. Below stood Xen Luo and the rest of the 7-star priests, as well as Gongyang Lai. At this time, the 7-star priests' faces all had ashamed expressions. Xen Luo stepped out of the ranks, bowed all the way down, and said in fear and trepidation, "We have offended Lord Second Sage previously and deserve 10,000 deaths." Gongyang Lai had an embarra. Said look as he said with a bow, "Gongyang Lai has affronted Lord Second Sage. Your Excellency, please deal out punishment." The group of Empyreans could not help being secretly tongue-tied. Even Lord Heavenly Emperor actually acknowledged his fault. They had lived to this ripe old age, and it was really their first time seeing such a scene. But thinking about it, this was also within reason. The Second Sage that Sacred Ancestor High Priest personally conferred, his status was even above High Priest Red Plume. He could take the bow of a heavenly emperor. With the talent and strength that Yi Yuan displayed, Serpa's Seeing High Priest Red Plume in the future was also possible. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, "This matter ends here. You all were merely made use of by Old Man's sacred ancestor. Why would this sage stoop to your level?" Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain what it meant. But everyone also quaked in their boots when they heard it. To dare call sacred ancestor High Priest as Old Man's sacred ancestor, this was probably one of a kind, right? If it were before, everyone would definitely turn their noses up at Yi Yuan's words. But now they did not dare to be in at all. This was a matter between Great Ji. Oh, DS, so it was not their turn to interject at all. Come one day in the future, Lord Second Sage would likely be able to grow to become an existence like sacred ancestor High Priest. However, be that as it may, Yi Yuan was still rather grateful toward Old Man's sacred ancestor. The demon race's alchemy technique was a unique school of thought and indeed had many areas to glean from. Yi Yuan also learned many things from these people. Yi Yuan was never an egomaniac. On the contrary, he attached great importance to every alchemy battle. While seemingly unconcerned with alchemy battles, Yi Yuan could actually glean knowledge from it every time. And it was precisely this kind of ACCU, emulation, that let him improve at breakneck speeds. And this was also precisely what sacred ancestor High Priest wanted to see. At this time, someone suddenly came to report. The person said, "Lord Second Sage, the Qilin clan's Qi Zhen requests an audience." The moment Xen Luo heard, his brows could not help raising up as he said, "Qi Zhen? That Qi Zhen which Qi Qin spoke of? Could it be that he came to find Lord Second Sage to complete the bet?" On that day, Qi Chen made a bet with Yi Yuan in front of everyone. This matter the people present all knew. Yi Yuan asked curiously, "Xen Luo, I heard that these legendary divine beast clans mostly stay reclusive and don't come out. But why did they appear in West Spirit region this time?" Xen Luo said, "Actually, this time was High Priest Red Plume issuing invitations to the various major pseudo-worlds, inviting the strongest juniors in the current era to come out and have an exchange. This Qi Zhen only came because he received the invitation. It's just that, I don't know why, his journey seemed to have been delayed for a while now, so he only arrived at this time." Yi Yuan felt enlightened in his heart and said, "In this case, Crimson Sky is here to take part in the convention this time." Xan Luo nodded and said, "Precisely so." Yi Yuan said, "Then the dragon race and other races have also arrived?" Xan Luo nodded and said yes. In the past, these races were not willing to interact with the outside world. But this time, they agreed and even sent out quite a few juniors. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help becoming curious. Arriving at the Heavenspan world for so many, he had never heard of the dragon race's information. As a successor of the dragon race, he was also very curious about the dragon clan. Looks like this time he could meet the dragon clan's powerhouses. "Let him enter," Yi Yuan said coolly. Before long, a young man with a frost look walked into the hall. "I pay respects to Second Sage." Qi Zhen clasped his hands slightly with his attitude being somewhat haughty. Gong Yang Lai's face turned cold and he said, "Insolence. Seeing Second Sage, how can you be so impolite?" Seeing Gong Yang Lai, Qi Zhen's pupils could not help constricting. It was actually a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. However, it was also just a slight surprise. With his status in the Qilin clan, he had seen before many Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. "That's your Second Sage, not my Qilin clan's Second Sage. What do you want me to do before it's considered polite?" Qi Zhen looked at Gong Yang Lai and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Gong Yang Lai could not help choking when he heard that. These apex divine beast races, each clan's foundation was unfathomable. Not coming into being these countless years, who knew how many powerhouses were hiding inside their pseudo-worlds. Sacred ancestor High Priest dominated the demon divine region, but it was also just the demon-divine region on the surface. Furthermore, Sacred Ancestor High Priest only had a unique school of thought in alchemy Tao and could not truly unify the demon race. In the demon race, there were still some existences whose strength did not lose to Sacred Ancestor High Priest. The demon race's species were numerous. Some races were powerful and not weaker than that of the outside world. Just as the Qilin clan, they had the capital to be haughty. Squeezing Gongyang Lai with one sentence, Qi Zhen turned to look at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "I came here to inform you that the arranged battle between you and Uncle Chen previously isn't counted." The moment these words came out, the hall immediately burst into an uproar. What? Something that has been agreed upon? They actually went back on their word? This is also too shameless. I understand. They must have seen Lord Second Sage's strength and are afraid of losing to Lord Second Sage. So they don't dare to compete anymore. The Qilin clan is really shameless. Each and every one of the priests present was extremely indignant. This kind of shameless action, the Qilin clan could actually do it. They already acknowledged Yi Yuan, this second sage, in their hearts. Now, the Qilin clan actually did this kind of shameless action. They felt like they experienced it for themselves. Qi Zhen's face turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Everyone, you all had better pay attention to your words. My Qilin clan isn't what anyone can bully. Uncle Chen and Second Sage's arranged bet, I wasn't present. They also didn't seek my opinion. This kind of agreement was taken too lightly, so how can it count? Qi Zhen was merely an initial stage Emperorian, but his bloodline was ennobli. Saying these words, it had its own majesty. Furthermore, the Qilin clan was incomparably powerful. This was something known to all in the demon race. Really offending the Qilin clan, it would be hard to clean up the mess too. Finished talking, Qi Zhen turned to Yi Yuan again and threatened. Second Sage, you seized my Qilin clan's precious treasure. It's equivalent to becoming enemies with my Qilin clan. Qi Zhen gives you a piece of advice. You'd better send the Emperor Bone back to the Qilin clan. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was amused. The Qilin clan's shamelessness was really cut from the same cloth. He looked at Qi Zhen and said with a smile, "Oh, I wonder what kind of consequences there will be." Qi Zhen laughed coldly and said, "Second Sage is from the human race and probably isn't aware of my Qilin clan's power yet, right? My Qilin clan strength can rival half of the outside world's demon races. You, weigh it over yourself then. Farewell." Done talking, Qi Zhen turned around and left. "Halt!" Yi Yuan shouted coldly. "Did I let you leave?" Qi Zhen turned around and could not help laughing as he said, "What? Based on you, a true G. Oh, D-Realm, you also want to make me stay? Or is it that you think they dared to forcefully keep me?" Chapter 2112. Aren't you proud? Chapter 2112. Aren't you proud? Qi Zhen looked at Yi Yuan and said those words with a disdainful look on his face. This alchemy battle indeed made him inexplicably shocked, and even have a feeling of being ashamed of his unworthiness. But so what? Could it be that because of this, the Qilin clan was going to give away a peak Empyrean spirit treasure? What kind of concept was an Empyrean spirit treasure? That was a treasure on the same level as the world-suppressing steel and soul-suppressing pearl. Such treasures could suppress a region and bring extremely good destiny. Yi Yuan being able to rise up heaven-defyingly had an inextricable relations. H.I. plus P with these two treasures. Such a treasure, even when placed in the Qilin clan, it was absolutely not a dispensable existence too. If not for the Qilin Emperor Bone being too tempting and too extraordinary, it would be absolutely impossible for Qi Qin to suggest this kind of alchemy battle. But now they discovered that there was no hope of winning at all, and they could only choose this kind of shameless method to end this bet. Qi Zhen really did not take Yi Yuan seriously. Even if he was second sage, He also could not posture on top of the Qilin clan's head. Is that so? I can't keep you here, but what about it? Yi Yuan's gaze had a cold look as he slowly took out the Emperor Bone. The moment the Emperor Bone emerged, a power that seemingly came from great antiquity suddenly descended. All of the powerhouses in the hall felt their shoulders sink, a tremendous pressure descending from the sky. Everyone's faces changed colors. On that day, when Yi Yuan took out the Emperor Bone, he did not trigger the power inside the Emperor Bone. The aura that they felt flowed out of the Emperor Bone naturally. But today, the pressure in the Emperor Bone was in full bloom. Even these Empyreans felt enormous pressure. Of course, it was merely just pressure. It did not give Yi Yuan the power to contend with Empyreans. But one person was different. That person was Qi Zhen. This was an Emperor Bone from the ancient era, the ancestor of the present Qilin clan's ancestor. Bli was the bloodline, and how strong was the pressure? This kind of pressure originated from the depths of the bloodline and originated from the depths of the soul. Kneel down for me. Yi Yuan's cry was akin to the evening drum and morning bell in a monastery. Borrowing the might of the Emperor Bone, it shook until the great hall quaked incessantly. Qi Zhen's mind told him that he should not kneel. However, his body and soul seemed to not heed his orders. It was as if there was a demon in his heart, telling him to kneel down, to kneel down. In the midst of Qi Zhen's trembling, he slowly knelt down. One could tell from his body that his entire person was undergoing intense struggle. However, it was to no avail. Under such a powerful bloodline pressure, his body actually did not listen to orders anymore. That instant when Qi Zhen's knees came into contact with the ground, endless humiliation welled up in his heart. He looked at Yi Yuan coldly, eyes bloodshot with rage as he roared. Yi Yuan, you dare to humiliate me? Humiliating my Qilin clan. You'll die without a burial ground. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene dumbfounded with gaping mouths. Even a heavenly emperor powerhouse like Gongyang Lai was also staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied at this time. A primal variant species like the Qilin clan, not only were they powerful themselves, the strength of their race was also powerful to the extreme. Although he was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, when he saw a Qilin clan's distinguished talent like Qi Zhen, he also had to give in a little. But Yi Yuan actually used this kind of radical method to make him kneel? Lord Second Sage, this is probably not appropriate, right? Gongyang Lai said cautiously. Yi Yuan ignored him, but his gaze looked at Qi Zhen calmly as he said with a cold sneer, Isn't your bloodline Bli? Aren't you incomparably proud? Aren't you taking advantage of your power to bully people? Aren't you being shameless? Then let me tell you today, your pride is utterly worthless in front of me. I don't need the Jade Clan's true fire bottle. The wager can also be written off. I, Yi Yuan, am not an unreasonable person, but your Qilin clan is self-as, assured that your bloodline is Bli, and looks down on everyone under the heavens, calling off the bet with this kind of shameless method. Turns out that the words of an Empyrean powerhouse are like letting out a fart. If it's like this, forget it too. But you even ran in front of me to swagger and make a show of force, wanting me to hand the Emperor Bone over with both hands. If it's once or twice, forget it, but you all really take me, Yi Yuan, to be a soft persimmon and can be threatened by any random Tom. DSK or Harry? Amen? Yi Yuan glared fiercely, akin to a celestial deity that descended, giving people a feeling like he was a god. When the surrounding Empyrean powerhouses heard Yi Yuan's denouncing, each and every one of them secretly sighed in their hearts too. Indeed, even though Yi Yuan was a young genius comparable to sacred ancestor high priest, he did not have the arrogance that a youth would normally have. Even when Crimson Sky was being arrogant in front of him, Yi Yuan also just brushed it off with a smile in the end. But this Qilin clan went too far. That matter on that day, everyone present knew. When Qi Yin saw Yi Yuan, he said that the Emperor Bone was the Qilin clan's and was extremely overbearing. Later, Chi Yu jumped out and was also like that. Then later, Chi Chin, this late-stage Empyrean mighty expert, came out and was the same too, discovering Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tie in the end, and knowing that the matter could not be done, he used a wager to seize it by force and trickery. However, after witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, the Qilin clan went back on their word again. If they reneged on their word, forget it, you come and say it nicely. Lower your head and admit your fault. Perhaps Yi Yuan would not haggle over it anymore. Yet, this Qi Zhen made it seem that he was number one under the heavens and ran in front of Yi Yuan to posture. Disregarding canceling the bet with this kind of shameless reason, he even wanted Yi Yuan to hand over the emperor bone with both hands. Even a clay bodhisattva had some anger, let alone Yi Yuan, this genius who enjoyed success at a young age and had a status comparable to sacred ancestor high priest. No matter how easygoing one was, they also had a limit, no? It was just that they did not expect that Yi Yuan's emperor bone actually had such terrifying power to actually be able to pressure the Empyrean realm Qi Zhen to directly kneel down. Aren't you proud? Isn't your bloodline N Obli? Then I'll trample all of your pride underfoot. Done talking, Yi Yuan stomped down, directly stepping on Qi Zhen's face and stepping onto the floor. The enormous force directly stomped until the ground fissured apart. Yi Yuan's strength was not worth mentioning to Qi Zhen. It was just that his face hurt a little, but the humiliation in his heart reached the peak at this moment. He gritted his teeth and said viciously, Yi Yuan, if you have the guts, kill me. As long as you don't kill me today, I'll grind your bones to dust and let you know what's called true remorse. How proud was the Qilin clan. Today's incident would become his lifelong smirch. How could he not be enraged? But threatening Yi Yuan, he was not worried that Yi Yuan would really do anything to him. Humiliating him like this was already the limit that he could do. Did he really dare to kill Qi Zhen? The consequences of killing him were not what Yi Yuan could bear. Except, he underestimated Yi Yuan's resolve. He had always yielded to soft tactics and did not bow to force. Even if a transcendent heavenly emperor came over, he could forget about making Yi Yuan lower his head too, let alone a mere Qi Zhen. It was only to see killing intent appear in Yi Yuan's eyes. The bone sword was already gripped in his hand. Hoo-hoo! You think that with you having the Qilin clan a backer, I won't dare to do anything to you? Since that's the case, then I'll send you off. I want to see what the Qilin clan can do to me. Chapter 21:13. Even if you're a heavenly emperor, it won't do either. Chapter 21:13. Even if you're a heavenly emperor, it won't do either. A hint of disdain flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. The bone sword directly thrusting out. A threat of death pounced from head-on. Qi Zhen's expression changed drastically. He did not think that Yi Yuan really dared to kill him. Could it be that this guy did not care about the consequences? Just as he thought that he was dead for sure, one fine blue thread after another blocked in front of Qi Zhen. Yi Yuan's bone sword was actually unable to move an inch further. The pupils of all the Empyreans present shrunk. That was the Tao mark, the hallmark of a heavenly emperor powerhouse. This kind of power was the might of heaven and earth. Mortals were not able to resist it at all. When Qi Zhen saw the Tao mark appear, he knew that Gongyang Lai would not passively watch him be killed, and he could not help being overjoyed. With a heavenly emperor taking action, who else could kill him here? Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he looked at Gongyang Lai and said in a solemn voice, You want to stop me? Gongyang Lai bowed and said, Lord Sacred Ancestor High Priest, Qi Zhen's status in the Qilin clan is extremely high. He can't be killed. Once killed, it will surely attract the fierce retaliation of the Qilin clan. At that time, even Sacred Ancestor High Priest might not be able to protect you too. When Qi Zhen heard that, he seemed to have grasped the final life-saving straw, roaring wildly, Yi Yuan, I'm the Qilin clan's alchemy Tao future, Ancestor Si Chen's successor. If you dare to kill me, you'll definitely regret it. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and said, "Really cannot change your nature. At this point, you still dare to threaten me?" His gaze became cold, and he turned to Gongyang Lai and said icily, "When this sage is doing things, it's not your turn to come and be. You, Tian, do you really want to stop me?" Gongyang Lai mused for a moment and finally sighed and said, "Lord Second Sage, I'm doing it for your own good. I also don't wish for the demon race to fall into internal strife. Let young Master Qi Zhen leave. This emperor will make my apologies to Lord Second Sage later." In Gongyang Lai's view, killing Qi Zhen was a huge matter. Once they provoked the Qilin clan, they might come roaring into existence and make the entire demon divine region fall into chaotic times. Although Yi Yuan's Ti of Second Sage was big, he was merely a true D realm and end. Gongyang Lai's respect was completely toward sacred ancestor high priest, and it was not toward Yi Yuan. Toward Yi Yuan himself, Gongyang Lai did not have too much awe and fear, no matter how breathtaking Yi Yuan's performance was. That was also just a genius that had yet to grow up. He was on a different level from a heavenly emperor powerhouse like him in the end. Yi Yuan laughed loudly. The aura on his body was surging to the sky. However, in front of a heavenly emperor powerhouse's strength, Yi Yuan appeared so insignificant. His bone sword was still unable to advance the slightest bit. Gongyang Lai shook his head and said with a sigh, "Lord Second Sage, give up. The strength of a heavenly emperor powerhouse. You're unable to imagine it. This emperor can't watch you do the wrong thing and go beyond redemption." But right at this time, one fine blue thread after another crept out from Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's eyes also gradually became icy cold. Under the blue fine threads, Gongyang Lai's power suddenly collapsed with a loud bang. Gongyang Lai's pupils constricted, wanting to make a move again, but it was already too late. Puchi! The bone sword directly pierced through Qi Zhen's chest. Violent sword Dao, law destroyed Qi Zhen's innards wantonly. How powerful was Empyrean realm? But in front of Dao marks, what did it count for? Until death, Qi Zhen's eyes opened wide, clearly not daring to believe everything happening before his eyes. How could a true D realm break through the Dao marks laid down by a heavenly emperor? At this time, a trace of regret actually arose in his heart. If he yielded to Yi Yuan, perhaps it would be a different outcome, right? Pride, this thing, would really cause people's death sometimes. How is this possible? Lord Second Sage, he actually broke through Lord Gongyang's Dao marks. What's that on Lord Second Sage's body? Could it be Dao marks too? How can a true D realm possibly use Dao marks? Could it be that my eyesight is failing? Inside the great hall, shocked voices linked up together. The shock that the scene which happened just now brought to them was seriously too intense. What crept out from Yi Yuan's body were clearly Dao marks. But why would Dao marks that even a half-step heavenly emperor powerhouse could not utilize appear on a true D realm powerhouse? But the one who was more shocked was Gongyang Lai. He, as a heavenly emperor powerhouse, naturally understood what Dao marks signified. That was truly a power that belonged to heavenly Dao. Only by reaching the realm of heavenly emperor could one enter the Dao with their bodies and mobilize the might of heaven and earth to carry out attacks. But Yi Yuan, a mere true D realm powerhouse, actually grasped Dao marks? This kind of thing was simply too outrageous to hear. At this time, Yi Yuan took back the bone sword and slowly got up. The Dao marks on his body faded away like the tide. His gaze was icy cold. Gongyang Lai, meeting eyes with him, actually involuntarily shuddered. What kind of look was this? You actually grasped Dao marks. How is this possible? Gongyang Lai looked at Yi Yuan and involuntarily asked. His heart was completely being filled with questions at this time. If Yi Yuan, wants to kill people, no one can stop it. Even if you're a heavenly emperor, it won't do either. Yi Yuan's words seemed to freeze S.P.A.C. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have become a different person. The composure on his face had long already disappeared. What replaced it was iciness. But different from the last time in the ancient D battlefield, the current Yi Yuan seemed to still have a trace of reason remaining. With the lesson learned last time, Yi Yuan already did not dare to employ the power of Dao marks too much. If not for Gongyang Lai taking action, he would not have utilized it either. Gongyang Lai's face changed. Only then, waking up to reality, a major issue happened. Yi Yuan. Gongyang Lai shouted coldly and said furiously, "You think that by calling you second sage, you can be lawless and unbridled? Do you know that you've caused huge trouble?" Yi Yuan looked at Gongyang Lai coldly and said, "You think that I, Yi Yuan, can stand here and make you call me second sage? What I'm relying on is sacred ancestor high priest. You're wrong. It's sacred ancestor high priest who needs me, and it's not me who needs sacred ancestor high priest." Arrogances, truly wild arrogance. Even if you're second sage, you also can't compare to sacred ancestor high priest. Furthermore, your action right now dragged the entire demon race into the water. Gongyang Lai said in a great rage. Yi Yuan continued icily, saying, "If the Qilin clan comes, I'll shoulder it alone. You don't need to worry." Done talking, Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves and left, leaving behind the dumbfounded crowd. No one thought that things would actually develop to such an extent. The situation presently already reached the degree where it could not be salvaged. Looking at Yi Yuan's distant back view, Gongyang Lai could not help but smile bitterly. He also did not expect that he personally took action and actually failed to stop Yi Yuan. The second sage that sacred ancestor high priest personally conferred was indeed extraordinary. Very soon, Qi Chen and the rest were informed of the news that Qi Zhan was killed, and they were naturally extremely alarmed and enraged. "Xan Luo, this Empyrean is going to kill Yi Yuan right now. Don't you stop me. Even if he's the second sage, killing my Qilin clan's alchemy genius, he'll also have to make amendments with death." Facing Xan Luo, Qi Chen was in a towering rage. Who knew that Xan Luo just shook his head and smiled bitterly as he said, "I won't stop you. It's just that I'm afraid that even if you go, you can't kill Lord Second Sage either." Chapter 2114. Long Xiaochun. Chapter 2114. Long Xiaochun hearing Xan Luo's explanation. Qi Chen was taken aback with shock. Indeed, that Emperor Bone was extraordinary. With Qi Chen's status, he had naturally seen before Emperor Bones handed down from ancestors. But he had never heard of that an Emperor Bone could suppress bloodline and make the Qilin clan not have the slightest strength to retaliate, let alone that Qi Zhen was even an Empyrean powerhouse. Wouldn't that mean that as long as Yi Yuan grasped the Emperor Bone in his hand, he would be in an undefeatable position when facing the Qilin clan's Empyreans? No way. This Emperor Bone must be brought back to the clan. Very soon, Xan Luo, this matter, my Qilin clan has remembered it. Your West Spirit region, just wait for my Qilin clan's wrath. Qi Yin, let's go. Done talking. Qi Chen brought Qi Yin and the rest along, and then they left in a huff. Xan Luo had long somewhat expected the scene. Seeing the situation, he could not help smiling bitterly. It seemed like a bloodstorm could not be avoided anymore. Thinking up to here, Xan Luo could not help giving rise to resentment toward Yi Yuan in his heart. He vented his hatred, but involved the entire demon race in the fires of war. After Qi Chen and the rest left, Gongyang Lai's figure appeared. "Lord Gongyang, what should be done about this matter?" Xan Luo said. Gongyang Lai's face turned dark, and he said, "What else can we do? If the Qilin clan comes to denounce us, then there's only handing Yi Yuan over." Xan Luo's expression changed drastically when he heard that and said, But he's Lord Second Sage." Gongyang Lai sneered and said, "So what if Lord's second sage? The might of the Qilin clan, it's also not that you're not aware. Once a war starts, the entire demon race will definitely suffer a great loss in strength. At that time, can the other various races still be so quiet? Could it be because of Yi Yuan alone we make the entire demon race fall into a crisis? I think that even if Sacred Ancestor High Priest was here, he would also hand Yi Yuan over without the slightest hesitation. Moreover, saying that he's second sage, he's currently merely a true G. Oh, D-Realm. Who can know how the future will be? This heaven-span world, the most valuable are geniuses, the least valuable are also geniuses. Before geniuses grew up, they were merely geniuses. This heaven-span world, there were geniuses dying every second. It was not lacking Yi Yuan alone. Yi Yuan's alchemy strength, indeed, made them astounded. But why would a heavenly emperor powerhouse like Gongyang Lai really pay attention to a genius? All of his respect toward Yi Yuan all stemmed from Sacred Ancestor, High Priest. Furthermore, Gongyang Lai also had selfish motives. Yi Yuan's appearance already affected High Priest Red Plume's status in the demon race. Borrowing the Qilin clan to eliminate Yi Yuan was also a pretty good choice. By the side, Xian Luo's expression flickered incessantly. This kind of thing was already not what he could intervene in. Regarding killing off Qi Zhen, Yi Yuan did not have much feeling. After returning to his residence, he went into seclusion for 10 days and finally completely chased away that icy cold feeling. While using the power of Dao marks could make his strength soar, the consequence was also tremendous. Under normal circumstances, Yi Yuan already did not dare to utilize Dao marks anymore. However, Yi Yuan did not have too much fear toward the Qilin clan. With the Qilin Emperor bone around, even if ordinary heavenly emperors came, he could directly suppress too. Yi Yuan believed Empyrean, vast universes, words more and more. The ancient era's powerhouses were really incomparably powerful. This Qilin Emperor bone had been through countless eons and actually still had such powerful might. That kind of bloodline suppression. Unless the Qilin clan's pinnacle heavenly emperors came. Otherwise, there was no way to contend at all. According to Yi Yuan's judgment, it was unlikely that a mere Qi Zhen was unlikely to provoke the Qilin clan's top heavenly emperors to act. In front of a heavenly emperor, Empyreans were merely ants too. Your Excellency, someone is requesting an audience outside. Ning Tianping's voice came from outside the door. Who is it? Yi Yuan went out and asked. It's a little girl with a horn growing on top of her head. She said that she came to thank you. Ning Tianping said, Thank me. Yi Yuan was at a loss. Apart from Yang Fei and Lu he did not know any little girl with a horn growing on her head here. Arriving at the hall, Yi Yuan indeed saw a little girl with a horn growing on her head. Her appearance was very lovely and cute, making people feel happy when they saw her. When Yi Yuan saw this little girl, he actually had a very cordial feeling. Could it be? Yi Yuan was currently astonished in his heart when that little girl already saw Yi Yuan and came in front of Yi Yuan with a few leaps and bounds, having a pair of large eyes wide open as she said with a beam, Your second sage, Yi Yuan? It was you who killed Qi Zhen? Yi Yuan was just about to admit it, but was interrupted by the little girl again. She said, He well killed. This young lady has long found that Qi Zhen displeasing to the eye. I came today to tell you thanks. All right, if the Qilin clan dares to come to find trouble with you, you just report my name. They definitely won't dare to make things difficult for you. Oh, and also I'm called Xiaochun One. Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and asked, You're from the Dragon Clan? Long Xiaochun revealed a look of surprise, and she said in astonishment, how did you know? When demons transformed, their shapes were diverse. Not revealing their auras, one could not differentiate the race. But when Yi Yuan saw Long Xiaochun, the dragon race bloodline in his body actually stirred restlessly. How could Yi Yuan still not understand what was going on? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I guessed it. You had enmity with Qi Zhen? Long Xiaoqun nodded her head like a rattledrum as he said, That guy won against my big brother in an alchemy battle and even flaunted his prowess, saying that my big brother can't Serpa. S him for life. TCH. Don't their Qilin clan just rely on fire tribute law to win by a notch in alchemy? Yi Yuan also secretly nodded when he heard it. This conformed to Qi Zhen's temper, being overbearing. Long Xiaoqun sized Yuan up and down and asked with a very curious look, I heard that Qi Chen made a bet with you. But in the end, Qi Zhen really did not dare to accept the challenge and cancelled the bet with not being present as the reason. And he even threatened you. That's why he was killed by you, is that so? Yi Yuan nodded and said, There was indeed such a thing. Long Xiaoqun giggled after hearing and said, Qi Zhen, that fellow is really a C. Oh, C. KY as before. But now he can't strut around anymore, ha ha ha. Talking until the back, Long Xiaoqun laughed until she shook with laughter, appearing very happy. Laughing finish, Long Xiaoqun patted Yi Yuan's shoulder like a little grown-up and said smugly, Remember, if those Qilin clan's old fellows come to find trouble with you, you just report my Long Xiaoqun's name, got it? Yi Yuan found it funny. What sorts of existences were the Qilin clan's major powers? Why would they fear you, a little la s? But towards this childlike and naive little la s, he really could not bear to reject. Smiling, he nodded and said, Long Xiaoqun, okay. I've remembered it. Xiaoqun, are you here or not? Outside the door, an anxious voice suddenly sounded out. The moment Long Xiaoqun heard, she could not help getting a shock, hurriedly running to the back hall. In the end, she even turned her head around and warned Yi Yuan, not allowed to say that I'm here, got it? Otherwise, I'll beat you up. Long Xiaoqun stuck her dainty little fist out, a threatening look on her face. Then she slipped into the back hall. At this time, a handsome young man walked into the great hall with hurried steps. Seeing Yi Yuan, the young man clasped his hands and said, This brother, I wonder if you've seen a little girl with a horn growing on her head? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Seen before. She's hiding in the back hall. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2115. Qilin arrives. Chapter 2115. Qilin arrives. The youth was taken aback. At this time, Long Xiaoqun already walked out from the back hall, using murderous eyes to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, I trusted you, but you actually betrayed me. Long Xiaoqun said angrily. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, Little girl running away from home. Your family will be worried. You saying that you thank me for killing Qi Zhen shows that you really love your big brother. Then, how can you bear to make him worry? Long Xiaoqun was stunned, revealing a thoughtful expression. By the side, Long Xiaohai was already shocked, speechless. He looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief and said, You killed Qi Zhen? How is this possible? A true Ji, D realm killed an Empyrean realm? Long Xiaohai felt that this guy must be bragging. Long Xiaoqun held her head with her hand and revealed a furious appearance from failing to live up to expectations as she said, You stupid big brother! This matter already caused a great sensation in the entire city, but you actually don't know. He's called Yi Yuan, the second sage personally conferred by sacred ancestor, high priest. He's amazing. Shock was written all over Long Xiaohai's face. Clearly, his brain could not quite wrap itself around it. As second sage, he truly did not expect that this young man before his eyes actually had such a great background. Long Xiaoqun could not be bothered with Long Xiaohai's shock and turned to Yuan and said with the appearance of a little grown-up, I feel that what you said is very reasonable, but I finally managed to come out. Yet, he wouldn't let me go here, wouldn't let me go there either. I could only sneak out. This Long Xiaoqun stayed too long in the pseudo-world and was filled with curiosity toward the outside world. But along the way, Long Xiaohai refused to let her go anywhere. She was naturally very depressed. Hence, She secretly ran off halfway. Long Xiaohai only came a few days later in order to find Long Xiaochun, so he did not hear the matter of Yi Yuan killing Qizhen. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your big brother is worried about your safety too. That's why he didn't let you move around, isn't that so?" Long Xiaochun thought about it and nodded her head, but then she shook her head again and said, "I'm very amazing." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Those who come are guests. Since you all came, sit down and drink a cup of wine." Yay. I love drinking wine the most," Long Xiaochun said with an excited look. A few cups of wine down the belly, Long Xiaochun was already slightly tipsy, but her pretty face was glowing red, looking freaking adorable. Long Xiaochun chirped away. Long Xiaohai also finally understood who Yi Yuan was, but he became even more shocked in his heart. This young man was actually so incredible. He had fought with Qizhen before and knew about Qizhen's alchemy strength and even more about his pride. But Qizhen actually did not even have the courage to make a move facing Yi Yuan. Feeling an itch to test his skill, Long Xiaohai even wanted to spar with Yi Yuan a little. The result was naturally being abused until he was black and blue all over. This way, Long Xiaohai admired Yi Yuan even more. He finally knew why Qizhen did not even have the courage to make a move. Long Xiaochun watched with great relish by the side, idolizing Yi Yuan to the extreme. Long Xiaohai was also an alchemy fanatic, discussing in depth with Yi Yuan for 3 days and 3 nights before being fully satisfied. "Sai, it's getting late. Elder son, they all must be worried sick from waiting. Otherwise, I'd really want to consult Brother Yi for a few months more," Long Xiaohai said with a look of regret. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No worries. As long as you guys are willing, you can come to find me at any time." Long Xiaohai was pleasantly surprised when he heard that and said, "Brother Yi, is this for real?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I feel very congenial with your brother and sister two people. Looking at you guys is like seeing my kin. I naturally won't refuse." Long Xiaochun nodded repeatedly and said, Yeah, it's true. I also have this kind of feeling. The first time I laid eyes on you, it's like seeing a big brother." After some small talk, the two people took their leave. Before long, Long Xiaochun even repeatedly urged Yi Yuan, "You have to remember, if the Qilin clan dares to bully you, just report my name." Yi Yuan just brushed it off with a smile, and naturally did not take it seriously. 3 days later, an aura powerful until it made people asphyxiated instantly enveloped the entire city. At this moment, 2 words flashed across the minds of everyone. Heavenly Emperor! This powerful aura akin to AG. Oh, D. Only Heavenly Emperor powerhouses in the legends could possess it. This emperor is the Qilin clan's Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyan. Give you all 100 breaths of time. Hand over the chief criminal, Yi Yuan. Otherwise, the whole city will be annihilated. A voice akin to a clap of thunder sounded out in the ears of every demon in the city. The demon race powerhouses in the city were all ashen pale. Those who were slightly weaker were even injured by this voice. Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse. It actually really drew a Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse. It's all Lord Second Sage's fault. Showing off momentary bravery. What to do now? At this time, Lord Second Sage should sacrifice himself to protect the entire demon race. There were discussions everywhere in the city. Yi Yuan's residence was nearby. There were many demon race powerhouses yelling and hurling insults. Suddenly, an angry voice sounded out, "I'll get lost for this Empyrean." Everyone looked over. It was actually Empyrean Xan Luo. When the group of demon powerhouses saw Xan Luo, they immediately exploded. "Lord Xan Luo, you have to stand up for us. He's Second Sage. Can't make the entire city be buried in death with him because of his individual grudge." The pressure that a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse brought to people was seriously too strong. At the moment of life and death, whatever Second Sage, whatever alchemy genius, it was all useless. Xian Luo had a grim expression as he said coldly, "I'll shut up for this Empyrean." This Empyrean came to request Lord Second Sage to uphold justice for us. The moment everyone heard, their faces immediately revealed excited looks. Uphold justice? Xian Luo's meaning was handing Yi Yuan over. Xian Luo arrived in front of the door and said in a clear voice, "Xian Luo requests an audience with Lord Second Sage." Creak! The front door slowly opened. A white-robed youth slowly walked out. When Xian Luo saw Yi Yuan, he was just about to open his mouth to speak. But then he heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "Don't need to waste your breath anymore. I already said before on that day at the Divine Temple. This matter I'll shoulder it alone." Xian Luo could not help being stunned when he heard that. The words that Yi Yuan said back then, he thought that it was just joking around. For this, he even laid down an all-in-compa. Signet in the vicinity, afraid of Yi Yuan escaping. However, not only did Yi Yuan not escape, he actually really stepped up right now. Xian Luo even thought that he had to use force this time, who knew that Yi Yuan was so sensible. Could it be that when he killed Qi Zhen, he already prepared to pay with his life long ago? But no matter what, Yi Yuan himself being willing to go was naturally for the best. Otherwise, a charge of being disrespectful towards Second Sage could not be avoided. If Sacred Ancestor High Priest were to really demand accountability, he would definitely be that scapegoat. Xian Luo gave Yi Yuan a bow and said, "Lord Second Sage understands the righteousness of a cause." Xian Luo admires Lord Second Sage. Yi Yuan looked at Xian Luo and said with a cold smile, "Stop putting on an appearance here. You arranged so many spies in the vicinity. Do you really think that I don't know? If this sage really wanted to leave, do you think that you can stop me based on these people?" When Xian Luo heard that, he could not help revealing a look of surprise. The spies that he arranged were all Empyrean powerhouses. Yi Yuan actually knew all about it? Not waiting for him to react, Yi Yuan already took a step out and arrived above the void. Chapter 2116. I am guilty. Chapter 2116. I am guilty. Yi Yuan sized up the old man in front of him. The old man had white hair and the complexion of a child, giving people a feeling of being as deep as the sea. A heavenly emperor. That was a figure above the heavens, the true sovereign of this world. Although Gongyang Lai was a heavenly emperor too, he was a servant and lacking some domineeringness. In front of Yi Yuan, he also did not dare to really reveal the aura of a heavenly emperor. Only the heavenly emperor Shaoyin in front of him was considered a heavenly emperor powerhouse in the true sense. Heavenly Emperor Shaoyin sized Yi Yuan up as if wanting to see through him. His aura was extremely powerful. Of the demon race powerhouses below, there were already quite a number of people that actually knelt down. It was just that Yi Yuan was so close to him, but was completely fine. Swizz. H. Plus in the crowd, a white figure suddenly shot up to the sky. But she had not gone very far when her figure actually fell back involuntarily, as if getting backtracked. "Uncle Ji, what are you doing?" Long Xiaochun said to the dragon race elder beside her with an indignant look. The old man was expressionless as he said coolly, "This is an unimportant matter that you shouldn't poke your nose into." Long Xiaochun raised her dainty fists and said angrily, "How can it be an unimportant matter? Yi Yuan killed Qi Zhen. It's equivalent to taking revenge for Big Brother Xiaohai. He's our dragon clan's friend." Long Xiaohai also urged by the side, "Uncle Ji, take action and help Brother Yi." Long Qi was not the slightest bit moved and said coolly, "Coming out this time, this old man's duty is to protect your safety. Although I don't fear that Shaoyin, I'm also not willing to get involved with this trouble. The strength of a heavenly emperor powerhouse, you all are aware too. If you still dare to make trouble, I'll tell your mother everything that happened along the way." This last sentence indeed had Civ killing power. The Long Xiaochun, who feared neither heaven nor earth, seemed to have heard a desolate behemoth's name. Her expression actually showed her being frightened until it turned pale. It was just that the meaning in his words was that he actually did not fear heavenly emperors. This Long Ji was actually a dragon race heavenly emperor who concealed his strength. Uncle Ji, you're unvirtuous. Long Xiaochun puffed her cheeks up and said with an unhappy look. Long Ji still said coolly, Long Xiaochun. Just the trouble that you caused along the way, if not for Uncle Ji being around. You could have poked a hole in the sky. Have you forgotten who is wiping your talks behind you? You say that Uncle Ji is unvirtuous, but Uncle Ji won't shoulder this blame. Hearing the word talk, even Long Xiaochun's pretty face also turned slightly red as she said huffily, humph, buries, plus ignoring you. Done talking, Long Xiaochun turned around, but a pair of intelligent eyes were swiveling around. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses see through everything. How could the commotion here escape Xiaoyun's eyes? That scene of Long Ji taking action just now landed in his eyes fully, and he could not help being startled in his heart. Dragon race, heavenly emperor. This bunch of guys would not come out to cause trouble, right? Xiaoyun originally came in a threatening manner, but if this matter had the dragon clan's involvement, it would not be good. Got to cut the Gordian knot. Xiaoyun's mind spun, lightning fast, already making a decision. His gaze looked towards an area in the void, and he said in a solemn voice, Gongyang Lai, Yi Yuan killed my clan's Qizhen. This emperor is bringing him away now. You have no objections, right? The demon race powerhouses were all extremely shocked. Although Heavenly Emperor Xiaonan was overbearing, the meaning in his words was actually discussing with someone. Who could be worthy of a Heavenly Emperor's deliberation? That was surely a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Was there still another Heavenly Emperor powerhouse here? Gongyang Lai's figure slowly came out, and he looked at Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyan and said coolly, Lord Second Sage is willing to sacrifice himself to help all the demons in the entire city. This emperor naturally have no objections. It's another Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. It's our demon race's Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Gongyang Lai's existence, only a small number of Empyrean powerhouses knew. The demons in the city were completely unaware. Toward Yi Yuan's action, Gongyang Lai was also very surprised. He even thought that Yi Yuan would definitely threaten to die. Who knew that he was actually so shameless, directly surrendering without resistance? As for whether Yi Yuan could run or not, he never considered it at all. A mere true G. Oh, D-Realm wanted to escape from a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's hands? That was not possible. Yi Yuan could kill Qizhen that day. It was entirely because he was too careless, and also because Yi Yuan's method was too unexpected. Who could have thought that a true D-Realm could actually control the Daomark? Thinking up to here, a hint of regret arose in Gongyang Lai's heart. If he was a little more decisive back then and directly restrained Yi Yuan, there would not be so much trouble. It was just that there was no regret medicine that could be eaten in this world. Xiaoyun nodded slightly and looked over towards Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan, this emperor is asking you, do you know your crime? Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, crime? Ha ha ha, I'm guilty. Of course I'm guilty. Xiaoyun's brows furrowed slightly. A powerful pressure suddenly enveloped Yi Yuan. This was not realm coercion. Xiaoyun was genuinely enraged. How horrifying was the world power of a heavenly emperor. Since you know your crime, why haven't you knelt? Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun glared fiercely. A cold cry reverberated throughout the entire city akin to a clap of thunder. Everyone's faces became fearful, looking at Yi Yuan rather sympathetically. A shame, Second Sage was overly conceited and insolent on account of his ability. Today, all of his dignity is going to be trampled underfoot by the Qilin clan. Heavenly Emperor Second Sage is avenging Qizhen here, gaining back face for the Qilin clan. That day, second sage killed Qi Zhen really rough res. Plussingly. But coming out, debts have to be repaid. Humph. This incident was caused by him. So now he naturally has to bear the consequences himself. How powerful is the Qilin clan? How can they allow humiliation? Quite a few people harbored the emotions of gloating over others' misfortune to watch the show, with their words full of mockery and cynicism. However, a breath pass said Yi Yuan was there like he was completely fine, as if he did not hear it. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Yi Yuan still stood there and did not have the slightest intention of kneeling. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun's pupils constricted, his eyes full of puzzlement. Yi Yuan looked at him with a faint smile just like that, as if he was air. The entire city was dead silent. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan in shock, their gazes full of incredulity. Yi Yuan could actually be perfectly safe and sound under a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's coercion? This emperor is asking you to kneel. Didn't you hear me? Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun shouted angrily again. An even more powerful aura surged to the sky and directly crushed over towards Yi Yuan. Clearly, Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun was already enraged. A powerful Heavenly Emperor powerhouse actually could not do anything to a true D realm. This was too disgraceful. So this time he pulled no punches. Poo work. Poo work. Poo work. This time, even those Empyreans could not withstand his pressure, all spewing fresh blood wildly. The might of a Heavenly Emperor was too strong, but Yi Yuan still stood there calmly without any reaction at all. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun's expression changed wildly. He looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment, his gaze full of disbelief. This is not possible. Why can a mere true D realm stand up against this emperor's move? Ha ha ha! Your Qilin clan is really awe-inspiring. Xiaoyun, I'm indeed guilty, but I'm an innocent man who got into trouble because of his wealth. Bang! Yi Yuan turned his palm over, the Qilin emperor bone already in his hand. A powerful pressure of bloodline power enveloped the entire heaven and earth until it made people feel suffocated. Chapter 2117. Ruthless Face Slapping. Chapter 2117. Ruthless Face Slapping. Yi Yuan held the emperor bone in his hand and slowly walked out, his aura growing stronger and stronger. The expressions of the Qilin clan's powerhouses changed drastically. They looked at Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun with incredible shock, their eyes full of disbelief. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun actually trembled incessantly under this bloodline pressure. Furthermore, the closer Yi Yuan got, the fierce Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun's trembling. What Qilin clan's face? What avenging Qi Zhen? It's all bulls. Hi+T. Your true objective of coming here is this, right? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile as he walked. Seeing this scene, all of the demon race powerhouses felt shocked to the core, especially those Empyrean powerhouses, their IBs almost popped out. The more one reached their realm, the more they knew the terror of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. However, a mere emperor bone could actually completely suppress a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. This was too terrifying. The Qilin clan is really making a mighty show of power. You all sensed this treasure and then thought that this treasure is yours? Calling for me to hand it over time and again. You even want me to kowtow and beg for mercy? Being taught a lesson by me, the young one failed, so the old man came. The old one failed, and an even older one came, made a bet with me, but reneged on it one-sidedly, and even wanted me to offer up the emperor bone, and to make apologies to the Qilin clan. Yi Yuan walked step by step, saying a sentence with each step. While talking, it carried the effect of the voice of the Dragon G. the power immense. The voice of the Dragon G. contained the effect of a divine soul attack. Each of his words was affecting the judgment of the demons in the city. Your Qilin clan is really tyrannical. However, it's too bad. You're overbearing. I'll be even more domineering than you all. Kneel down. Yi Yuan's voice was akin to thunder. It was as if it fell down from above the 9 heavens. At the same time, the Qilin Emperor Bone's bloodline pressure also reached the peak at this time. The moment this voice landed, Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun actually could not withstand the pressure and directly knelt down in front of Yi Yuan in the air with a thud. Behind him, Qi Chen and the rest of the Qilin clan's Emperorian powerhouses all could not withstand this pressure and knelt down too. The entire Qilin clan was kneeling in front of a young man. This young man seemed like a heavenly emperor kneeling. It was as if the void started trembling. All the demon race powerhouses in the city were deathly silent. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun came in a threatening manner and was actually coerced into kneeling by Yi Yuan with a few sentences. That was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse was actually pressured into kneeling by a true realm martial artist. Even if Yi Yuan borrowed the power of the Emperor Bone, being able to obtain the Emperor Bone's recognition, this was an inconceivable thing to begin with. Whoever obtained the treasure, that treasure would naturally be a part of their strength. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were D-like existences in everyone's cognition. Below Heavenly Emperor, even Empyrean powerhouses were like ants too. If it was not something major, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses would not be walking around in the secular world at all. They overlooked the world in Heavenly Emperor Bodemanda's. But now, an existence that they viewed as D actually knelt down. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun's gaze stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, almost spewing fire. A stifled breath was stuck in his chest, virtually making his entire body about to explode. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not stand up from under this bloodline pressure at all. This was trembling that originated from the soul. In front of the Emperor Bone, he could not give birth to even the courage to resist. At this very moment, Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun was like a wooden puppet that was strung up. Although he was unbelievably awake, his body and soul did not listen to orders and were being suppressed by a mysterious power, making him only able to submit. Beyond the rage, Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun had more shock. He was the Qilin clan's Heavenly Emperor to begin with and naturally would not be unfamiliar with Qilin Emperor bones. Even the bones in his body could similarly be called Emperor Bone too. However, when he was facing this Emperor Bone, it was like a child facing a giant. At this time, inside the city, the Dragon Clan's powerhouses were also incomparably shocked. What they were shocked at was not the Qilin Emperor Bone, but that Yi Yuan actually used the voice of the Dragon It's actually the voice of the Dragon Could it be that this boy even fused a true dragon bloodline? But even if he fused a true dragon bloodline, it's also impossible to use a secret art like the voice of the Dragon Long Ji looked at the Yi Yuan in the sky and said with a doubtful look, the voice of the Dragon was an extremely complicated dragon race secret technique. Disregarding that it was powerful, it was also famous for being difficult to train. It was inconceivable to them that Yi Yuan could utilize the voice of the Dragon to such an extent. As a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, Long Ji could naturally determine the strength of the voice of the Dragon If this roar of Yi Yuan's was aimed at ordinary martial artists, it could absolutely one-shot same rank powerhouses. Even when facing a martial artist who was a minor realm higher, he would also be able to contend with them. This kind of strength was absolutely not what fusing true dragon bloodline could explain. Long Xiaochun also opened her mouth wide and said in surprise, "Goodness gracious! Yi Yuan is too incredible. That's a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. But he actually directly made him kneel. Looks like he really don't need this young lady to take the stage anymore. But it feels really great. The Qilin clan, that bunch of old things, this young lady is very displeased at the sight of them. See if they still dare to make a show of force." Long Zhi gave Long Xiaoqun a glance and could not help rolling his eyes. Yi Yuan, you dare to humiliate this emperor. This emperor will definitely make you regret coming to this world. Heavenly Emperor Shaoyan roared at Yi Yuan. He came in a threatening manner and roared at Yi Yuan earlier, attempting to make Yi Yuan kneel down and ruthlessly slap Yi Yuan's face. In the end, Yi Yuan was completely fine. But now Yi Yuan's voice shook the entire world, pressuring him, a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, and the entire Qilin clan to kneel instead. This face was really slapped, resoundingly. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The Qilin clan coming out of hiding this time. Not only did they not exhibit their race's power, they instead had their faces repeatedly slapped by the same person. This kind of thing, it was depressing just mentioning it. Heavenly Emperor Shaoyan felt ashamed and enraged, and could only use his roars to vent the repression in his heart. Ha ha ha! Your Qilin clan is really jackals from the same lair. Even the lines are the same. Your words are identical as when Qi Jin knelt down back then. However, this is what you all asked for yourselves. I, Yi Yuan, am not domineering like you guys. But if someone is being domineering on top of my head, then I'll be even more overbearing than you. Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. Ever since coming to the West Spirit region, the Qilin clan had been arrogant and bossy in front of him time and again. In the end, wasn't it still bullying him on the basis that his strength was weak and his realm was low? But the Qilin clan never dreamed that Yi Yuan had the Emperor Bone, this trump card, in his hands. When facing the Qilin clan, he was virtually set in an undefeatable position. Now, even a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse knelt down. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. The development of the matter already completely exceeded all of their expectations. Humph! How can my Qilin clan's dignity allow you to provoke like this? Conceited child, hand over the Emperor Bone and prepare to die. Right at this time, a cold snort transmitted out of the void, carrying a majesty that did not tolerate profaning. Chapter 2118. Unexpected Reinforcement. Chapter 2118. Unexpected reinforcement. A young man dressed in white robes walked out of the void and slowly walked over toward Yi Yuan. He was actually not the least bit affected by the Emperor Bone. Qi Zishu. In the crowd, when Long Zhi saw this youth in white, his expression could not help changing. Long Xiaoqun looked towards Long Zhi with a curious face. She sensed dread from Long Zhi. Clearly, this Qi Zishu was not ordinary. Even a fool could also tell that this Qilin clan's Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, who could actually resist the Emperor Bone's bloodline pressure, was naturally not an ordinary person. Qi Shaoyan was still kneeling there right now. Yi Yuan is in trouble now. Heavenly Emperor Zishu is actually not afraid of the Emperor Bone's pressure. Long Xiaohai said with a worried look. But Long Zhi shook his head and said, Who said that he doesn't fear the Emperor Bone's pressure? If he isn't afraid, he would have long smacked Yi Yuan to death with one slap. Long Xiaohai opened his mouth wide, his face astonished. This Emperor Bone's power truly exceeded imagination. It's actually another Heavenly Emperor. Looks like this time the Qilin clan is being serious. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Second Sage really said it correctly. A mere Qi Jin is nothing in front of this Emperor Bone. When the Qilin clan saw this Emperor Bone, how can they still resist? The demons in the city were all extremely frightened. The current situation already completely went out of control. Even Gongyan Lai also looked at Heavenly Emperor Zishu stupidly with a look of astonishment. He did not think that the Qilin clan actually even sent out Heavenly Emperor Zishu. Similarly, a Heavenly Emperor, Qi Shaoyan, was trash in front of Qi Zishu. At this time, Yi Yuan had a solemn look on his face. The matter already exceeded his control. The Qilin clan's reaction was far stronger than he imagined. He also detected that this Qi Zishu's strength far surpassed, said Qi Shaoyan. His bloodline power was also unimaginably powerful. Even the Emperor Bone also found it hard to control. After all, no matter how strong the Emperor Bone was, it was just a bone too. It was impossible to be infinitely powerful, suppressing all of the Qilin clan. When the Qilin clan's members became powerful to a certain degree, they would naturally be able to shake off the bloodline pressure. However, Yi Yuan could feel that this Qi Zishu did not find it easy. He was just pretending to be calm. Actually, the pressure on his body was not the slightest bit least. When Heavenly Emperor Shaoyan saw Heavenly Emperor Zishu, his face revealed a look of wild elation. Lord Zishu, you came in the nick of time. This brat actually dared to humiliate our Qilin clan. You have to kill him. Qi Shaoyan glared at Yi Yuan and said with a look of grief and indignation. Since making his first appearance in the world, no idea how many tens of thousands of years had passed. A humiliation like today, he had never experienced it before. There were countless demon race powerhouses below, but he was pressured by people until he was made to kneel under the watchful gazes of the people. Heavenly Emperor Zishu nodded slightly, indicating that he got it. His expression was calm, but actually all of his body and mind were used to resist the Emperor Bone's pressure. If not for seeing personally with his own eyes, it would also be very hard for him to believe that an Emperor Bone could actually have such horrifying bloodline pressure. Under everyone's stares, Heavenly Emperor Zishu slowly walked in front of the Emperor Bone. It was only to see him slowly reach a palm out. Blue fine threads crept out, climbing over toward the Emperor Bone like vines. Very soon, the Emperor Bone was wrapped up by countless dark marks. Heavenly Emperor Shaoyun and the rest of the Qilin clan's powerhouses only felt the pressure on their bodies lighten, and they could actually stand up. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, attempting to urge the Emperor Bone to break free of the constraints of the Dao marks. But that power was too strong. With his strength, he was unable to affect it at all. Heavenly Emperor Zishu looked at Yi Yuan as if he was looking at an ant and said coolly, "You don't need to waste your strength anymore. This Emperor Bone is owned by my Qilin clan in the first place. Now it can return to the rightful owner." Ha ha ha, return to the rightful owner? Your Qilin clan is really as shameless as before. As the saying goes, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. No wonder Qi Yin and Qi Jin, those two people, were so shameless, Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. This Qilin clan's overbearing and shamelessness, Yi Yuan truly experienced it. From top to bottom, the style was really unexpectedly the same. Heavenly Emperor Zishu was totally indifferent and said coolly, "Are you very angry right now? But your fury can't resolve any problem. What you should be indignant about is your weakness. My Qilin clan has stood proudly for endless ages. So how formidable is our strength? How can we allow you, a mere true Ji, D-realm, to act wildly? Amen?" A cold snort. Yi Yuan seemed to have received an attack that weighed a heavy 30,000 caddies, causing his figure flying out backward, with fresh blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Yi Yuan barely managed to stabilize his figure, but the moment he raised his head, Heavenly Emperor Zishu already arrived in front of him. "Kneel down!" Heavenly Emperor Zishu gave a low cry. Yi Yuan felt as if the sky had fallen down. Limitless power was forcefully cruise. Plussing on his shoulders. Yi Yuan's sweat instantly broke out, his bone emitting creaking sounds. The muscles in his body already seeped out blackish-red bloodstains because of the powerful pressure. The situation was looking very grim, but he stood up stubbornly. On Yi Yuan's body, two powerful bloodline powers surged to the sky. At the same time, the Chaos Heavenspan cannon revolved wildly, attempting to resist this pressure. In addition, Yi Yuan unleashed spatial law continuously, guiding this power out. Not reaching a last resort, Yi Yuan did not wish to utilize the divine vestige SPAC. Making me kneel? Not unless I die. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said. When Heavenly Emperor Zishu saw Yi Yuan unleash all of his means and actually barely managed to resist his pressure. This made him incredibly shocked. He looked at Yi Yuan and nodded slightly as he said, "Spatial law. True dragon bloodline, Qilin bloodline. Your means are really quite a few. I have to admit that you're very outstanding. It's a shame that in front of this emperor, all these are merely in vain. Kneel down for this emperor." Bang! An even more horrifying power enveloped down like it blotted out the skies and covered the earth. Yi Yuan's vision went dark, and he actually almost really knelt down. He knew that if he still did not deploy the divine vestige S.P.A.C., he would definitely suffer humiliation today. Just as his divine vestige S.P.A.C. was about to activate, a pure white figure suddenly appeared beside Yi Yuan, Brandis. H.I. plussing his fist and directly SMAs. H.I. plussing over. Bang! Crack, crack, crack. Fine cracks actually appeared in the S.P.A.C. around Yi Yuan. In the end, it collapsed with a loud bang. The pressure on Yi Yuan's body suddenly eased up, and he actually regained freedom of movement. The heavy pressure that Heavenly Emperor Zishu applied on him was actually smashed to dust by this punch. He looked at that figure beside him with a surprised face, shocked, speechless. "Ha ha, this young lady said it before. I'm very amazing." Long Xiaochun brandished her fist at Yi Yuan and gave a beaming smile. Long Ji was frightened until he nearly sat on the ground with a plot. He was speechless as he said, "Really am, and it. When did this little S run over?" Long Xiaochun was clever and mischievous. He was negligent for a moment, and she slipped away. But at this time he could not look on with folded arms anymore as well. He could only take a step out and arrive above the void. Heavenly Emperor Zishu looked at Long Xiaochun coldly and said in a solemn voice, "Dragon race, little girlie, do you think that this emperor doesn't dare to kill you? If you dare to kill her, my dragon clan will completely break out into war with your Qilin clan." Long Ji said coolly as he slowly walked over. Chapter 2119. Mysterious Long Xiaochun. Chapter 2119. Mysterious Long Xiaochun. Remember, if those Qilin clan's old fellows come to find trouble with you, you just report my name, Long Xiaochun. This sentence echoed in Yi Yuan's mind. Originally, Yi Yuan just took it as a joke. But looking at it now, it was not the case. This girl's ident. 1. Tai was very extraordinary. Furthermore, what was the deal with that horrifying, strange power just now? Yi Yuan also did not expect that this little girl was actually already a rank 7 powerhouse at a young age. But even if it was a rank 7 powerhouse, the power of that punch earlier was also too terrifying. Heavenly Emperor Zishu looked at Long Ji, his expression slightly dark as he said, "Is your dragon clan going to intervene in this matter? Since this emperor appeared here, you should know my clan's attitude. Is it worth it for a mere human true D realm?" Heavenly emperors did not easily wade into the mortal world, let alone in existence like Heavenly Emperor Zishu. Since Heavenly Emperor Zishu came, that represented that the Qilin clan already regarded this matter very importantly. If the dragon clan intervened in this matter, it would surely aggravate the Qilin clan's upper echelon. This was something to be very afraid of to the two clans. Long Ji was just about to speak, but he noticed Long Xiaochun put her hands by the side of her waist, and then she said, "Humph! Don't talk about whatever dragon clan, Qilin clan. Today's matter, this young lady is Tingin for sure. Yi Yuan is my good friend. So if you dare to touch him, this young lady will show you." Long Ji cried bitterness in his heart. He wished to block this little girl's mouth. This one in front of him was the Qilin clan's Heavenly Emperor Zishu, a third firmament Heavenly Emperor, horrifying existence. This kind of powerhouse was a peerless powerhouse that could rule over a region. With him coming, what it represented was the Qilin clan's face and attitude. Hence, that was why he would forcefully suppress Yi Yuan. attempting to gain back face for the Qilin clan. It was just a shame that just as he was about to succeed, Long Xiaochun suddenly popped out, making him fall short of success. Hoo-hoo, very good. Looks like your dragon clan thinks that my Qilin clan is easy to bully. Since that's the case, don't blame this emperor for going on a killing spree. Heavenly Emperor Zishu laughed from extreme fury when he heard that. At the same time, the Heavenly Emperor's pressure on his body instantly covered the entire world akin to the thunderclouds in the sky. The moment his world power released, heaven and earth changed colors. The world power of a third firmament Heavenly Emperor was too strong. Even Long Zhi's expression also became incomparably ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, Lord Zishu, my dragon clan has no intention of intervening in this matter. Long Zhi will bring Xiaochun away right now. At the same time, Long Xiaochun also put away the teasing look on her face and said seriously, Uncle Zhi, I'm not going. Yi Yuan is my Long Xiaochun's friend. I, Long Xiaochun, won't abandon my friend. If you dare to forcefully bring me away, I'll cry for you to see. Although the current sight was incomparably serious, the numerous demon race powerhouses in the city were still tickled by Long Xiaochun. Yi Yuan also found it funny. This S way of blackmailing people was also too unique, right? Looks like it was really a little princess. But Long Zhi's face revealed an incomparably serious expression. Don't. My great-grandaunt, you mustn't cry. Sigh, I really can't do anything about you. Long Zhi sighed slightly and turned to Heavenly Emperor Zishu and said, Lord Zishu, this matter. Your esteemed clan, please lift your hand high in mercy and let this little brother off. As for Xiaochun, you can't afford to provoke her. Better withdraw. Otherwise, you'd be the chief culprit of launching a divine war. The moment divine war, 2 words came out, everyone's faces changed drastically. These 2 words represented destruction. Divine war, that's the tangled warfare of late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. With these 2 clans' strength, there might even be transcendent Heavenly Emperors taking part. At that time, the entire pseudo-world will probably be collapsed, right? Divine war. Who on earth is this little La SS? The Dragon Clan actually won't scruple to launch a divine war for her? Maybe it is just to scare people, right? That Dragon Clan's Heavenly Emperor wants to use these 2 words to scare away Heavenly Emperor Zishu? The power of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses was too terrifying, especially late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. With every movement and action, they had the power to destroy heaven and obliterate the earth. Back then, when Yi Yuan used the heaven-shocking lightning, the strike of a Heavenly Emperor directly leveled a radius of 10,000 miles to the ground. Jiu Luo Ji, that was several tens of thousands of miles away, also suffered a powerful secondary impact. That kind of power was really too frightening. Once a divine war was launched, it would surely be fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open and the people plunged into misery and suffering. It was also precisely so that Heavenly Emperor powerhouses would maintain relative restraint and not easily enter the mundane world, and only move around in the Heavenly Emperor Bottomanda that they opened up. Now, Long Zhi actually said that the Dragon Clan was going to launch a divine war for this little girl. By the side, Yi Yuan observed with cool detachment, but monstrous waves already set off in his heart. He felt that Long Xiaochun's threat was only joking around just now, but looking at it now, it was not ordinary. Long Xiaochun definitely had an extremely important position in the Dragon Clan. He did not expect that this artless and childlike little girl was actually so unfathomable. Even Heavenly Emperor Zishu was also stunned by Long Zhi's words. Qi Zhan's status in the Qilin clan was indeed extremely high, but it also did not reach the extent of launching a divine war. The Qilin clan sending him this time, more importantly, it was still for the sake of obtaining the Emperor Bone. But this Una, summing little La S actually had such an important status? Kill or not to kill? Heavenly Emperor Zishu actually fell into hesitation. After all, the significance of divine war, these two words, was exceptional. Once the Dragon Clan and Qilin Clan started a divine war, it would probably engulf the entire demon divine region. With the two clans' strength, the casualties would definitely be very tragic. Arriving in the mortal world, he was a supreme, heavenly emperor, Hegemin. But in front of the two clans' top major powers, he was still inadequate to look at. He could not shoulder divine war, two words. Heavenly Emperor Zishu was not worried that Long Ji was lying. No Heavenly Emperor powerhouse dared to use divine war, this kind of word, to threaten the other party. Furthermore, looking at the clues and inklings, Long Xiaochun, this little girl, seemed to really be exceptional. Forget it. Looking on the account of the Dragon Clan, I'll spare your dog life. But you have to be more careful. Maybe someday, my Qilin clan will come and take your life. You don't be so lucky every time. Heavenly Emperor Zishu finally heaved a sigh and looked at Yi Yuan as he said coolly. Everyone looked at the sky in disbelief. Heavenly Emperor Zishu actually gave up just like that. With Heavenly Emperor Zishu leaving, it would also be equivalent to Yi Yuan slapping their faces for nothing. The Qilin clan was considered to have swallowed the insult and humiliation silently. With the Qilin clan's pride, they were actually able to stomach this insult. It seemed like the deterrence of divine war, two words, was really huge. Long Ji also let out a slight sigh in relief, but shot Long Xiaochun a fierce glare. The latter rolled her eyes and turned her head around, completely ignoring him. When Long Ji saw the situation, he could not help feeling stifled. Heavenly Emperor Zishu turned around and arrived beside the Emperor Bone. But right at this time, there was a ripple in the void. A figure stepped out of the void first and grabbed the Emperor Bone. Dao Mark. You can actually control Dao Mark. Heavenly Emperor Zishu's eyes turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Humph! This emperor already spared your life. But you actually still want to take away the Emperor Bone?" Chapter 2120. You knew that I was around? Chapter 2120. You knew that I was around? Apart from Gong Yanglai, who did not feel surprised, the pupils of the other Heavenly Emperor powerhouses shrunk. They were clearly stunned by this scene just now. A true G, D-realm powerhouse grasping Dao Mark. This kind of thing was unheard of. Yi Yuan actually used Dao Mark to break Heavenly Emperor Zishu's restraints. This was simply inconceivable. But very soon, each and every one of them shook their heads and sighed. This Yi Yuan was really courting death. Even if he grasped Dao Mark, the two people's strengths were not on the same level at all. Yi Yuan's eyes were icy cold as he said, "Mine means it's mine. Want to bring away the Emperor Bone? Not unless you step on my corpse." Yi Yuan could be said to have experienced 1,000 hards. HI plus PS to obtain the Emperor Bone. Obtaining the Emperor Bone, Yi Yuan was equivalent to the Emperor Bone's master. He absolutely did not allow others to take the Emperor Bone away. Even if the Emperor Bone was taken away by the Qilin clan, it would also be impossible for them to obtain the Emperor Bone's recognition. Hoo-hoo, you think that with the Dragon Clan protecting you, this Emperor really doesn't dare to kill you? Heavenly Emperor Zishu's fury that had just calmed down rose up once more. This kid was simply ignorant. He turned to Long Ji and said in a solemn voice, "Long Ji, this emperor has already given your Dragon Clan face. If you guys dare to stop again, don't blame this emperor for being ruthless." Long Xiaochun was just about to speak when she heard that. But how could Long Ji give her the chance? He directly made a move and imprisoned her. "Let me go." "Uncle Ji," still not letting go, "I'm going to cry." Long Xiaochun screamed. Long Ji casually pointed a finger. Long Xiaochun's eyes rolled back and actually fainted. Long Ji carried the unconscious Long Xiaochun and said coolly, "Lord Zishu, rest assured, Long Ji won't stop you again." Similarly, a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Long Ji was very clear that the dignity of a Heavenly Emperor could not be violated. Today, for Long Xiaochun's sake, Heavenly Emperor Zishu already put down his dignity and did not stoop to her level. But if they reached for a yard after taking an inch, no one could bear the fury of a heavenly emperor. The term divine war could indeed threaten Heavenly Emperor Zishu, but it was also impossible to make a heavenly emperor give in limitlessly. For the sake of not letting Long Xiaochun mess around, Long Ji could only knock her out. Indeed, launching a divine war for a true Ji, D-realm was not worth it. Even though Long Ji was very curious about Yi Yuan, this curiosity was not enough to let him protect Yi Yuan to death. Heavenly Emperor Zishu nodded slightly, turned to Yi Yuan, and said with a cold smile, "Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. H-E-L. L has no gate, yet you want to barge inside. Now, body can save you from up in the heavens to down below the earth. Who said that body can save him?" Just as Heavenly Emperor Zishu's aura surged to the sky, a man in a blue garment slowly walked out of the void with his hands behind his back, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. The arrival was a middle-aged man with a long flowing beard, his complexion rosy akin to Marquis Guan Yuan. The middle-aged man with a flowing beard looked very ordinary, just like a mortal. But Heavenly Emperor Zishu's facial expression was an unprecedented solemnness. Seeing this middle-aged man in blue, Heavenly Emperor Zishu was akin to facing a great enemy as he said in a deep voice, "Who is your esteemed self? Could it be that you also want to be into my Qilin clan's affairs?" With his strength, he actually could not see through the blue-clothed man's depths. Yi Yuan looked at the back view of the man in blue and said coldly, "You finally came out." The man in blue ignored Heavenly Emperor Zishu, but he turned his head and said with surprise, "You knew that I was around." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I didn't know, but I could feel that there was someone watching here." The man in blue was slightly taken aback and said with a nod, "No wonder Master conferred you Second Sage. The T of Second Sage is fully deserving." The moment these words came out, everyone broke out into a commotion. The pupils of the few great heavenly emperors also shrunk, their gazes revealing astonishment. Who was the person who conferred Yi Yuan as Second Sage? Sacred Ancestor, High Priest. This man in blue actually called Sacred Ancestor, High Priest as his master. Then his status was already almost certain. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's 11 disciples. Each one was an earth-shaking, great figure. Even the weakest High Priest Red Plume was a late-stage, heavenly emperor, peerless powerhouse. This one in front of them was clearly not High Priest Red Plume. Otherwise, Gongyang Lai would not have no reaction at all. Then who was this person? Even Yi Yuan's icy cold eyes also shrunk slightly. He had long felt that someone was watching here. Furthermore, this aura, he had a very familiar feeling. Hence, that was why he risked his life and also had to H the Emperor Bone back. Giving the Emperor Bone to others with both hands was not his Yi Yuan style. It was just that he also did not expect that Sacred Ancestor High Priest actually sent his own disciple over personally. The entire incident was started by Qi Zhen. With the unexpected turn of events until now, several heavenly emperor powerhouses showed themselves. In the end, it actually startled Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Gongyang Lai had also never seen before the man in blue, but his status was high above, so Gongyang Lai had clearly heard about him before. From the clues and inklings, he determined the ident. 1. Tai of the man in blue and hurriedly bowed in salute and said, "Could your excellency be High Priest Star Drive?" The man in blue looked towards him and said, "Coolly, that's right. It's precisely this venerable. It's actually High Priest Star Drive. That's Sacred Ancestor High Priest's 7th disciple. His status is even above High Priest Red Plume's. I didn't expect it. Really didn't expect it. I can actually see High Priest Star Drive's true self one day. Looks like we all underestimated Sacred Ancestor High Priest's resolve." All the demon race powerhouses in the city had devout looks, looking at the High Priest star drive above the void. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was a paramount existence. His disciples similarly enjoyed the wars. H.I. plus P of the demon race powerhouses. Their lineage created countless powerhouses for the demon race and also let the demon race be able to stand tall in the heaven-span world. This man in blue was precisely GMO, who was always by Sacred Ancestor High Priest side. He was known as High Priest Star Drive. It was just that the name GMO, extremely few people knew of it. Gongyang Lai had a look of astonishment, and he slowly knelt down and said, "Old servant Gongyang Lai, offer greetings to High Priest Star Drive." GMO gave a cold snort and directly pointed a finger out. Bang! Gongyang Lai's figure flew out backward, spurting out a mouthful of blood with a cough. But he hurriedly crawled up and knelt back down. GMO said coolly, "Crippled 10,000 years of your cultivation and imprisonment for 5,000 years of confinement. Go." Gongyang Lai's complexion was deathly pale as he prostrated deeply and said, "Thank Lord Stardrive's kindness of not killing." He smiled ruefully to no end in his heart. He thought that second sage was merely conveniently set by Sacred Ancestor, High Priest. What did a mere true D-realm count for? But he severely underestimated Yi Yuan's status in Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's heart. High Priest Star Drive arriving here was absolutely not representing himself, but he was actually representing Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, sending High Priest Star Drive over. The significance was extraordinary. That was virtually equivalent to Sacred Ancestor, High Priest arriving in person. Everyone opened their eyes wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Similarly, a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Gongyang Lai was simply like an ant in front of High Priest Star Drive. Crippled your cultivation and confined you. You still had to thank the Lord for his kindness. But everyone understood in their hearts that High Priest Star Drive was enraged because Gongyang Lai offended Yi Yuan. The Qilin clan bore down upon the borders with a great army. But not only Gongyang Lai did not protect Second Sage, he also actually even took the initiative to hand over Second Sage. He already committed a severe offense. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2121. You owe Second Sage. Chapter 2121. You owe Second Sage. Taking care of Gongyang Lai, GMO slowly turned around and looked at Heavenly Emperor Zishu as he said with a cold smile, "Ha! Your Qilin clan is really awe-inspiring." The entire incident, GMO observed with cool detachment from the sidelines. It was just that even though so many powerhouses present, only Yi Yuan alone discovered his existence. As for the Qilin clan's show of authority, he naturally took it all into his sights. The reason he did not take action was that he wanted to see Yi Yuan's limits, and also wanted to see how great Yi Yuan's potential was. Although Sacred Ancestor High Priest conferred Yi Yuan as Second Sage, actually GMO was the same as High Priest Red Plume. They were more or less having some reservations about Yi Yuan. A mere true D-realm powerhouse actually rode above 11 great disciples. This kind of thing, anyone would also feel that it was too ridiculous. But watching this show, GMO's ATTI, toward Yi Yuan already completely changed. Not only was Yi Yuan an unrivaled alchemy genius, making all alchemy geniuses pale in comparison, he was also a martial arts genius at the same time. Yi Yuan's combat power virtually made those in the same rank perspire from Imbara. Meant. What was more terrifying was that Yi Yuan actually grasped Dao Mark with true D-realm cultivation. No wonder his master viewed Yi Yuan as his opponent. Even if it was just in terms of alchemy Dao, Yi Yuan Serpa. Sing them apprentice brothers in the future was likely a sure bet too. When Heavenly Emperor Zishu learned GMO's ident. 1. Tai he also sucked in a cold breath. He never would have thought that sacred ancestor high priest actually attached such importance to this so-called second sage, to actually send his direct disciple over personally. Heavenly emperors did not step into the mortal world, but GMO, this kind of apex existence, rarely even took part in the disputes of heavenly emperors. A late-stage heaven-span world peak powerhouse was this heaven-span world's true hegemon, but High Priest Stardrive actually personally descended upon the human world for Yi Yuan. But even if it was facing High Priest Stardrive also could not weaken the Qilin clan's imposing momentum. He immediately gave a bow toward GMO and said in a deep voice, Lord Stardrive's words, Zishu doesn't understand. Even if Yi Yuan is the second sage, he killed my Qilin clan's #1 alchemy genius, making my clan suffer a great loss in strength in alchemy. He also seized my clan's emperor bone. Could it be that my Qilin clan is acting without any justifiable reason? High Priest Stardrive stared at Heavenly Emperor Zishu, staring until the latter shuddered. High Priest Stardrive said coolly, Hoo-hoo, your Qilin clan really knows how to play the blame game. Since Second Sage arrived in the West City, this emperor has been paying close attention. This matter was your Qilin clan finding trouble, first to begin with. Second Sage endured time and again, but you guys went from bad to worse. Forget about that Qi Zhan Ser. Ped the agreement. He even threatened to make Second Sage offer up the emperor bone and make apologies. Ha. The Second Sage that Master personally conferred, but you all made him apologize. Are you guys looking down on Second Sage or looking down on Master? Amen? When he said the last word, GMO glared fiercely. A powerful soul force stabbed straight for Heavenly Emperor Zishu's divine soul. Heavenly Emperor Zishu's entire body trembled and actually knelt in front of GMO uncontrollably. While at this time, GMO's figure moving aside, revealing Yi Yuan behind. Heavenly Emperor Zishu's kneeling just happened to kneel down toward Yi Yuan, a late-stage Heavenly Emperor peerless powerhouse. Furthermore, it was a high priest who was powerful in the divine soul aspect. How powerful was GMO's soul force? If he was willing, just the stare earlier could turn Zishu's soul to dust. Heavenly Emperor Zishu's face turned deathly pale, as if he fell gravely ill. He looked at GMO, his face full of alarm and fear. High Priest Stardrive was too strong. Each and every one of the demon race powerhouses in the city was extremely shocked. The Qilin clan came in a threatening manner this time. In the end, 2 Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, one was suppressed and made to kneel by Yi Yuan, while the other was personally suppressed by High Priest Stardrive and also knelt down. This face was utterly lost. Furthermore, this time, High Priest Red Plume even invited many reclusive demon race powerhouses over. The Qilin clan was considered to have completely tripped this time, but the demons in the city were all worried. High Priest Stardrive was so domineering. Was he not afraid of the Qilin clan's revenge? Lord Stardrive, this is taking advantage of your power to bully people. Are you bullying my Qilin clan for having an body? Heavenly Emperor Zishu gritted his teeth and said. GMO smiled coldly when he heard that and said, This emperor knows that your Qilin clan is very strong, being not beneath my priest temple. But it's not your turn to come and question this emperor yet. This kneel you owe Second Sage. GMO's gaze then turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, Second Sage was personally conferred by Master. His status is even above us direct disciples. You, a mere third firmament Heavenly Emperor, came to humiliate my priest temple's second sag. Isn't that slapping Master's face? It's you who is bullying my priest temple for having an body. GMO's voice was akin to a great bell, reverberated throughout the world. His rage represented the sacred ancestor, High Priest's rage. Originally, Yi Yuan's second sage was merely Itli, no one would take it to heart. But GMO descending personally, the significance of second sage was totally different. Hence, Heavenly Emperor Zishu's kneel was not unjust. Heavenly Emperor Zishu's face was ashen. Same as everyone present, the Qilin clan also underestimated the weight of Yi Yuan, this second sage. Furthermore, this underestimation was a severe underestimation. Sacred Ancestor High Priest did not treat him as a junior that could be molded, but Sacred Ancestor truly put Yi Yuan on a seat with equal footing. The height of his expectations exceeded everyone's imaginations. Heavenly Emperor Zishu gritted his teeth and said, "Even so, my Qilin clan also doesn't tolerate Lord Stardrive to humiliate us like so." GMO smiled faintly when he heard that and said, "Is that so? If you're not convinced, you can invite the Qilin clan's powerhouses over. This emperor will await respectfully at any time. My priest temple doesn't fear a divine war." When Heavenly Emperor Zishu heard that, his pupils could not help constricting. GMO said it very casually, but the weight of the sentence was too heavy. How can this be? Lord Second Sage is merely a true D realm martial artist, but why would Sacred Ancestor High Priest value him so highly? Sacred Ancestor High Priest actually has no qualms on launching a divine war for Second Sage. Looks like we still underestimated Lord Second Sage's status in Sacred Ancestor High Priest's heart. The demon race powerhouses present were all shook to the core. High Priest Stardrive's nonchalant words represented Sacred Ancestor High Priest's powerful determination. If the Qilin clan dared to touch Yi Yuan, this divine war definitely could not be avoided. Either battle or withdraw. The power to choose was handed to the Qilin clan. Heavenly Emperor Zishu sucked in a deep breath, looked toward Yi Yuan with a complicated expression, and finally let out a sigh and said, "This matter, Zishu is unable to make a decision, but Lord Stardrive's words, Zishu will definitely deliver it." Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Zishu stood up with some difficulty and planned on leaving. "Stop. Did this emperor let you guys go?" GMO said coolly. Heavenly Emperor Zishu's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Why? Does Lord Stardrive really want to kill me? Although Zishu isn't some important person, I also represent the Qilin clan's face. If I die here, this divine war will likely really can't be avoided." GMO did not seem to have heard his words. His gaze sweeping around, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Today, all the people of virtue are here. Then let's witness Second Sage's strength together." Chapter 21-22. Entering the Game. Chapter 21-22. Entering the game, GMO flipped his sleeves grandly. A small and exquisite chessboard slowly flew out. A majestic and insubstantial aura of Tao gushed out, instantly covering the entire world. It was as if this chessboard was a world. When people with extensive knowledge saw this, their faces could not help changing drastically as they cried out with surprise, "Ask not! This is Ask Not. Only Ask Not has such a mysterious and unpredictable aura." Someone asked doubtfully, "Second Sage? Hasn't Second Sage already cleared Ask Not before? Wouldn't using this to exhibit his strength be a joke?" "What the hell do you know? Sacred Ancestor High Priest has made countless rubbings of Ask Not and handed it to the various priest temples. But the rubbings of Ask Not chess game vary in concept. What's enshrined by the various priest temples are merely the lowest level version of Ask Not. It probably doesn't even have 1/10,000th of the true Ask Not's power. In this case, this Ask Not chess game is very incredible. Is there still a need to say? Would the Ask Not that High Priest Stardrive, personally, brought over be of the common sort?" Numerous demon race powerhouses were anxious and doubtful, looking at that tiny chessboard with incredible shock. GMO looked at Yi Yuan and opened his mouth and said, "Second sage, Master said that you must be very interested in Ask Not. So he ordered me to bring it over. This chessboard is the real Ask Not." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, immediately revealing strong interest. Heavenly Emperor Zishu, Heavenly Emperor Shaoyan, Long Ji, and the rest, their pupils shrunk, revealing a look of astonishment. Ask Not's great reputation. Even if they were in pseudo-worlds, they had also heard of it. This was the real Ask Not, an eternal chess game with boundless power. Hoo-hoo! The person who knows me well is still Sacred Ancestor, High Priest. Challenging Ask Not the last time, the Medicine Ancestor was too weak. I truly couldn't muster up interest. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone was speechless. Medicine Ancestor was too weak. This sort of words, only Yi Yuan would dare to say it out. But GMO was slightly shocked in his heart and could not help recalling his scene of challenging Ask Not back then. Back then, when he challenged Ask Not, that was a hairbreadth escape. He almost did not come out alive. But arriving at Yi Yuan here, he felt that the opponent was too weak. That was Medicine Ancestor. Although he did not personally see the sight of Yi Yuan clearing the hurdle, his master had told him before. Back then, Yi Yuan replaced his master. Then he had a great battle with Medicine Ancestor, finally completely routing the Medicine Ancestor. How grandiose and exciting was that battle! GMO said, Master sealed 50% of the power with a great divine ability. Inside this Ask Not, it still contains 50% of the power. However, even if it's only 50% power, this Emperor can't clear it either. Does Second Sage dare to challenge it? What? Sealed 50% of the power and High Priest Star Drive actually can't even make it through? Just what kind of existence in this Ask Not? The rubbing Ask Nots only have 1/10,000th power and already heaven-shocking might. Just 50% power, it's too terrifying. Second Sage is just a 6-star priest. Unless his head is spoiled, why would he go and challenge Ask Not? This was the real Ask Not. It was the game field of the Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest. These two peerless alchemy experts. That kind of existences could destroy heaven and earth with a wave of a hand. Although it was just a Tao debate, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses did not dare to easily set foot in it either, let alone a measly little Yi Yuan. I've already been captivated by this Ask Not for a long time. So how can I miss it? Activate it. Yi Yuan said coolly. Star Drive laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, what a heroic second sage." This emperor is also very curious just how great second sage's potential is. It was only to see him pointing at the void. A bright red light beam hit the chessboard, and the chessboard immediately erupted with rays of brilliant light. A horrifying to the extreme pressure instantly bloomed. Originally, the chessboard only gave people a profound and mysterious feeling. But only at this time did the people realize that this was the battlefield of two apex figures. Is this Sacred Ancestor High Priest here to verify strength or here to kill people? How can just horrifying power be what a mere true G, D realm can resist? Long Ji marveled with admiration. When Zishu saw this scene, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he said, "Sacred Ancestor High Priest had better don't shoot himself in the foot and mess this up. A mere true D-realm brat, if he can survive amidst the struggle of two apex transcendent heavenly emperors, this emperor will pluck his own head off and let that brat kick it as a ball. I think that it will definitely be messed up. This kind of power, even if the likes of us go in, it's also certain death. Just based on a measly little true D-realm powerhouse, can he come out alive?" Heavenly Emperor Shaoyan said with a cold smile, "Rumble." All of a sudden, heaven and earth changed colors. The color of the sky in a radius of 100,000 miles suddenly turned dark. The scene before everyone's eyes changed, as if they had entered another world. Everyone's expressions turned stiff, as if being constrained, unable to move at all. These people then felt a trace of their divine soul being extracted away, feeling a bout of weakness. Above the void, two giants looked at each other across S-P-A-C, almost like G-O-D-S. Heavenly Emperor Zishu's gaze revealed a look of astonishment, and he said in a solemn voice, "Heaven and earth as the chessboard, myriad life as the chess pieces. What a tremendous power!" Yi Yuan being situated inside, it was akin to facing the entire world. Second sage, enter the game. High Priest Stardrive looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and directly took a step out, entering this world. Yi Yuan's figure directly submerged into this world. Ji Mo's gaze flickered, and he said to himself, disregarding other things, just this resolution, no one can be compared to him. The game between two apex powerhouses. How shocking was the commotion. Once entered the game, it was 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. To a true D realm like Yi Yuan, it was practically a hopeless land, certain death. The scene before Yi Yuan's eyes changed. He discovered that he was actually decked out as a foot soldier. In front of 2 peerless powerhouses, Yi Yuan was puny like an ant. Kill! Suddenly, a thunderous voice sounded out. Everyone's divine souls seemed to be pulled by someone. The military strength of the 2 sides started engaging fiercely. Everyone was unable to refuse this order. Yi Yuan was wrapped up inside, akin to a speck of dust in a torrent, unable to control his actions at all. The army on both sides fought together fiercely, just like that. In an instant, there were countless powerhouses that were annihilated. The current Yi Yuan was just an ordinary foot soldier, just like a wooden puppet being towed to go on an expedition all around. Under the footsteps of 2 peerless powerhouses, Yi Yuan was as feeble as a speck of dust. And this scene landed fully in everyone's eyes. What did I say? How can a mere true D realm influence the game of supreme powerhouses? Once he entered the game, he's just an ant. Sacred Ancestor High Priest asks him to go eat. He won't be able to go west. This show is really fun to watch. Heavenly Emperor Zishu had a cold expression. He just swept a glance over and saw the Yi Yuan in the torrent. The others all had a wisp of divine soul submerged inside. Even if they died, it also did not matter. But Yi Yuan entered with his real body. Once he was killed by an enemy, that was true death. Heavenly Emperor Zishu had suffered such a big loss in Yi Yuan's hands. He wished for Yi Yuan to die 1,000,000 times over. This outcome was exactly what he wished for. Chapter 21-23 Sword of Will. Chapter 21-23 Sword of Will. With Yi Yuan being wrapped up inside the torrent of the army, everything was not of his free will. This was the heaven and earth general situation created by Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor, High Priest 2 people. It was even more terrifying than the power of one person. Once entering the chess game, one would be a chess piece. On the battlefield, cold steel glinted and flashed. 10,000 steeds galloped. An unparalleled will descended upon Yi Yuan's body, controlling Yi Yuan to charge forward and kill vigorously. Yi Yuan was very familiar with this willpower. It was precisely Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's will. It was just that compared to the first time he challenged, ask not, this will was D knows how many times stronger. So the moment he entered the game, he was controlled by this will. It did not allow the slightest bit of resistance at all. Humph. So what if it's the real ask not? My will is controlled by me. Break for me. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. A powerful fighting intent soared to the sky, breaching the firmament. Being situated inside the game, Yi Yuan could not see these 2 giants at all. They were seemingly 2 controllers, controlling everything in this world. Humph. An ant is an ant, only fit to be a chess piece. You also dare to vie for glory with us? Suppress. Above the firmament, a Oh, D-like voice fell down, shocking the entire battlefield. At the same time, an enormous palm fell from the sky, landing on the mortal world. This palm was dropped precisely for Yi Yuan. When the people outside the game saw this scene, they turned pale with fright one after another. Too terrifying. This is the power of heaven and earth. Yi Yuan is courting death here, challenging this kind of heaven-shocking chess game. There's only following the rules strictly. How can one resist such will? Sacred Ancestor High Priest, who is inside the chess game, doesn't recognize whatever second sage. Yi Yuan daring to resist, his will aroused his fury. Sacred Ancestor's will is akin to the will of heaven and earth. Undefiable. How can a mere true G, D realm be able to resist it? Following the palm landing, everyone thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Just this will could crush heavenly emperors to dust, let alone a puny little true G. Oh, D realm? Ha ha ha, I thought what incredible talent he is. Turns out that he is a fool. With his talent, it's also not impossible for him to reach Sacred Ancestor High Priest's boundary in the future. But right now he's an ant. A firefly also dares to contend for glory with the bright moon? Sacred Ancestor High Priest's will. Even the likes of us can't withstand it. But just based on his strength? Heavenly Emperor Zishu laughed unceasingly when he saw the situation. Yi Yuan's action was courting death in their eyes, reaching Medicine Ancestors and Sacred Ancestor High Priest's level of realm. That was only a hair's breadth away from Tao Ancestor. Their will was virtually equivalent to the will of heaven and earth. How could a mere ant's will rival heaven and earth? What was this if not seeking death? The enormous palm fell from the sky, bringing a power to crush all life. Pooh work! The giant palm had yet to land completely when Yi Yuan already spurted a mouthful of fresh blood out wildly. That horrifying pressure directly bent his waist. Those who submit prospers, those who defy dies. How can this emperor's will allow defiance? Die! Sacred Ancestor High Priest's awe-inspiring voice came from above the void. Rumble! Right at this time, another extremely horrifying pressure descended from the sky. An enormous cauldron slowly emerged from the void, suppressing Yi Yuan. Pooh! The moment the enormous cauldron appeared, Yi Yuan's entire person was akin to being struck by lightning, fresh blood spurting wildly. A giant cauldron, an enormous palm, pressed on Yi Yuan's shoulders akin to two large mountains. That horrifying willpower was seemingly like a sledgehammer, bombarding Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness nonstop, making him submit. At the outside world, there was a series of exclamations. This giant cauldron is the Medicine Ancestor's will. The Medicine Ancestor is enraged too. My G, D, two Leviathans being enraged at the same time. What kind of terrifying will is this? Mad, utterly insane. Second Sage is courting death here. This is the chess game of two giants, but he wants to intervene flagrantly, challenging the will of two Leviathans. The two are enraged at the same time now. This ask not was the true ask not. It was completely different from the one Yi Yuan challenged before. Inside that ask not, the true sovereign was the Sacred Ancestor High Priest. But in this place there were two hegemons. In fact, Medicine Ancestor strength was even above Sacred Ancestor High Priests. Yi Yuan's unyielding will had surprised not just Sacred Ancestor High Priest, but there was also the Medicine Ancestor. With two sovereigns taking action at the same time, the entire world became dim and dark. The kind of horrifying pressure felt as if the apocalypse had arrived. Even if the rest were not inside the game, they also felt tremendous pressure. At this time, Yi Yuan's hair was disheveled. His eyes, nose, and ears were actually all bleeding. The pressure that he endured, bystanders were completely unable to imagine it. When GMO saw this scene, his expression was very complicated. He had also cleared ask not before, but he did not dare to provoke the two Leviathans' will at all. Even if 50% of the power was sealed, he also did not dare to confront these two people's will pressure. Inside this chess game, even if he was the sacred ancestor's disciple, he could only be relegated to be a chess piece. Those two people were not people of the mortal world at all. Their strength was too horrifying. Only by being situated inside the chess game and watching their showdown of magical abilities could one vividly experience these two people's boundless power. Emil let out a sigh and slowly opened his mouth and said, "Second Sage, give up." Medicine Ancestor and Master are two of this world's strongest existences, their strengths being unfathomable. One day in the future, you might be able to contend with their will, but right now, you're unable to challenge their will at all. With your talent and strength, as long as you let nature take its course, you'll be able to break the deadlock. Mo's voice pa-s, said right through Ask Not and transmitted inside the chess game. Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha, there's no give up. 2 words in my Yi Yuan's dictionary. Without the heart of a powerful powerhouse, how can one surmount above the 9 heavens? Yi Yuan will never be a chess piece, competing in strength. Yi Yuan am poles apart from you guys, but comparing will. Yi Yuan absolutely won't lose to you. With my will, sever the firmament. Condense for me." Yi Yuan roared wildly, a stubborn will surging to the sky. Amidst everyone's dumbfounded gazes, an enormous sword slowly condensed and formed. That powerful aura was actually not the slightest bit weaker compared to the 2 sovereigns. A long sword condensed, slowly shooting to the sky, and actually flew over towards the giant cauldron. That's the Sword of Will. How is that possible? No way, right? Yi Yuan's will is actually able to condense such a terrifying giant sword. He's going to clash head-on with the medicine ancestor here. Once he fails, his sea of consciousness will completely collapse, and he'll die without a burial ground. A series of exclamations came from outside the game. This Sword of Will was the manifestation of all of Yi Yuan's will, fusing all of his comprehensions in Sword Dao and spatial law. The pressure among the wills was not the slightest bit weaker than the 2 heavyweights. Being able to condense such a terrifying sword of will indicated that Yi Yuan's willpower was already comparable to the medicine ancestor. This kind of transcendent big shot. How could the people present not be surprised? Mo looked at the scene. His expression was complicated as he muttered. As the saying goes, how big the heart is, how large heaven and earth is. I truly find it hard to imagine that you actually have such willpower. I finally understand why Master conferred you as Second Sage. I am inferior to you. Chapter 21-24 Heaven-Defying Rise. Chapter 21-24 Heaven-Defying Rise Crack. Crack, crack. Shattering sounds came from above the void. The giant sword that Yi Yuan condensed actually started cracking. One fine thread after another came out from the Sword of Will. The 2 transcendent heavenly emperors' will suppression was ultimately too strong. Looking at the Sword of Will that was about to collapse, Heavenly Emperor Zishu said with a cold smile, "Humph, humph. See if you still don't die. So what even if you condense a Sword of Will? Even if your will is higher than the heavens, how can it deal with 2 supreme powerhouses at the same time?" The giant cauldron and enormous palm were still falling. The Sword of Will barely managed to withstand these 2 powerful wills. It was just that looking at the appearance, it could not sustain for long. Ultimately weaker by a notch. In this heaven-span world, how many people dare to deal with these 2 powerhouses' wills at the same time? It is a shame. Second Sage is such a gifted character. A series of lamentations came from outside the game, one after another feeling sorry for Yi Yuan, this genius who was about to fall. However, amidst the bemoaning, Yi Yuan's palm faced the sky, and another heaven-shocking will burst forth. With my dragon soul, stabilize the universe. Condense for me. Yi Yuan gave an angry cry, his clothes fluttering madly in the strong wind. Immediately after, a dragon soul that was not inferior to the sword rose to the sky. Roar! The azure dragon's mouth emitted an unwilling roar. That was the angry roar of rejecting fate. That was the angry roar of not fearing the powerful. That was the angry roar of not willing to be mediocre. The enormous dragon rose to the sky and welcomed the giant palm. Bang! A giant sword versus a giant cauldron. A giant dragon versus a giant palm. Amidst everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the giant cauldron and the giant palm actually ceased their momentum of falling. Four powerful forms actually confronted each other in the air. An enormous shock made this world tremble. Fierce wind howled. Heaven and earth crumbled. The men and horses on the battlefield collapsed right away, being shocked into nothingness by these four powerful wills. This is a true dragon will. How can he have such a pure and powerful true dragon will? This willpower has probably already reached the level of ancestor. Long Ji looked at the Yi Yuan inside the game, his eye, LS almost popping out. Previously, even when Yi Yuan used dragon race bloodline and used the voice of the dragon Ji, he was not so surprised. But a true dragon will was different. The will existed in the divine soul. For Yi Yuan to be able to use true dragon will, it represented that he had a pure dragon soul, which was also to say that Yi Yuan was a true dragon race member. Furthermore, this true dragon will could actually stand up to sacred ancestor, high priest's giant palm as an equal. What kind of existence was that? Yi Yuan's true dragon bloodline was even purer and stronger than the vast majority of the dragon race. By the side, Long Xiaochun also opened her eyes wide, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Not long ago, she already woke up. She opened her mouth wide and said in disbelief, Yi Yuan's true dragon will is actually even stronger than mine. Truly inconceivable. However, it was not over yet. Yi Yuan held his palm up. Another earth-shaking will rose to the sky once more. This time, it was an enormous Qilin. Qilin Emperor Bone won. Yi Yuan did not know what level of a powerhouse of the Qilin Emperor Bone was when he was alive, but he had died for countless years and could still suppress heavenly emperor powerhouses with bloodline power. Even if it was inferior to the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest, it was likely not far off either. Since that was the case, would the residual will inside the Qilin Emperor Bone be of the common sort? Sure enough, an enormous Qilin leaped to the sky, plussing over towards the giant cauldron and giant palm. Bang! Heaven and earth trembled again. The addition of the Qilin would make the battle situation undergo a heaven-shocking grand reversal. The giant cauldron and giant palm were actually pushed back by the three great wills: Sword of Will, True Dragon Will, Qilin Will. Three powerful wills actually pushed the giant cauldron and giant palm and rose high into the sky, heading straight for the clouds. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. How is this possible? Yi Yuan defeated the wills of two mighty, transcendent, heavenly emperors with his will alone. Just what kind of freak is this guy? He's just at the true D realm. When he reaches the realm of heavenly emperor in the future, what kind of terrifying existence would he be? This scene before their eyes came too shockingly. Everyone was stunned. Prior to this, no one was able to imagine that a true D's willpower could actually contend with two great, transcendent, heavenly emperors. Those two people were this world's strongest existences, Tao ancestors not emerging. The two of them could virtually be said to be undefeatable existences. Even if Yi Yuan was heaven-defying, when it condensed his will, contending with one person was already the limit. But who could have thought that Yi Yuan actually condensed three will forms all at once, and beat the will forms of the two mighty powerhouses back to above the sky? Arg! Yi Yuan's angry roar still lingered in their ears. Carrying unyieldingness, carrying powerful desire, The speed of the three great will forms became faster and faster, flying straight for the firmament. Bang! A loud bang came over. The entire chess game world quaked fiercely. A hole was poked out in the sky. It was deathly silent outside the game. Even GMO also opened his mouth wide at this time, unable to close it for a long time. This scene was seriously too shocking. Before this, he already did his best to overestimate Yi Yuan. But how could he have thought that Yi Yuan was actually monstrous to such a degree? Sword of Will, True Dragon Will, Qilin Will, no matter which kind, they were extremely hard to come by existences. But these three kinds of willpower actually appeared on Yi Yuan at the same time. Simply unimaginable. A hint of a bitter smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he said, "Master, just what kind of a terrifying opponent did you find? Once he rises up in the future, will you really be his match?" Even though this was inside the Ask Not chess game and not a true compet. One, tie-in in strength, the potential and strength that Yi Yuan displayed made people daunted at the sight of it. This was a special battlefield. To a certain degree, Yi Yuan already defeated the teaming up of Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, two people. This kind of battle achievement was sufficient to shock the world. The more one reached his level of realm, the more one could feel the importance of martial Dao will to a martial artist. Just as Yi Yuan said, without the heart of a powerhouse, how could one arrive at the summit and look down upon the world? Heavenly Emperor Zishu started dumbfoundedly with his mouth agape as he muttered, How is this possible? How is this possible? A mere true D realm's willpower could actually defeat the Medicine Ancestors and Sacred Ancestors combined strike. Those two people are peerless powerhouses above Third Blight. Originally, he already saw the appearance of Yi Yuan being crushed to pieces by these two wills. But who knew that all of a sudden, Yi Yuan rose up heaven-defyingly, his will surmounting the heavens' cruce. Plussing the teaming up of the two mighty, peerless powerhouses to dust. Even the world that the two people formed was shattered. This kind of result already exceeded their imaginations. Too terrifying. Bang! At this time, the world inside the chess game collapsed with a loud bang. Two enormous phantoms were projected in the world. The people finally saw the Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's true faces. Although they could not be seen distinctly, they truly saw it. Originally, they were hidden in the depths of the chess game, unable to be seen at all. But now, Yi Yuan shattered the world, letting them reappear in the world. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2125. You are too old. Chapter 2125. You are too old. The void vanished into thin air. The chess game fell into a region of chaos. Two mighty sovereigns faced each other across SPAC without words. At this time, an enormous phantom suddenly cut in horizontally between the two. Looking at the appearance, it was actually Yi Yuan. The phantom slowly opened his mouth and said to the two people, "Now, can I sit and debate on Tao with you guys?" Medicine Ancestor slowly opened his mouth and said, "Possessing 3 Estonies, plussing wills is indeed seldom seen. It's just that, to sit and debate on Tao with us, you're still not qualified enough." Sacred Ancestor High Priest also said, "How can our boundary be what you can imagine?" Yi Yuan said calmly, "The people are confused by the chess game and don't know that the chess game is the world that the two of you developed. Naming it a chess game, in reality, it's the two of you refining to form a world with alchemy Tao. It's just that this world has an imbalance of yin and yang. It's clearly one stronger, one weaker. Clearly unable to form a world, and naturally unable to form a pill. Just in terms of alchemy Tao, actually the two of you have failed." The moment these words came out, the two people were shocked. The two phantoms slowly turned their heads and looked toward Yi Yuan's phantom. Those deep gazes seemingly wanted to see through Yi Yuan. Clearly, The two people both did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had such a profound understanding. And disregarding right or wrong, Yi Yuan had clearly already grasped the essence of the chess game. The chess game was a world, but in reality it was also a medicinal pill. Bystanders thought that these two people were facing off, but actually they were refining pills. One pill, one world. These two people were jointly creating a world. These two people's alchemy, Tao, already reached the acme of perfection. It was just that these words sounded like thunder in the ears of everyone in the outside world. Especially GMO, his entire body trembled, his gaze revealing an incomparably shocked expression as if being enlightened. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. There were countless priests in the city, but among these people, GMO's alchemy strength was the strongest. So Yi Yuan's words had the greatest impact on him. To them, senior and junior brothers, the Ask Not chess game was all too familiar. Ever since following sacred ancestor high priest, them senior and junior brothers had already researched the Ask Not chess game for no idea how many years. But them senior and junior brothers were unable to understand the true profound meaning of Ask Not from start to end. But presently, it was laid bare by Yi Yuan's one remark. This was not a chess game, but a world, a medicinal pill. It was just that normal people refined pills with spirit medicines. These two people refined pills with great Tao. The two integrated their own Tao into the chessboard with a great divine ability and created a world on the chessboard. It was called a showdown, but in reality it was an alchemy battle. Each piece that landed developed a portion of the world. This kind of alchemy battle was simply a marvelous work of art. After the shock, GMO used an even more shocked gaze to look at that enormous phantom, his expression indicating him being in a trance. Was this person really just a 6-star priest? This Ask Not chess game, he had studied it for no less than 10 million years, but could not compare to Yi Yuan's this one short day? Thinking up to here, GMO could not help smiling bitterly. Them senior and junior brothers, 11 people, which one wasn't a prodigious talent in alchemy Tao. In these several tens of millions of years, they had also always thought that this was the case, all the way until encountering Yi Yuan today. Clearly, Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Tao already touched the essence of Tao. A disdainful voice came from the medicine ancestors, mouth them, humph. A mere ant also dares to have preposterous views on us, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. The world knows that this game was won by this ancestor. So how can it be your turn to come and be you, Tian? Ha ha ha! Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that. Medicine ancestor's face turned dark and he said, "Impudent! What's there to laugh about?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm laughing that you're deceiving yourself as well as others." A powerful aura rippled out. Everyone felt asphyxiated. Clearly, the medicine ancestor was enraged. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter, looking towards Yi Yuan with incredible shock. This guy was too arrogant to actually dare say that medicine ancestor was deceiving himself as well as others. Wasn't this courting death? However, Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Stop making an empty show of strength. In this place, you're merely the medicine ancestors, Tao. As long as your will can't bring me down, you can't do anything to me." Medicine ancestor sneered and said, "You're wrong. My Tao can also kill you." Yi Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. With a disdainful look on his face, he said coolly, "You are already old. Others all call you medicine ancestor, but actually you're not a Tao ancestor. In these countless tens of thousands of years, you were unable to take this step. Do you know why?" Not waiting for medicine ancestor to speak, Yi Yuan continued, "Because you're afraid of losing. You indeed won this game, but also lost. Because if your heart yearned for Tao, this Ask Not chess game should be a complete world, a true pill of great Tao, and not this current appearance. The vying of alchemy Tao is vie and also fulfilling. If you have a mind as open as a valley, free from pride and prejudices, achieving a real world. That would be you winning. Just you wait. Come one day you'll be Serpa. S. Said by sacred ancestor, high priest. Of course, you'll also be Serpa. S. Said by me. You are already old. Each and every one of Yi Yuan's words was akin to one heavy punch after another, striking onto Ji Mo's soul. Other people's boundaries were too shallow and completely did not know what Yi Yuan was talking about. But he understood. Yi Yuan's words sounded wildly conceited, but actually it concealed a profound theory. Alchemy Dao was different from martial Dao. Martial Dao's compet. 1. Tie-in for hegemony did not have number 1. If it was not a win, it was a loss. But what the compet? 1. Tie-in for hegemony for alchemy Dao competed in was Dao heart. If one's Dao heart was firm, they should cherish each opportunity to refine pills and not create an incomplete world. Really spouting drivel. In this world, there's actually someone who dares to talk about Serpa. S. Sing medicine ancestor. Even sacred ancestor, high priest, couldn't do it, just based on his strength. Heavenly Emperor Zishu responded with a cold smile. In these countless years, there were countless alchemists who wanted to Serpa. S. The medicine ancestor. But no one had done it before. He thinks that he can do it because he's talented? What a joke. Heavenly Emperor Shaoyan similarly said with a cold smile. The powerhouses in the outside world were all mocking Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability. In their understanding, the medicine ancestor was already the perfection of alchemy Dao, unable to Serpa. SS at all. This was the truth, verified through countless springs and autumns. It was true that Yi Yuan's talent was high, but wanting to Serpa. The medicine ancestor was totally impossible. Ha, kid, I like thy's words. Saying any more is pointless, begin. At this time, the sacred ancestor high priest, who had been silent all along sudden, pointed at the void. The chessboard trembled once more. That cloud of chaos actually started trembling fiercely and actually divided into 2 segments. One finger, heaven and earth split. Medicine ancestor gave a cold snort and also pointed at the void. A powerful force reverberated between heaven and earth. With this finger, heaven and earth split again. The power of medicine ancestors' one finger was clearly much stronger than sacred ancestor, high priest. Heaven and earth became even more distinct from each other. Medicine ancestor, this finger of yours is too strong. Sure enough, your heart of contending for the upper hand has obstructed your advancement. Yi Yuan laughed loudly and similarly pointed a finger out. It was just that this finger pointing out did not have the 2 supreme powerhouses kind of power, like nothing happened at all. Everyone was baffled. Wasn't it sitting and debating on Tao? This was also too nonsensical, right? Sure enough, the difference between Yi Yuan's alchemy strength and these 2 sovereigns was still too big. Chapter 21-26. Stabilizing the Universe. Chapter 21-26. Stabilizing the Universe. Amen. Medicine ancestor's uncertain voice came from above the void, but sacred ancestor, high priest laughed loudly and said, Ha. Brilliant. Stupendous. Kid, you indeed have some skills. It's just that I wonder how long can you last under the 2 of our great Tao. Everyone had baffled faces. Yi Yuan's move was clearly incomparably lousy. So how was it brilliant? But Ji Mo's pupils shrunk, his eyes revealed an astonished look. Otherwise could not tell, but he could understand. Yi Yuan's finger seemed plain and ordinary, but it perfectly remedied some latent dangers left behind during the process of the 2 great sovereigns hewing open heaven and earth, going according to the original rhythm. Even if the 2 great sovereigns opened up a world anew, the result would also be exactly the same as before. This was the outcome decided in the chess game, so no one could change it. But now, with Yi Yuan smoothing things over in the middle, it was totally different. Yi Yuan's strength was insufficient to partic. 1. P. ate in the two people's development of the world to create the world. But he had his own Tao. This is the yin-yang harmony that he spoke of. How incredible! GMO could not refrain from marveling with admiration. When Long Ji and the rest heard this, they did not understand but felt that it was very impressive. To be able to make GMO let out such an emotional sigh, this finger move was absolutely remarkable. It was just that they were totally clueless about alchemy Tao. So how could they see through the profundities involved? Again, amidst the loud laughter, sacred ancestor High Priest pointed another finger out. Heaven and earth divided again. Medicine ancestor gave a cold snort and also pointed a second finger out, being incomparably sharp. Yi Yuan's gaze revealed a hint of a solemn look. But he also pointed a second finger out without the slightest hesitation. This finger was the same as before, also without any noise. The three people's showdown seemed played down, but in reality, it was incomparably perilous. Under the two great sovereigns' great Tao, if Yi Yuan made the slightest error, it would be the outcome of being smashed to pieces. No matter how talented Yi Yuan was, he was also just a true D realm powerhouse. So, how could he bear two mighty, transcendent, heavenly emperors, Tao Accu, mutations? Taking part in the two people's showdown, he was actually serving a pivotal function in front of the two great sovereigns, borrowing force to deliver force, and not him really exerting much force. But how could this sort of thing be that simple? If it were bystanders, they probably would not even be able to block a single exchange and would be directly crushed to dust by the two great sovereigns' power of great Tao. But Yi Yuan's realm was too low in the end. It was already extremely difficult to survive under the two great sovereigns' heavy pressure, let alone that he even had to repair the damaged world because of the two people's showdown in magical abilities. The second finger that medicine ancestor pointed out was incomparably swift and fierce. It contained thick Tao intent, with killing intent being extremely heavy. Medicine ancestor's move was clearly in order to exert greater pressure on Yi Yuan, trying to make him die under the two people's Tao Accu mutations. The three people were akin to playing a game, taking turns to point out one finger after another. A brand new world gradually appeared in front of everyone. GMO looked ahead, a trace of understanding flash. Plussing across in his eyes. To a powerhouse of his level, every improvement was extremely hard to come across. Not making advancements for several tens or even several hundreds of thousands of years was also normal. But these short few days of observation could match several tens of thousands of years of his bitter cultivation. Originally, he could not figure out the ask, not chess game after racking his brains. But with Yi Yuan's addition, he actually had a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. Yi Yuan's technique was completely not worth mentioning in front of the two great sovereigns. But it was precisely because of his appearance that made this world become more perfect. The places where he cast the spell were all lacking areas originally in Ask Not, covering the incompleteness and regret caused by the two great sovereigns' magical showdown. Under Yi Yuan's partic, 1. Asian, a perfect world was being sketched out little by little. Time said day by day, the powerhouses of the outside world became more and more astonished. They had once thought of countless possibilities for Yi Yuan to clear Ask Not, but they had never thought that Yi Yuan was actually clearing the hurdle with such a method. Sitting and debating on Tao with two great sovereigns, creating a world. This kind of method was way too inconceivable. Before this, if someone said that a 6-star priest would sit and debate on Tao with the two great alchemy Tao sovereigns, they would definitely turn their noses up in contempt and then ridicule the person endlessly. But now, their inner hearts were completely filled with shock. Time flew by. In a blink, half a year already said, "The situation isn't good. You guys, look, Yi Yuan's complexion is pale. It seems like he's already completely drained like a lamp without oil. It's already been half a year. He hasn't stopped in the slightest, and is actually only at the end of his ropes until now. This guy is really a freak. A true D realm powerhouse is facing two great alchemy Dao sovereigns, and yet he could actually hold on for as long as half a year. It's simply unimaginable. Even I, this Empyrean, would have long reached the end of my ropes too. Inside the chessboard, Yi Yuan's complexion was pale, his forehead seeping out fine beads of sweat beads, his entire person seemingly very frail. A fierce battle lasting half a year. Regardless of whether it was divine essence or soul force, Yi Yuan already reached the limit. Humph! Boy, I didn't expect that you could hold out until now. But it also ends here. Medicine Ancestor gave a cold snort and pointed a finger out once more. Powerful Dao ACCU mutations covered the world as easily as Cruz. HI plus ing dead leaves, inflicting heavy damage on the SPAC that Sacred Ancestor High Priest created. Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave AMUF fled groan, clearly also already running out of steam and expiring. Inside this ask not was a doomed game to begin with. How could the Sacred Ancestor High Priest be Medicine Ancestor's match? If not for Yi Yuan taking part, this game of chess would merely be reenacting the chess game back then. Powerful Dao ACCU. Mutations crushed over towards Yi Yuan. At this time, such a powerful force was like the last strand of straw that overwhelmed the camel's back. Incomparably heavy. Ha ha ha. So what even if you're gifted? In the end, isn't it still death? Yi Yuan, see if you still don't die. Seeing this situation, Heavenly Emperor Shaoyan could not refrain from laughing out loud. He held extremely deep grudges toward Yi Yuan. Although he was shocked by Yi Yuan's talent and strength, he wished that Yi Yuan would be wiped out by Medicine Ancestor. Heavenly Emperor Zishu looked toward GMO and said with a smile, Lord Stardrive, this is the Lord's second sage that you let us witness? That's right, he's indeed very impressive. But a dead second sage really lets people feel greatly consoled. GMO just snorted coldly and did not say anything. Concerning this round, he was not optimistic about it too. The current Yi Yuan was too frail. Yi Yuan's gaze became slightly sharp and he said in a cold voice, What a fine medicine ancestor. Really someone who is narrow-minded. Since that's the case, then I'll let you take a look at my true strength. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, both hands in the position of holding a ball. An enormous Tai Chi diagram emerged behind Yi Yuan. When Medicine Ancestors Dao ACCU mutations landed on Yi Yuan's body, it was immediately guided into the world by the Tai Chi diagram, repairing this world in an uninterrupted flow. Heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang. Yin and yang stabilize the universe. Medicine Ancestor, you watch closely. This is my Yi Yuan's Dao. Stabilize for me. Yi Yuan turned his palm. The Tai Chi diagram behind Yi Yuan slowly started turning. This world of chess game actually gradually formed. Yi Yuan's great Dao aura actually completely overshadowed the two great sovereigns. There was only a Tai Chi Yin Yang diagram remaining in this world. Bang! Yi Yuan's palm shook. The Tai Chi diagram dissipated with a loud bang. Chapter 2127. The moment to witness a miracle. Chapter 2127. The moment to witness a miracle. This is not possible. You. Just how did you do it? Inside the void came Medicine Ancestor's astonished voice. And just as the Tai Chi diagram dissipated with a loud bang, the entire Ask-Not world emitted a dazzling light, and it actually started gradually contracting. That endless world transformed into one thick cyclone after another and started drawing in. The phantoms of the two great sovereigns also gradually started dissipating. Ha ha ha! The young ones are to be feared. The young ones are to be feared. After 10 million years, there's finally someone that can take part in our two people's game of chess. Although the Sacred Ancestor High Priest's figure started dissipating, He laughed loudly without ceasing. Finally, the entire world turned into an enormous chessboard. It was precisely Ask Not. Except a heaven-shocking transformation already happened to the chess game on the chessboard currently. How is this possible? A draw. It's actually a draw. This Empyrean has once researched the Ask Not chess game in detail before. No matter how hard one works, it will always be the outcome of defeat in the end. So how is this possible? A miracle. This is the moment of a miracle. I've witnessed the birth of a miracle. The entire place was in shock. The outcome of this Ask Not chess game actually became a tie. Those present were all major powers, so they naturally would not be unfamiliar with Ask Not. This Ask Not chess game, the medicine ancestor who played white occupied a tremendous advantage. The sacred ancestor high priest's declining trend already could not be salvaged. Saying that it was an eternal chess game, it was actually sacred ancestor high priest's defeat. But now, the chess game on the chessboard was already totally different. Black and white, two sides, each occupied half of the map. Not a piece more, and not a piece less. The entire situation was extremely harmonious. There was you and me and you, and actually gave people a feeling of gladdening the heart and pleasing the eye. Perfect. This word sounded out in everyone's hearts at the same time. GMO looked at that chess game blankly and was speechless for a long time. Such a scene truly came too shockingly. To talk about the understanding of Ask Not, who could compare to him? Or perhaps, who could beat Sacred Ancestor High Priest? Sacred Ancestor High Priest had devoted himself to studying it and was also unable to crack this eternal game. Presently, in Yi Yuan's hands, it actually transformed the rotten into the magical, reaching such a perfect and harmonious realm. Yi Yuan perfectly outlined the Ask Not world with his own Tao, forming the present situation. He was merely a 6-star priest. So how did he do it? Ha ha ha. Eternal game. This is the true eternal game. Turns out that Ask Not's final phase is actually like this. Above the void, GMO laughed loudly without ceasing. His mood had never been so free from inhibitions before. Ask Not was the sore point of his master for tens of millions of years. Now it was finally solved. He knew that his master was definitely paying attention to this event. Right now, he must also be laughing heartily. In this world, the most terrifying thing was not a powerful opponent, but the loneliness of an expert. Now, his master finally found an alchemy Tao sovereign that met his match. He must be very delighted and pleased. Zishu, did you find Second Sage's game satisfactory to the eyes? GMO looked toward Heavenly Emperor Zishu and said with a smile that was not a smile. The Qilin clan's powerhouses were long already dumbfounded. Even if they did not understand alchemy, they also knew that Yi Yuan had accomplished a remarkable major thing. This eternal game. Ask Not, the Qilin clan also knew that this was the game between two great sovereigns. This game was an eternal puzzle. For tens of millions of years, no idea how many supreme powerhouses had attempted to solve this puzzle, but failed to do so. But now, it was solved by a measly little 6-star priest. How could they not be surprised? It was solved, completely solved, and not walked out of the chess game. These two concepts were totally different. For others, being able to protect themselves after entering the game and walking out of the puzzle safely was already a very impressive thing. But Yi Yuan shattered the world that the two great sovereigns structured with a heaven-shocking will, and also refined the pill anew with great Tao together with a great divine ability, and the two people building a perfect world. This was a chess game and also a medicinal pill. This kind of situation was simply fantastical. Just based on this game, Yi Yuan's name could go down in history. They had truly witnessed the moment of a miracle. What was laughable was that they were still jeering and making cutting remarks before this, thinking that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But now they had their faces slapped blatantly. Being questioned, Heavenly Emperor Zishu's expression flickered incessantly being very ugly. Suddenly, Zishu clasped his hands and said to Yi Yuan, "The Tea of Second Sage, lives up to reality, as well as in name. Zishu has offended Second Sage previously. Please pardon my offense." No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, the moment this game ended, no one could treat Yi Yuan as a junior any longer. He was a powerhouse that could genuinely compete with the two great sovereigns. Perhaps his current strength was still weak, but in the future he had limitless possibilities. This point, no one was able to refute it. Maybe another medicine ancestor would really appear again in this world. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Zishu and said coolly, "Now, do you still want to take the Qilin Emperor bone?" Zishu's expression turned stiff and he said, "Not anymore." Second Sage, Lord Stardrive, Zishu takes his leave. After he was done talking, Zishu brought Xiaoyun and the rest along, and they quietly withdrew. They truly could not stay on in this place any longer. They also had no face to stay on. Originally thought that Yi Yuan was just a junior S, N, A, T, C, H then S, N, A, T, C, H. But they discovered in the end that Yi Yuan was a future T, I, Tan. The actions, previously, simply became a joke. A miracle. Really miraculous. I finally understand why Sacred Ancestor High Priest would confer him as Second Sage. Seeing this game today, I can brag for 100,000 years. There was a series of marveling in the city. They felt honored to have witnessed the moment of miracle. And those priest temples, 7-star priests had abashed looks on their faces. Yi Yuan had once said to them that he was the opponent that Sacred Ancestor, High Priest designated. At that time, they turned their noses up in contempt. Now, they finally understood that what Yi Yuan said was not false. Yi Yuan absolutely had the qualifications to become Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's opponent. In front of Yi Yuan, Sacred Ancestor High Priest's disciples appeared to be cast into the shade. Incredible. Truly too impressive. I want to take him as my master. In the city, Long Xiaohai waved his hands about agitatedly. His complexion was flushed red. Hee. I'm afraid that Yi Yuan will find you too stupid. Hang on, if you acknowledge him as master, wouldn't I become his junior? No way. Long Xiaochun immediately denied it. But Long Xiaohai ignored her and was still immersed in the midst of excitement. He already completely became Yi Yuan's fan, his ardent wars. Hi plus per. Long Ji, who was by the side, was also speechless for a long time. He also did not expect that this young man was actually so heaven-defying. Second Sage, this emperor also has to apologize to you. Prior to this, I also had many suspicions about Second Sage. Now, I'm wholeheartedly convinced. GMO bowed in salute and said to Yi Yuan. This bow came from the bottom of his heart. Even following by Sacred Ancestor High Priest's side, GMO also found it very hard to understand his master's actions and profound meaning behind them. But today he witnessed Yi Yuan's miracle and finally understood his master's painstaking effort. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "My realm is too low. Causing people to give birth to underestimation is normal. As for apologizing, there's no need. With High Priest Stardrive delivering, ask not personally, this Yi is endlessly grateful." Chapter 2128. The Condition to Become a Supreme Powerhouse. Chapter 2128. The Condition to Become a Supreme Powerhouse. GMO. How do you feel about the trip to West Spirit Region? Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at the GMO in front of him and said with a smile that was not a smile. With Yi Yuan clearing the hurdle, GMO hastily bade farewell to Yi Yuan very quickly and returned to report to Sacred Ancestor High Priest on the mission. At this time, Sacred Ancestor High Priest's 11 disciples were all present. It was just that their expressions appeared somewhat awkward, especially High Priest Red Plume. GMO blushed with shame, but thinking of Yi Yuan's soul-stirring Tai Ji developing Tao, he could not help revealing a look of admiration. He bowed and said, "Master, GMO is completely convinced. Second sage is prodigious and is bound to be a big shot that shakes heaven and earth in the future. While talking, GMO was very respectful. When he mentioned Yi Yuan, it was actually like facing a senior. If High Priest Stardrive's demeanor was seen by people, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. Wing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "You apprentice brothers, few people have always been arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. Apart from Master, you've never submitted to anyone. I didn't expect that this time. You were actually subdued by Yi Yuan." GMO smiled bitterly and said, "If not for seeing with my own eyes, GMO finds it really hard to believe that there's actually such an alchemy rare talent in this world. Second sage seems to be born for alchemy Dao, a short 1,000 over years, and he can actually spy right at the source of great Dao. It truly makes people sigh with admiration." The event during this half a year, GMO felt as if it was right in front of his eyes. Each finger that Yi Yuan pointed out seemed to have the effect of shocking the soul. Wing smiled and looked towards High Priest Redplume and said, "Yen Hui, do you still have resentment in your heart now?" High Priest Redplume's expression was slightly red as he bowed and said, replying, "Master, Yen Hui is convinced. It's just, Yen Hui doesn't understand why he, a 6-star priest, can actually do it to this step." Wing put away his smile and said, "Actually, this performance also made Master incredibly shocked. About this Ask Not chess game, Master has researched for tens of millions of years and was unable to achieve fusing Dao into one. But he did it. Looks like the day of my showdown with him isn't far already." Letting GMO bring Ask Not over, what Wing expected was not for Yi Yuan to break the deadlock. Even if he sealed 50% of the power, breaking the deadlock was also not what Yi Yuan's bit of strength could accomplish. But Yi Yuan's performance far exceeded his expectations. Yi Yuan actually solved the puzzle of tens of millions of years and created a new world. Such a result shocked the world. It naturally also included him, Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Could it be that his understanding of alchemy Dao already Serpa SSES Master? Yen Hui said in puzzlement. Wing shook his head and said Serpa Sing Master is naturally impossible. Him being able to complete such a heroic feat actually has elements of gaining advantage through trickery. But he has already taken his own Dao path. That's the most crucial thing. His own Dao path. The disciples were all uncertain. Wing slowly nodded and said, "Back then, when you all challenged the Ask Not chess game, you were all willing to be chess pieces, playing chess with Medicine Ancestor under Master's manipulation. This is also to say that you all are walking according to the path that Master designated. Therefore, even if tens of millions of years have said, the path that you all have taken is also merely a branch of Master's. Wanting to Serpa S Master is simply impossible. And looking at the heaven-span world, sovereigns that can tide over third blight and above must have their own path, Dao, one." When the group of disciples heard this, their facial expressions changed wildly. This was their first time hearing the secret of becoming a sovereign powerhouse. Wing's words stirred up tumultuous waves in their hearts. For countless years, they revered Master as OD. But only today did they discover that turns out they merely walked Master's path. "Master this," eldest disciple Splitfeather said in great shock. Wing waved his hand and said, "Master knows what you want to say, but that's impossible. Unless you have the tremendous resolve to give up everything you possess now and start again anew." Splitfeather's expression flickered incessantly and finally turned into a long sigh. Wing smiled and said, "Are you all blaming Master for only telling you guys this now?" Splitfeather was terrified as he said, "The disciple dares not." Their mouths said dare not, but did they really not have any thoughts in their hearts? Wing naturally knew what they were thinking and said with a chortle, "Major powers that are third blight and above, how many do you think you can find in this heaven-span world?" From that moment, when you all chose to submit inside Ask Not, your lifetime's path was also decided. Want to become a sovereign, perseverance, willpower, talent, not one can be lacking. You all ask yourselves, if you guys are given a chance to redo it again, can you achieve Yi Yuan's level? The group of apprentice brothers exchanged glances. In the end, they actually lowered their heads without any prior agreement. The answer was clearly no. They understood, Ask Not too well. Not submitting, it was death. The will of a sovereign, they could not resist it at all. But Yi Yuan could. During these tens of millions of years, only Yi Yuan alone replaced the sacred ancestors when challenging Ask Not, and he played a game of chess against Medicine Ancestor. Just this point, they were already unable to Serpa. SS. As for challenging Ask Not the second time, Yi Yuan rose up heaven-defyingly, contending with the pinnacle will of two great sovereigns with his power alone. This was even more inconceivable. They were thrown even further behind until they could only see the dust ahead. Hence, Yi Yuan could become second sage, while they could not. Wing's meaning was very simple. Their talents and will were insufficient to become a supreme powerhouse. Being able to have today's accomplishment was already a great fortune. There were many geniuses in this world, but those truly able to tread out their own path and become a supreme powerhouse were extremely, extremely few. Walking other people's path is easy. Taking your own path is as hard as ascending to heaven. For Master being able to walk till today, how can the experiences involved be what you all can imagine? For Yi Yuan to be able to have such accomplishments at a young age, his story is likely even more exciting than the vast majority of this heaven-span world's supreme powerhouses. Wing said. GMO mused and said, in this case, that Tai Ji diagram was Yi Yuan's Tao. Wing nodded and said, although his Tao is at the nascent level, that Tai Ji diagram gave me a feeling of being as deep as the sea. Martial Tao is difficult, but alchemy Tao is even harder. However, I have a feeling that Yi Yuan's future accomplishments might even be above mine and Medicine Ancestors. The group of apprentice brothers trembled all over, looking at Master in disbelief. This appraisal was too high. Medicine Ancestor was only a hair's breadth away from Tao Ancestor. Could it be that Yi Yuan could become the real Medicine Ancestor in the future? Yan Hui's face changed, and he said, in this case, isn't Master warming a snake in your bosom? Ha ha ha, warming a snake in my bosom? Everyone is afraid of losing. The more powerful, the more afraid of failure. But they have forgotten. It's precisely failure that let him walk until this step today. The Medicine Ancestor is afraid of being Serpa. Said by me, so he has always been suppressing me, not letting me lift my head. But reaching Master's realm, wanting to improve another step further, is far too difficult. Master needs an opponent. Moreover, this insult, Master has already held it in for 50 million years. Even if I lose to Yi Yuan, there's still him going to challenge Medicine Ancestor. Watching him lose is also a very merry thing. So I don't see any reason why not, Wing said with a big laugh. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2129. East Suppression Pseudo-World. Chapter 2129. East Suppression Pseudo-World. No way. You can't acknowledge him as your master. If you acknowledge him as your master, then wouldn't I be directly a generation younger? I must take second sage as my master. Miss, this village, there won't be this shop anymore. 1. I said no means no. If you insist on acknowledging him as your master, I'll cry for you to see. You're pestering endlessly. You're refusing to see reason. Humph. Inside the priest temple's hall, two figures were tugging and pulling, becoming tangled together. It was precisely Long Xiaohai and Long Xiaochun brother and sister two people. While behind him, Long Ji shook his head slightly. This Long Xiaochun was really troublesome. Xian Luo slowly came out of the inner hall. Seeing this scene, he could not help smiling as he said, Please wait a moment. Lord Crimson Sky is currently consulting Lord Second Sage. Lord Second Sage will be out very soon. Long Ji nodded slightly, indicating that he got it. He was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. He naturally did not need to express anything to Xan Luo. Presently, Yi Yuan already moved into the priest temple. The temple served him with the highest standards, revering him as a God. Every day, a group of Empyreans would pay respects morning and night, being incomparably respectful. Crimson Sky even put aside all of his pride and came to pay respects to Yi Yuan every day, asking him for advice on alchemy aspect knowledge. Every day he returned fully loaded. Before long, Yi Yuan slowly came out of the inner hall. Behind him was Crimson Sky and Lone Swan, two great Empyreans. When Long Xiaochun saw Yi Yuan, she arrived in front of Yi Yuan with a whoosh and pointed at him fiercely as she said, "Yi Yuan, you're not allowed to take Big Brother Xiaohai as a disciple. Otherwise, the two of us will break off all relations." Yi Yuan had a blank look, completely unaware of what was going on. But Long Xiaohai was greatly enraged. Pulling Long Xiaochun, he said, "Xiaochun, you're not allowed to mess around. Lord Second Sage, Long Xiaohai wishes to acknowledge you as master." As he said, Long Xiaohai actually directly knelt down. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped him up and said, "Brother Xiaohai mustn't. If you have any doubts about alchemy, feel free to come to find this Yi to discuss. But the talk of acknowledging a master, you mustn't say it anymore. You and Xiaochun are both this Ye's saviors. How can I take you in as my disciple? Also, don't keep calling me Lord Second Sage. Just call me by my name, and that will do." Long Xiaochun patted Yi Yuan's shoulder and said with a big laugh, "Haha, you're really terrific. If Long Xiaohai were to acknowledge you as master, then wouldn't I become a generation younger for no reason? Do you hear it, Long Xiaohai?" Yi Yuan was speechless. This girlie's thought process was indeed abnormal than most people. Long Xiaohai had a depressed face as he said, "But we'll be returning to the Dragon Clan soon. At that time, where would I go to ask you for advice?" At this time, Long Ji hesitated a bit, but he still bowed towards Yi Yuan and said, "Long Ji pays respect to Second Sage." He could ignore Xen Luo, but facing Yi Yuan, this existence who suppressed the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest, the two sovereigns, he had no choice but to put away the pride of a heavenly emperor. Witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, regardless of whether it was Long Ji or Qi Zishu, they all realized Yi Yuan's importance to sacred ancestor, high priest. If any mishap happened to Yi Yuan, under sacred ancestor high priest's fury, the latter might really launch a divine war. And, body could shoulder this consequence. Therefore, no matter how the Qilin coveted the emperor bone, they did not dare to do anything to Yi Yuan either. As for Qi Zhen, under Yi Yuan's light, he did not matter at all anymore. How could a mere Qi Zhen be mentioned in the same breath with the entire demon race's second sage? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Heavenly Emperor Long Ji is too courteous. Please sit." Everyone sat down as guest and host. Crimson Sky was the same as Lone Swan, standing by the side and carrying out the etiquette of a disciple. "Heavenly Emperor Long Ji, you probably have important things to ask this Yi by coming to the temple, right?" Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Long Ji's expression turned intent, and he said with a nod, "Second Sage has the Qilin Emperor bone on your body. Releasing Qilin isn't surprising. But where did this true dragon come from?" These few days, Long Ji was extremely puzzled in his heart. Yi Yuan actually released such a pure true dragon and could even unleash such a pure dragon race martial technique. Could it be that he was a member of the dragon race? The true dragon that Yi Yuan released was not the same as the Qilin will. The true dragon was released by the dragon soul. At that time, the unyielding dragon's soul soared straight to the clouds. As a member of the dragon race, Long Ji naturally felt it very clearly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I say that I'm a member of the dragon race, do you believe it?" Long Zhi's pupils constricted, his eyes full of complicatedness as he said, "Second sage must be joking. How can you possibly be a dragon?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm not kidding. This ye possess an atavism dragon soul. Furthermore, it's already more than half awakened. The dragon race's cultivation method and martial technique isn't some secret to me." Long Zhi's entire body trembled, and he said in disbelief, "Atavism, dragon soul? You're actually of the atavism dragon soul. Even in the dragon clan, atavism dragon soul is also 1 in a million. In this case, you're really of the dragon race?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Through and through." Long Zhi's heart shook wildly. Atavism dragon soul was one of the paramount dragon souls. Not only did this second sage have the talent to rule the world, he even had the dragon race's supreme inheritance. He simply gathered a great destiny onto himself. Even Long Xiaochun also opened her mouth wide at this time, looking at Yi Yuan with a shocked face. Why you are actually of the atavism dragon soul. This is the most monstrous inheritance. As long as you keep awakening it, your strength will be able to soar by leaps and bounds, and don't need to cultivate at all." Long Xiaochun said with surprise, "It's just that I don't know who Second Sage's ancestor is. Our dragon clan has been reclusive from the world for a long time already. I've never heard of anyone leaving the pseudo-world." Long Zhi said curiously. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't know about this either. There are no memories in this area in my inheritance. Maybe this portion of memories is in the inheritance at the back. However, I can feel that my ancestor was likely just an Empyrean and not some incredible existence." After awakening at rank 6, Yi Yuan could feel that his dragon soul was already almost reaching grand completion. Reckon that awakening one more time was already the limit. Moreover, a dragon that was able to follow Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. His strength probably would not be too strong either. After all, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was also just an Empyrean. If it was the Dragon Clan's Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, they would totally turn their noses up at Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. By the side, Long Xiaohai's eyes swiveled around, and he suddenly spoke up. "Why not do it like this? Brother Yi, make a trip with us to East Suppression's pseudo-world. Perhaps, after returning to the Dragon Clan, you'll be able to find your origin. Furthermore, we can also discuss alchemy Dao." The moment Long Xiaochun heard, her eyes could not help lighting up as she clapped her hands and applauded. She said, "Good, good. No wonder the first time I saw Yi Yuan, it was just seeing my biological brother. Maybe our bloodline is very close?" But Long Zhi's gaze turned intent, an appearance of wanting to speak, but swallowing the words back. Letting a stranger go to the Dragon Clan, he was a little worried. The moment Yi Yuan heard this, he was also greatly moved. He was also very curious about his origin, but the origin of the four-phased divine beast. Even Dustless could not say for sure either. Dustless seemed to have had this segment of memories wiped away. It seemed like there were still many unknown secrets on Immortal Grove. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2130. Meeting with a mishap in the stronghold. Chapter 2130. Meeting with a mishap in the stronghold, lush mountains and blue rivers. Birds chirped, flowers fragrant, and monkeys crying. A lonely boat flowed down leisurely along the current in the midst of the mountains and water. Several people stood on the boat, admiring the beautiful scenery on both S.H.O.R.E.S., laughing with praises unceasingly. "Young master, this place is really so beautiful. If we can live here together with elder sister, Lear, how great would that be?" Seeing this otherworldly paradise-like scenic view, Luar's heart gave rise to a yearning for it. As for Lone Swan and the rest, they had yearning looks on their faces. East Suppression pseudo-world was extremely mysterious. Barely anyone in the entire Heaven Span world knew. He did not expect that he could actually enter here one day. It was all thanks to their master. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Beauty is beautiful, but it secretly conceals killing intent. How can there truly be some otherworldly paradise in this world?" Luar opened her mouth wide and said in disbelief, "Secretly conceals killing intent? Why don't I feel it at all?" It was not just Luar. Even Lone Swan had a blank look, clearly not discovering any dangers. Yi Yuan said, "With the Dragon Clan's power, how can the restrictions laid down be easily seen through? These two R-E-S are BRIMMING with vigor and vitality, too beautiful to be absorbed all at once, and may be rated as perfect. However, things will develop in the opposite direction when they become extreme. The more it's a place like this, the more dangerous it is instead. The surroundings of this brook are full of powerful restrictions everywhere. I'm afraid that even if a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse comes, once the person triggers the restrictions, they would turn to ashes too." When everyone heard, their hairs could not help standing on end. The environment here was too beautiful. It was very hard for them to link it together with danger. By the side, a hint of surprise flashed across in Longji's eyes, and he said with a marvel, well deserving of being second sage, seeing through the actual situation with one glance. "Looks like second sage has already touched the source of great Tao." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just a wild guess. Rather, this Yi is somewhat surprised that Senior Long Ji actually agreed to let me enter the Dragon Clan." Although Long Ji had some qualms, he still agreed in the end. Resting for a few days in West Spirit Region, he brought Yi Yuan and company and set off for the East Suppression pseudo-world. Long Ji smiled and said, "Honestly speaking, Long Ji is also very curious about Second Sage." Long Xiaochun immediately jumped up and said, Yeah, you're really an enigmatic man, full of mysteries from head to toe." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "You're also an enigmatic girl." Giggling and laughing along the way, suddenly everyone seemed to have pause said through a thin film. Everyone realized that they had probably already entered East Suppression pseudo-world. The scene did not change. It was still green hills and blue waters, birds tweeting and the flowers fragrant. But the dragon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's body suddenly started boiling with excitement, as if the blood in his body was going to evaporate. Feeling the pure dragon race pressure on Yi Yuan's body, even Long Ji's expression changed slightly too. This bit of pressure was naturally unable to make him visibly moved. But the purity of Yi Yuan's bloodline, even he was also unbelievably surprised. Long Ji could not help being secretly alarmed. Just what was this guy's background? Why would he have such a pure bloodline? He did not know that Yi Yuan's bloodline was incomparably pure to begin with. Now that he transcended 6 levels of nirvanic tribulation and achieved the perfect 6th transformation golden body, his bloodline evolved to an inconceivable level. Of course, his future path was even more BUMPYNTHORNY too. The perfect 7th transformation would be a life and death ordeal to Yi Yuan. It's like having returned home. Could it be that my root is actually here? Yi Yuan raised his head to the sky, feeling endless vicissitudes of emotion in his heart. Walking all the way from the immortal Grove world, Yi Yuan wandered all over the world. Now he actually had a feeling of returning home. It was really inconceivable. Xiaochun, Xiaohai, you guys settle second sage down first. I'll go to the clan to report completion on the mission first, Longji said. Long Xiaochun waved her hand and said, Quickly go! Quickly go! Having me here will do. Long Ji nodded his head, his figure moving, disappearing from everyone's line of sight. No idea how long they traveled, either. The few people finally got Ash. O-R-E. The party was very swift on their feet, leaping into the air and flying over toward inland. Several days later, an enormous stronghold appeared in front of everyone. After landing and entering the stronghold, Yi Yuan was also very curious and started looking around. Inside the stronghold, there were men and women, elderly and young, their expressions peculiar. The appearance of Yi Yuan and his group immediately drew many people's attention. But Yi Yuan discovered that each and every one of these dragons revealed a strange look. Inside those eyes exuded a thick look of fear, and actually avoided them like the plague. East Suppression Pseudo-World has a total of 9 Great Heaven strongholds, 81 Earth strongholds, and countless Black strongholds and Yellow strongholds. The Rain Dragon stronghold that we're at is one of the 81 Earth strongholds. Uncle Ji is our Rain Dragon stronghold's protector elder. Long Xiaochun was clearly very enthusiastic, introducing to Yi Yuan the East Suppression Pseudo-World's local customs and practices. According to what Long Xiaochun said, the 9 Great Heaven strongholds ruled East Suppression Pseudo-World. Only dragons with the N.O. blessed bloodline had the qualifications to enter the Heaven strongholds. That place was the Dragon Clan's core, countless supreme powerhouses. But even the 81 Earth strongholds were also equivalent to the outside world's Heavenly Emperor Bodemandas. Each Earth stronghold had a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse garrisoning. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan and the rest could not help feeling overcome with emotion. The dragon race was well deserving of being an ancient variant species. The might of their strength was simply unimaginable. Xiaochun, why do I feel that your clansmen seem to be very scared of us? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Long Xiaochun chuckled and said, how so? No need to care about them. Come, I'll bring you guys to the residence. By the side, Long Xiaohai wanted to speak, but swallowed the words back. At the end, he still did not speak up. It was just that how could this scene hide from Yi Yuan's eyes? But if they did not say, it was also not convenient for Yi Yuan to inquire more. He could only gloss it over. Long Xiaochun brought Yi Yuan to a stone house that was not small and stayed there. Brother Yi, you stay here first. Tomorrow I'll bring you to stroll around Rain Dragon's stronghold. Long Xiaohai said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, then I'll have to trouble you. After Long Xiaohai left, Yi Yuan directly went into close seclusion to cultivate and did not speak for the entire night. Early morning the next day, Yi Yuan went out of the stone house and was planning on strolling around nearby. But then he saw a large group of people crowding around ahead, raising a big hue and cry. Moving close to take a look, he was immediately greatly enraged. 3 dragon race young men were actually surrounding Lu and Yang Fei, their expressions very obscene. Ha ha ha, human girls. This young master hasn't tasted before yet. Girl, follow me, Long Hao. I'll guarantee that you'll be merry as an immortal every day in the future. A man in the middle with S.H. a gay eyebrows and a very obscene expression actually reached his hand out to touch Yang Fei's chin. At this time, Yang Fei and Lu were already being restrained and did not have the strength to resist at all. These 3 dragon race men were very powerful. Looking at their auras, they were already peak rank 6. Although Yang Fei was also a 9th firmament true G. Oh, D. How could she be a match for members of the dragon race at the same rank? As for Lu, although she was extraordinarily talented, her strength was much weaker after all. At this time, Yang Fei and Lu's clothing were somewhat in a mess. Clearly, they had experienced a fight just now. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, flames of fury surged to his head. Stop! Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, divided the crowd, and walked out. The moment Long Hao turned his head and looked, he could not help sneering coldly as he said, Yo, isn't this the human brat who came together with that misfortune star? Why, these 2 beauties are your women? Starting from today, they belong to me. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2131. Oh, is that so? Chapter 2131. Oh, is that so? Who belong to you? Yi Yuan laughed from extreme fury, but his words were full of killing intent. Lu was Yi Yuan's reverse scale. For her, Yi Yuan did not even stint to employ the heaven-shocking lightning. Now, this Long Hao actually provoked in his face like this. How could he not be furious? But Long Hao was not aware of it at all. He said with a smug look, "That's right, belong to me. You might not know who I am. I'm cough, cough, cough." Long Hao's words were just said halfway when his voice suddenly cut off, like a duck that had its throat clutched. Yi Yuan's both hands already clutched onto his neck. A tremendous force came over. Long Hao felt like his neck was going to be twisted off, his face flues. Plussing bright red, eyes rolling back. "Just now you said that they belong to you?" Yi Yuan's words did not carry the slightest emotion, the force from his hands becoming greater and greater. His present fleshy body's strength already reached peak rank 6. How tremendous was his strength! In front of a perfect 6th transformation golden body. Even if Long Hao was of the dragon race, he did not have any leftover strength to resist at all to. By the side a young man said, "Human brat, you dare to act wildly in my dragon clan's territory? Let go of Long Hao. Otherwise you're dead for sure today." Thud! Cough, cough, cough! Long Hao landed on the ground, holding his neck as he started coughing fiercely. When everyone saw the situation, they even thought that Yi Yuan yielded. The other young man said, "Ha! At least you're sensible, kid. It isn't your turn to act wildly here. This Yi has just come to your esteemed land. I don't wish to bring trouble to myself. The three of you kowtow and admit your fault to Lu Er and senior apprentice Sister Fei, and this matter will be dropped." Yuan completely ignored the other party and said coolly, listening to the first half of the sentence. Everyone even thought that Yi Yuan was scared and yielded. But hearing the second half, everyone could not help finding it funny. Making these 3 people kneel down and kowtow? How was this possible? This human, Brett, really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Long Hao is protector elder Long Chi's grandson. Who dares to provoke him in this rain dragon stronghold? This human kid succeeded in sneak attacking just now. He probably isn't clear yet about Long Hao, the 3 of their strengths. Long Hao is the young generation's pinnacle genius. Just half a step and he'll be able to reach rank 7, Empyrean realm. This kid will likely suffer some hards. HI+P. When everyone around heard Yi Yuan's words, they could not help shaking their heads. By relying on his grandfather, no one dared to provoke Long Hao in Rain Dragon's stronghold. The other 2 people, Long Fei and Long Chen, were also both Rain Dragon's stronghold's elders' grandsons. These 3 people's backgrounds were extremely powerful. Who dared to provoke? Moreover, with these 3 people joining hands, if an Empyrean did not come out, there was virtually no match. Earlier, Yi Yuan just relied on his speed and defeated his opponent with a surprise move, controlling Long Hao. That was all. Now, Long Hao had his guard up. Everyone did not feel that he had high chances of winning. When Lu Er and Yang Fei saw Yang Fei, their hearts immediately became much calmer. Arriving at East Suppression Pseudo-World, the local customs and practices here were greatly different from the outside world. Under their curiosity, the 2 of them came out to take a look early in the morning. Who knew that they had just stepped out not long and ran into Long Hao 3 people. Long Hao 3 people had their L.U.S.T. aroused at the sight of them and actually wanted to make a move against the 2 of them. Lu Er and Yang Fei naturally disobeyed. That was how there was this current situation. Lu Er pulled the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves and said softly, "Young master, better forget it. This place is the Dragon Clan's territory after all." She and Yang Fei were not worried about Long Hao, but this place was the Dragon Clan's territory. If really blow matters up, they had nowhere to run. After all, everyone knew about the might of the Dragon Clan. Making them kowtow is already considered letting them off. Otherwise, humph. Yi Yuan said with a cold snort, "Kowtow? I kowtow your F***king head. Long Fei, Long Cheng attack together. Exterminate him for me." Long Hao roared and suddenly threw a palm out. Universe Dragon Claw Third Stance. Grand Universe Palm. Currently, Long Hao was extremely near Yi Yuan, him using a heaven-shocking martial technique like the Grand Universe Palm this near to Yi Yuan. How horrifying was the power! Long Fei and Long Cheng's reactions were also extremely fast, firing out a palm at the same time. 3 Great Peak Rank 6 powerhouses attacking at the same time. The commotion was extremely shocking. However, Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said in a solemn voice, "Looks like you guys are courting deaths yourselves." Grand Universe Palm. At this time, Yi Yuan made his move fiercely. It was actually the Grand Universe Palm too. Except the moment Yi Yuan's Grand Universe Palm was executed, it was as if SPAC solidified. The power of his palm actually completely overshadowed the 3 people. Bang! A loud bang came over. The 3 people flew out at the same time. Yi Yuan's palm repelled 3 Great Peak Rank 6 dragons. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfounded with their tongues tied, faces full of disbelief. How is this possible? He actually knows the Grand Universe Palm too. Why is his Grand Universe Palm's power even above Long Hao's? Beyond the shock, everyone was more puzzled. Yi Yuan's Grand Universe Palm was actually even stronger than Long Hao's. One had to know, among the Rain Dragon Stronghold's young generation, Long Hao's strength was already the strongest, apart from Long Xiaochun, and body was his match at all. Now, Yi Yuan fought 1 versus 3 and actually utterly trounced his opponents. It was simply inconceivable. Long Hao being blown flying with 1 punch. His innards already suffered a shock. Fresh blood spurting wildly. He looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment and said in disbelief, How do you know the Grand Universe Palm?" Yi Yuan's gaze was icy cold and was completely disinclined to bother with him. Bang! Another Grand Universe Palm. This palm actually flew toward Long Fei, directly bombarding him into dregs. Everyone opened their mouths wide with disbelieving faces. Yi Yuan actually dared to kill people. Long Fei was Elder Long Yu's son? Was this guy mad? Yi Yuan did not hesitate. Raising his hand, it was another palm. Long Cheng was dead. In a twinkle, Yi Yuan actually killed Long Fei and Long Cheng, these 2 mighty young powerhouses. Then he slowly walked over toward Long Hao. Long Hao's expression changed drastically, a look of fear finally revealing on his face. He collapsed on the ground and S.H.I. plus feeted backward, saying tremblingly, What do you want to do?" I'm Protector Elder Long Chi's grandson." "Oh, is that so? I gave you the chance. It was you who didn't grasp it yourself. Since that's the case, go and die then," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, a palm lifting up once more. The surroundings were deathly silent. This guy was really a lunatic. A horrifying power gathered at Yi Yuan's palm. Long Hao's complexion turned pale. He used all the strength in his body and suddenly scurried into the distance. Yi Yuan just laughed coldly. Competing on speed, who could beat him? But right at this time a powerful to the extreme aura suddenly descended. Clearly, the commotion here already startled Rain Dragon Stronghold's upper echelon. "Child, you dare! Stop at once. This Empyrean will spare your life." An alarmed and angry voice came from above the void. "It's Long Hao's father, Empyrean Long Yu. He arrived. This human kid is dead for sure." Long Hao is really blessed. Luckily, Empyrean Long Yu arrived in time he can escape death. When Long Hao heard his father's voice, he could not help being overjoyed. "Ha ha ha! Kid, my father has arrived. With this, you're dead for sure." Long Hao turned around and said with a wild laugh, "Oh, is that so?" Right at this time, an icy cold voice sounded in his ear. Chapter 2132. You Can't Kill Him. Chapter 2132. You can't kill him. The wild elation that filled his chest instantly turned into limitless terror. Long Hao's expression changed wildly, frightened until his soul nearly left his body. He did not understand it. Didn't his father already arrive? How did this guy move beside him? This was the final thought in his mind. After this second, he was thoroughly blasted into residue by Yi Yuan. How Behind came Long Yu's heaven-shocking angry roar. He made it with his fastest speed and locked onto Yi Yuan with powerful world power, planning on killing Yi Yuan with a single blow. In his view, a late-stage Empyrean mighty expert, locking onto a true G. Oh, D-realm martial artist. How could the other party still have the strength to retaliate? Yet he miscalculated. Yi Yuan was just like a loach, slipping away from his world power. Yi Yuan then moved beside Long Hao and killed him. At this time, all of the Dragon Clan's members were staring dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape, looking at that slightly skinny figure in disbelief. Who on earth is this kid? Why is he so strong? Empyrean Long Yu is a late-stage Empyrean realm mighty expert, but he actually failed to restrain that human brat. That was spatial law just now, right? That's a supreme law. Furthermore, looking at his appearance, he has likely already comprehended extremely deep. True G. Oh, D-realm experts were as weak as an ant in front of Empyrean realm powerhouses. But Yi Yuan, this ant, shook of Empyrean Long Yu's final hit and even counter-killed Long Hao. This kind of strength, how could they not be surprised? But what everyone was more surprised by was Yi Yuan's audacity. A human actually dared to kill 3 dragons in a row so arrogantly in East Suppression pseudo-world. This breadth of spirit had no choice but to make people admire. It was just that the final outcome was already decided. Empyrean Long Yu looked at Yi Yuan coldly and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "Good, very good. This Empyrean already arrived, and you actually still dared to deal a killing blow. Rest assured, this Empyrean won't let you die easily." Yi Yuan turned to look at Empyrean Long Yu and said coolly, "You wanted to kill me, so why couldn't I kill him?" Bulls. HI+T. How can a mere human compare to the human dragon race? No need to say any more. Prepare to suffer this Empyrean's wrath. Amidst the angry roar, Empyrean Long Yu's aura suddenly erupted. The berserk dragon race pressure crushed over towards Yi Yuan's frenziedly. Empyrean Long Yu reached his hand out and made a grabbing action. An enormous claw extended out of the void and grabbed straight at Yi Yuan. That horrifying pressure made people's faces change. If this claw landed, Yi Yuan's fleshy body would definitely turn to ashes. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and did not take any action, and also did not seem to have the intention of running. But right at this time, a figure slowly walked out of the void and just lightly waved a hand. The enormous claw directly shattered into countless motes of light. Empyrean Long Yu's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Long Ji, what's the meaning of this?" This person who walked out of the void was precisely Long Ji. Empyrean Long Yu completely made little of Long Ji by relying on his father. Normally, he was just a little arrogant. But now, Long Hao being killed, under Long Yu's rage, how would he still care about Long Ji? If not for Long Ji's strength being too powerful, he would have long smacked him to death with one palm. Long Ji's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "You can't kill him." Empyrean Long Yu said in a great rage, "Long Ji, your matters, there will naturally be father finding you to settle the scores. Now, this punk that you brought killed Hauer, but you actually say that I can't kill him? Based on what?" Long Ji said coolly, "Based on that he's second sage." Second sage? What's that? Is it very impressive? A series of puzzled voices came from inside the crowd, but Empyrean Long Yu's expression changed. With his status, he naturally heard before what second sage was. That was personally conferred by sacred ancestor, high priest. Except just to leave second sage, and he wanted to suppress him? So what if sacred ancestor, high priest, sacred ancestor, high priest's people killed someone in the dragon clan. Could it be that our dragon clan can't touch him still? When did sacred ancestor high priest start intervening in our dragon clan? Long Ji, you saying such words. Could it be that you threw your lots in with sacred ancestor high priest after taking a trip outside? Emperor Long, you said with a cold smile. These words were somewhat penetrating, accusing of personal motives instead. Emperor Long, you was clearly not some goody two-shoes either, planning on using this incident to quell Long Ji for good. Long Ji gave Emperor Long Yu a sympathetic glance and said coolly, "If you won't scruple to launch a divine war for Long Hao, I can move aside right now. Can you shoulder it?" The moment divine war, 2 words came out. Emperor Long Yu's pupils constricted. Divine war? Hoo-hoo, are you kidding me? Would sacred ancestor high priest launch a divine war for a mere true Ji? Oh, D-realm? Emperor Long Yu said with a disdainful look. In his view, Long Ji was scaring him, making him beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. He knew what second sage meant, but he only knew one aspect and was ignorant of the other aspects. The news of Yi Yuan solving Ask not already spread in the demon divine region with a hubbub, but barely anyone in East Suppression pseudo-world knew. Long Ji said indifferently, "You aren't aware of it, but Yi Yuan solved the eternal chess game, Ask not." He sat and debated on Tao with medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest. At present, in demon divine region, Yi Yuan is already above millions and only has one person above him. Oh, right, the Qilin clan's Qi Zhen provoked Yi Yuan and was killed by him. The Qilin clan sent over Heavenly Emperor Zishu, but in the end they returned in defeat and no longer mentioned the matter of Qi Zhen. How do you think Long Hao compares to Qi Zhen? Each additional word that Long Ji said, the expression on Long Yu's face became a degree more shocked. He never could have imagined that this true Ji, D-realm brat in front of him actually had such immense capabilities. Oh, right, the matter of launching a divine war wasn't said by this emperor. At that time, sacred ancestor high priest 7th disciple, high priest Stardrive, carried Ask not over and personally said it to Heavenly Emperor Zishu. Long Ji explained further. Long Ji's words stirred up tanic waves in the hearts of Rain Dragon's stronghold. This human actually has such a great background. Isn't he a human? Why would he become the demon race's second sage? Qi Zhen, that's the Qilin clan's young generation's strongest alchemist. Back then, when he came to the Dragon Clan, he even defeated Long Shaohai. He was actually killed by this kid just like that. One news after another exploded in the ears of the Dragon Clan like one bomb after another. Each incident was inconceivable, but completed by Yi Yuan alone. Long Yu's expression became extremely ugly. If what Long Ji said was true, then there was simply no possibility for him to want to avenge Long Hao. It did not matter if he killed Yi Yuan, but sacred ancestor high priest's wrath was not what anyone could bear. Once a divine war started, the Dragon Clan would be bound to suffer heavy casualties. At that time, he would be the Dragon Clan's sinner. Now, do you still want to kill him? Long Ji said coolly. While talking, Long Ji looked toward Yi Yuan. The latter had a calm and collected look. It was as if he had done something insignificant. Seeing the scene, Long Ji could not help feeling annoyed. This guy caused such a huge trouble on the second day he came to the Dragon Clan. If he had long known this, he would not have brought Yi Yuan here. This boy was indeed outstandingly talented, making the world sigh with admiration. But his ability to cause trouble was also first-rate. Chapter 2133. Don't make a spectacle of yourself. Chapter 2133. Don't make a spectacle of yourself. Long Yu's expression flickered incessantly, his face struggling. Right at this time, a figure slowly walked out of the void. Seeing the arrival, Long Yu seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and said with surprise, "Father!" The arrival was precisely Heavenly Emperor Long Qi. Heavenly Emperor Long Qi looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze icy cold. People should not look at how East's oppression pseudo-world had countless dragons. It was through the propagation of countless generations in the past that there was today's scale. But even so, the scale of this stronghold was still much smaller compared to human cities. In reality, the propagation of the dragon race compared to humans, or even ordinary demon races, was much harder. Hence, regardless of whether it was Long Qi or Long Yu, they valued Long Hao, this descendant, very highly. Now he actually died in Yi Yuan's hands. So, how could these two people not be furious? He's of the dragon race. Heavenly Emperor Long Qi said coolly. Everyone was taken aback, not knowing what Heavenly Emperor Long Qi's words meant. Long Ji seemed to have thought of something, his expression changing as he said, Long Qi, what do you want? Long Ji had already reported to the clan about Yi Yuan's matter. Similarly, a protector elder, Long Ji was naturally aware of Yi Yuan's real ident. One Tai, Long Qi said coolly, since he's of the dragon race, then it naturally has to be taken care of according to the dragon clan's rules. Long Ji's two eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, Long Qi, do you want to plunge the dragon clan into the fires of war? Long Ji, a divine war. 2 words scared you into like this? Our dragon clan looks down upon the heavens and myriad realms. When did we become so cowardly and weak? Then we also can't plunge the dragon clan into war because of your grandson. Could it be that a mere Long Hao is even more important than the entire dragon clan? Long Qi mused for a moment and opened his mouth and said, since that's the case, have an elders' meeting then. This emperor won't let this matter go. Done talking, Long Qi turned around and left. The dragon clan's people all had dumbfounded gazes and their mouths gaping. They all thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. In the end, Emperor Long Yu did not kill him. Heavenly Emperor Long Qi came and also did not kill him. This was really a historical first in Rain Dragon's stronghold. But everyone was also clear in their hearts that once this matter was brought up to the Elders A.S. Association, it would likely not end well. Long Ji looked at Yi Yuan, his face angry from failure to live up to expectations as he said, You, this fellow, can really cause trouble. But Yi Yuan said coolly, nothing to do with me. It was them who provoked me first. Explaining the matter in a few words, Long Ji was also speechless. This Long Hao could have provoked anyone, but he provoked this malefic star, so it served him right to be killed. Yi Yuan did not care that the person was a protector elder's grandson. Provoking him, one would have to be prepared to suffer his wrath. This guy did not shrink back in the slightest when facing a heavenly emperor powerhouse too. Why would he pay attention to the consequences of killing a puny little Long Hao? Back then, he suppressed Heavenly Emperor Shaoyun and the Qilin clan to all kneel down with his power alone, and he completely disregarded the consequences. Sai, you're satisfied with killing someone, but this place isn't the outside world's demon race after all. Long Qi isn't willing to drop this matter, so he'll definitely think of ways to put you to death. Long Ji said with a sigh, When soldiers come, use a general to hold them off. When the water rises, use dirt to keep it back. Scared of him for what? Yi Yuan said coolly. At this time, Luer and Yang Fei-er also moved closer. Luer said with an aggrieved look, Young master, it was all Luer's fault, provoking trouble for you. Yi Yuan smiled dotingly and said, Where did you provoke trouble? It was trouble that provoked you. That's all. In this world, there are always some people who act recklessly and blindly. Luer said anxiously, But there are no buts? Do you still not know your young master's ability? Yi Yuan directly cut off. Under Long Ji's lead, Yi Yuan entered a stone house. Upon entering the stone house, he entered another S, P-A-C. Above the void, 5 enormous dragons were circling around above, giving people immensely powerful deterrence force, deliberately making things mystifying. Yi Yuan had a look of disdain and slowly walked into S.P.A.C. The leftmost giant dragon opened his mouth and said, Yi Yuan, since you're of the dragon race, why haven't you knelt when you see us? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, making me kneel also can, as long as you can overpower me with bloodline power. No need to guess, this giant dragon was naturally Long Qi without a doubt. Yi Yuan naturally did not have a good opinion of this Long Qi being able to bring up Long, how that kind of grandson. How good could this fellow be? Sure enough, the moment he opened his mouth, Yi Yuan felt that overbearing tone. Most likely, this guy was also talked like this normal. Snort, you're the one who said it. Kneel down. Long Qi gave a cold snort, a powerful true dragon bloodline power, pressed down on Yi Yuan akin to a giant mountain. Although he knew that Yi Yuan definitely had reliance, what kind of existence was he Long Qi? Why would he care about a puny little rank 6 dragon's pride? As a heavenly emperor powerhouse, his bloodline was incomparably pure, already evolving to a kind of peak of the dragon race. How could a mere Yi Yuan resist his suppression? It was just that when the Long Ji beside Yi Yuan saw this scene, his face revealed a strange look. When he reported to the clan, it was naturally impossible to cover all details no matter how trivial. These elders knew that Yi Yuan was of the dragon race, but they did not know how pure Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was. Being able to contend with sacred ancestor high priest, that level of existence with true dragon will, would Yi Yuan's bloodline power be of the common sort? The strength of bloodline power was unrelated to cultivation realm. As long as bloodline was pure enough, even if it was a powerful peak heavenly emperor existence, a weakling could also resist. Sure enough, Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. The dragon race bloodline pressure in his body suddenly bloomed, and Astoni's H.I. plus-ing aura soared to the sky, pressing right up against Long Qi's pressure. Bang! 2 great pressures colliding suddenly, it caused the void to tremble. Long Qi's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, Impossible! How can your bloodline power be so strong? A hint of ridicule flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said coolly, This is your bloodline power? Looks like your potential has already been pretty much exhausted. With one exchange, Yi Yuan sensed the strength of Long Qi's bloodline. For him to be able to cultivate to his present realm, he basically reached the end already. It was just that Yi Yuan's words clearly poked Long Qi's sore spot. Yi Yuan clearly saw the corners of the giant dragon's mouth twitch, clearly being greatly enraged. Above the void, Long Qi roared angrily and said, Gentlemen, this boy is too arrogant, showing no respect to his elders. Everybody attacking together to suppress. Long Qi could not deal with Yi Yuan by himself and actually shamelessly invited the rest to take action. The few people were just about to make a move, but they then heard Long Ji said coolly, Stop making a spectacle of yourselves. Even counting Dragon Lord in, it's also impossible to suppress Yi Yuan. What? This is impossible. How can this be possible? I don't believe it. Long Ji, what nonsense are you talking about? The few great protector elders clearly did not believe Long Ji's words, having shocked expressions on their faces. 6 great heavenly emperors making a move at the same time actually could not suppress a measly little rank 6 dragon? Long Ji laughed in spite of himself and said, Talking nonsense? That's because you all didn't see how he solved Ask Not. He defeated Medicine Ancestor with a sword of will, forcefully resisted Sacred Ancestor High Priest with his true dragon will, and shattered the firmament with his Qilin will, breaking the world that Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor, 2 people, created. Do you guys think that you're stronger than Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest? Chapter 2134. Threaten? Chapter 2134. Threaten this? How is this possible? Above the void came the cries of exclamations of the group of dragon race heavenly emperors. The words that Long Zhi said were seriously too inconceivable. Ho! Do you all think that Ask Not, this eternal chess game, is that easy to solve? If not for having a Stonies plussing ability, how can Yi Yuan walk out of Ask Not? Long Zhi said with a look of ridicule. Even until now, Long Zhi held Yi Yuan in awe and veneration too. The people who witnessed the entire process of Yi Yuan clearing Ask Not would respect Yi Yuan from the bottom of their hearts. Under medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor, high priest's pressure, what did heavenly emperors count as? Kid, you were messing with me. Long Qi suddenly came to a realization and reproached angrily. After Yi Yuan entered, he intentionally said to have him use suppression with bloodline power. Actually, Yi Yuan totally knew that no matter how strong his Long Qi's bloodline power was, he could not suppress Yi Yuan at all. Making a fool of himself, that's all. Yet he fell for it. Yi Yuan could contend with sacred ancestor high priest, that kind of powerhouse with true dragon will. How pure was his bloodline? Wouldn't utilizing bloodline power in front of him be teaching one's grandmother how to suck eggs? This guy simply did it on purpose. Hoo, you're not considered too stupid yet, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. What not considered too stupid? It was simply too stupid. Long Zhi already said the outcome before they came to realize the truth. What was it if not dumb? Brat, this emperor will tear you to pieces. Long Qi's angry roar came from above the void. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. And Astoni's plussing pressure enveloped down and was going to exterminate Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a beautiful figure slowly walked out of the void and said coolly, "What are you trying to do, Long Qi? Do you want to make Rain Dragon Stronghold become the Dragon Clan center that's condemned through the ages?" The arrival was dressed in white plumage, silky black hair winding around, boundlessly beautiful. Yi Yuan looked over. This woman actually had some similarities with Long Xiaochun. Long Qi's face fell, and he said rather unwillingly, "I pay respect to Dragon Lord." When the rest saw this woman, they also each bowed down. Yi Yuan did not expect that this Rain Dragon Stronghold's Dragon Lord was actually a woman. Dragon Lord waved her hand and said coolly, "All return to your original bodies for what? Trying to scare people? Why haven't you put it away?" Long Qi and the rest recovered to their original appearances, all having Imbara said looks on their faces. They did it in order to scare people, but who knew that they failed to scare people and even utterly lost their faces. "You're Yi Yuan." Dragon Lord looked at Yi Yuan and started sizing him up. Yi Yuan pays respect to Dragon Lord. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said. Long Qi was already too impatient to wait and said in a solemn voice, "Dragon Lord, this boy did not distinguish black from white and killed Long Hao 3 people when he just arrived at the Dragon Clan. He committed an atrocious crime and definitely can't be tolerated." Dragon Lord's dark brows furrowed slightly when she heard that and said, "This incident was clearly Long Hao 3 people who were in the wrong first. Isn't Elder Long Qi too overbearing? Long Hao injured Luer and Yang Fei and even wanted to forcibly seize the 2 people in public. Many people saw it, so it was naturally not difficult for Dragon Lord to want to know. Except to a powerhouse like Long Qi, how is there any right or wrong? He was strong, so he was reason." Long Qi gave a cold snort and said, "Overbearing? Ha ha! Even if Hao committed a capital offense, it's also not his turn to come and execute him. Moreover, just 2 measly human girls. Hao taking fancy on them is their fortune." Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said with a cold smile, "Indeed, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. In my view, your grandson was a pile of dog s, I+T, killed then killed. What about it? Could it be that you dare to kill me? You." Long Qi choked and nearly stifled until he had internal injuries. Yi Yuan's eyed. 1. Tai was too sensitive, he could not touch him at all. The crime of launching a divine war was not what he could shoulder. Humph! Do you really think that this emperor can't do anything to you? Long Qi said angrily. What can you do to me? Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan discovered that Long Qi seemed to make light of Dragon Lord. It was like the person managing things here was him. Long Qi laughed coldly, and he said, Even if I can't kill you, those few people around you, this emperor can kill them. Brilliant light suddenly shone from Yi Yuan's eyes. The bloodline pressure in his body suddenly bloomed, and he said in a cold voice, If you dare to touch them, this Yi will definitely trample your rain dragon's stronghold in the future. If you don't believe it, you can wait and see. Long Qi's 2 eyes narrowed. He saw incomparably firm resolve in Yi Yuan's eyes. He did not doubt that Yi Yuan had this ability. With Yi Yuan's talent, reaching Heavenly Emperor realm was virtually certain. Swizz. H. Plus, right at this time, a figure suddenly barged into this S.P.A.C. Long Qi, if you dare to make things difficult for Yi Yuan, I, Long Xiaochun, definitely will not let you off. Long Xiaochun arrived. When Dragon Lord saw Long Xiaochun, her brows furrowed, and she berated, Long Xiaochun, you arbitrarily barged into the elders' meeting. Where's the sense of propriety? When Long Xiaochun saw Dragon Lord, her pretty face could not help turning stiff. But very quickly, she stubbornly said again, Mother, this matter was clearly Long Hao's fault. Even death couldn't expiate his sins. So why punish Yi Yuan? When Long Qi saw Long Xiaochun arrive, he did not get angry, but was overjoyed instead, only to see him give a cold snort and say, Dragon Lord Long Xiaochun Trespa. Said the elders' meeting, and shows no respect for her elders. I wonder what should be the punishment. Dragon Lord's expression changed, and she said in anger, Long Xiaochun, still don't withdraw. This emperor will put you in confinement for 1,000 years. Long Xiaochun gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, Even if you confine me for 1,000 years, I also can't let you guys hurt Yi Yuan. He was brought here by me, so I must bring him out safely. Seeing Long Xiaochun defending him like this, Yi Yuan was moved. He laughed and said, Xiaochun, you withdraw first. This old fellow doesn't dare to touch me. Long Xiaochun blinked a few times and said, Really? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Of course it's real. If this old thing dared to kill me, why would he hold some elders' meeting? Long Xiaochun tilted her head and thought about it. It seemed to be the truth. Hence, she nodded her head happily and said with a smile, Okay, then I'll wait for you outside. After Long Xiaochun left, Long Qi laughed coldly and said, Kid, whether you can live until then is still not known. Dragon Lord, even if I can't touch Yi Yuan, there's no problem with this emperor killing a few of his people to vent my anger, right? You wouldn't shelter a few humans, right? When Dragon Lord heard that, her face revealed a hesitant look, but Yi Yuan's expression changed. Dragon Lord's change in attitude made his heart sink to rock bottom. When Long Qi saw Yi Yuan's expression, he was delighted. This brat was just like a hedgehog, neither listening to reason nor bowing to force. But his probing earlier clearly found Yi Yuan's weakness. His weakness was the people around him. Seeing that Dragon Lord was still hesitating, Long Qi increased the dosage and said, If Dragon Lord insists on showing partiality for humans, then this emperor can only initiate an elders' meeting to decide by voting. Yi Yuan saw that the situation was not right and said in a cold voice, Old dog, what the hell I do you want? Long Qi smiled coldly and said, Ha, this emperor even thought that you feared neither heaven nor the earth. Turns out that you have something that you're scared of too. Rest assured, as long as you promise this emperor a condition. This emperor can let those few people go. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed together, and he said in a solemn voice, What condition? Long Qi chuckled and had an appearance of satisfaction due to his wicked scheme, succeeding as he said, Sign a life and death agreement. Just say that you willingly entered the Dragonite Cave, and everything has nothing to do with the Dragon Clan. As long as you can do it, this emperor will spare their lives.